Hallo. Okay. Um, yeah, I decided to do the tutorial and continue it. I don't know if I will like it. I hope I will. Else it will be kind of not so fun stream, but we'll see. Because I would like to finish it. I think that would be good, and then I can see what else I do afterwards, or want to learn. Oh, I should turn down the music. I want to learn like new stuff wise. If I want to start moving this game into, or this test thing into an actual game before I try to do the project idea that I have. But yeah, I want to finish this first. And I think it's fine that I don't like the way he uses the behavior tree. I did not look into how the behavior tree should be used. So yeah, I can't just improve anything on that side, and I can't like I won't know how to do it correctly, right? So I will just follow that tutorial and see how it goes. And then afterwards I might check stuff, which I could have just like checked tutorials beforehand and try to find out how I would like to use the behavior tree, but then I probably would have wasted hours on that and would have gone to start streaming I don't know, at 8 or something, and I rather want to stream and continue the tutorial, and then afterwards I can improve the structure of the project and do it the way I would like it, or watch a tutorial that will actually will actually like teach me the ways I want to do stuff and improve on that. So yeah. That means I will just continue the tutorial. Why do I have so many already connected? Ooh. I mean, that I want to fix before we continue the tutorial. Why is that happening? Oh, and what I want to say, I would just want to try to have more fun with the tutorial, right? Yesterday I did not, and it showed, I think. So I want to try and see it more as a challenge to learn rather than an enjoyable process with how he does the tutorial in the recent video parts. And we'll see how that goes. So this is already connected, you say. I think he did it the same way though. I don't know how he prevented that. I think he prevents it by doing this whenever the thing is done. Is connected. We'll just do it like this. I think I prefer that over having some after run stuff. And I think we're gonna do everything in there. Like if we are connected, this has run once, right? So This should all still be true. So we just connect and start it only once, and if we're ever not connected again, then we can do that again. This should be true though, I think, because if that's not true, then we enter in the wrong state. So let's see if that fixes anything. Oh, I didn't check if the stats look right for the streaming. Yeah, all looks good. Oh, and I feel so much better today than yesterday already. So I think tomorrow I'll actually be no longer sick. I wonder though if I'll then directly do sports, which would be the perfect thing to do, right? Now it's broken. No, it's all broken now. Oh my god. So we need to do this every time? Maybe we need to disconnect. Oh. Actually? Maybe we should have done it like that. Yeah, I should definitely directly do all the to-dos that I just didn't do because I didn't feel like it with being sick and had good excuses because of being sick. Oh my god, everything is... Oh my god, how did I do that? Get back on me. Okay, there are so many errors. Ooh, no. Ah, damn it. Yeah, it would be the smartest probably to do sport again if I really feel fit in the morning. But I will see how that goes. I don't want to stream too late, so because I really want to finish the video in today and tomorrow before I need to work again from next week on. So maybe I'll skip sport for that. Okay, so animation finish is already connected. This is also weird. So we call this several times and it's already connected and not yet disconnected. So this has no effect at all, or what? Okay, I'll just try to not get annoyed by the video already and the video teaching us stuff that clearly is not working. So we'll just try to fix it. So all that probably doesn't need to happen, or does it? Oh no, the disconnect needs to be done so that we don't trigger when don't trigger the event, right? And here I'm fine with triggering the event because we can switch states and then we just get out of the other states of the behave tree and directly go into a new state. That would be fine with me. We don't want to disconnect after the event. It would be actually it would be fine to disconnect in the after run, so that when we are done with this looping, we will no longer trigger where it doesn't have an effect anyway, and where it will probably make the, like, it will look less connected, right? If we're in a state where it's doing the idle animation moving up and down, and then we get the hit state in, and we get back here, it would be cool if we would continue in the idle animation state, and only afterwards, after a new timeout, switch to something else, so that it wouldn't interrupt and just switch to anything else. It should stay in the animation it's doing, I think. The only viable thing would be that when it goes into before run, it triggers this once and then sets the timeout. That would also be fine with me. So after a hit, you reevaluate what you're doing next, but it shouldn't just be evaluated already and then half of the animation is already run, stuff like that, I think. Okay, so we will disconnect if we no longer need to. The thing here is, though, connected. Okay. And now probably we have a similar thing with play death, though here it is not a problem because well, why is it a problem here? It says it's already connected, right? Debugger. Free after dying. Did I not rename the method? Oh, I didn't rename the method. Okay, fine. We'll rename this too. How do we call that? Animation on animation finished. We'll make it super simple. Okay, on animation finished. So this is connected several times, and I don't get why. Let's look at the behavior tree. Let's first see if this fixes it. It seems like it does. And then look at behave. And here also, right, with what I dislike about the process of him, we should just see here which state it's taking, right? So it not just be in running, but it should switch between running left, running right, idle. All that should be states in here in the behavior tree that we directly can see what it's trying to do, because that's clearly an action it's taken. But I don't know how to add the random element and all of that into this. I could have like a 50% chance with a sequence here and then a condition here, and it says like 50% chance we do idle, and then afterwards 50% chance we do this, 50% chance the last one, but it wouldn't switch between them, right? It would check the first, so the last one would have the least chance to be run, where I would want equal distribution of chance between all of them. So I wouldn't like a condition node there. I would like a node that, or not a sequence node. I would like a node, no, a selector. I don't want a selector. I want a selector that selects a random one of them somehow, something like that. So I don't know enough about behave to fix it in a way that I would like looking at it. Okay, we are playing, running, and then in between we're stopping. And the rest can run to be checked. We see this. So if we now go, and the question is, which one do I need to hit? Is it this one? Yes. So I wonder why it is triggering several times though. So let's print actor.name and see how that goes. Damn. That can't be correct. That cannot be correct at all. What? How many are that? Before run goes into state running and then should return running. And when it returns running, it shouldn't enter again, right? Because it's running. How often do we get this one? Tick. Yeah, I think we definitely do stuff wrong with the behave thing. That doesn't look efficient nor correct. Before. Okay, what we also need is the state. Before actor name state okay. Let's see. Damn, we only get the numbers. What's state 2? Failure is 1. Running is 2. Success is 0. Wait, what? Okay, interesting. So if we look at this now, it's always 2. And then we go into failure because of this. Because this was our additional condition so that we interrupt the thing, right? Because he didn't teach us how to interrupt. Interrupt. So maybe that has something to do with it. Which would also explain why maybe he doesn't have the problem, but we do. No, don't go. We need to kill you. 25 times before invader. Then tick invader, then interrupt. Wait. Is that not ordered as it should? With the... Why is the output different? What the fuck? Oh, it isn't. It's the combination of these two that is looped. So all those 3 come after another and are there 25 times, right? Before tick interrupt. Yeah. So we go out with false. Because... Oh, because we copy and pasted it like an idiot. We only interrupt this if the previous thing is problematic. So we no longer need this now. If the previous thing, the health check, which also is so stupid that we do it directly here and not... I hate it. Anyway, no interruption here, this interruption here, and the doubled interruption here, which is fine. But why did we have the double connection thing here? We should check that too. let's see first if the hit is fixed. It's not. Damn it. Why is it not fixed? Oh wait, but now we don't go over the interrupt, right? Yeah. We tick with stage 2. Wait, can we clear this? Maybe we do it here. Clear. Run. One shot. Oh my god, he dodged. So, we only have one time before, then we tick like... Oh, that's fine though, we want to tick till we go there, right? So that's fine. Yeah, so that's fixed. In the right way, I think. So let's copy these and no longer output them. And see with the walking if there's a similar problem. How long is it? Already half an hour and I haven't... I mean, I took longer till I started the stream actually. From when I clicked stream compared to when I actually started doing stuff than usual. But it's still soon to be half an hour and I haven't done anything with the video yet. And we're just trying to see stuff and fix stuff. But this is way more fun than following the video, I think. At least so far. Okay, before tick, we should just also add, so we don't get confused later, walk. Let's add that here to be sure. So also add it here for later. How did I write gut rather than hit? Okay. What's your problem with that? Actor is not defined. Oh. Okay. Well, let's see. That's harder to read than here, so we gonna go here. How does that sometimes happen? That it doesn't save my changes. I think when I'm stopping it or something, it's not saving automatically. Oh my god, it removed all that I already written here, or what? Crazy. Walk. But is the other file also reset? No, it's only the one probably that is currently in use and getting debugged or something like that. So I need to always stop the program so I don't lose progress. Closing. Okay. Damn, I'm missing a space here. So before invader, tick. Before invader 2, tick. Before invader 3, tick. But this is fine, right? This shouldn't trigger multiple connections. Here, though, it does again. But why? Okay, why? What is state 1? State 0 is processing. Okay, it's processing, then it's setting some whatever state. And then it's... Oh yeah, then it's finished and going back here again. Why is that not happening with the hit? Because we disconnect when we're done. So we should disconnect here too. Which we now do. I think, by the way, that should also be in an after run here, so that it's guaranteed to run in the moment it should. Oh, but it would need to cast on the actor to work here, right? Okay, we accept that we don't want to add those code lines there. But here we'll just run it afterwards, and then we shouldn't need it, I hope. Let's see. It's not complaining about having infinite reconnections, so this definitely worked. Which means that we're fixed all of that. You can take out the comments. And we can actually start the video. Okay, let's kill all of them first once, just for fun. And then we'll do that. And I think I want to spread more plants here. Randomizer, spread 5. No, spread 3. Damn it. Okay, now we got one. Okay, with that, I think we're ready. Yeah, to start with the video and complain about the video. Okay. I don't want to. This was fun so far. The video probably will not. Let's see.
Of the direction that the character was hit in, at least the last hit, and then move the character basically backwards from whatever direction it was being hit from. Okay, so in order for our character to have a knockback effect trigger on it...
Wait, what?
Basically...
Can I have the music one more quieter, maybe? I think that's minimum.
Backwards from whatever direction it was being hit from. Okay, so in order for our character to have a knockback effect trigger on it, then we need to get from the at least the last hit vector of wander, so it is working exactly as written at the moment. So now we'd like for our play hit action to actually have a knockback. So we could pull a value out of, let's say, the blackboard, which would be the vector of the direction that the character was hit in, at least the last hit, and then move the character basically backwards from whatever direction it was being hit from. Okay, so in order for our character to have a knockback effect trigger on it, then we need to get from the hurt box, probably on this hit function, a knockback value, and that should be determined by the projectile's properties or any attack that's hitting the character. And then eventually we want to get that set on the blackboard setter so that on the play hit action we can pull that data out and then use that to basically move the character in the direction it should be while it's in that hit stun state. So there would be something like a P knockback vector 2D in addition to that, but if I think about it, I might also add in how long the duration of the hit knockback should be, which could vary depending on the weapon. So maybe a big hit is a long knockback and a tiny swipe at a character should only be a stun for a fraction of a second. So to handle all of that, since that would be 3 or more parameters and we might add more later, we might also want to create an object to handle hits rather than just passing the damage value in here. So that'll mean that our was hit will change more to like a hit parameters as a object rather than passing a int.
We kind of have that already, right? So for me, I'm just putting the entire source in there so you can do with it whatever you want. And then in the enemy I decide what I do with it, and specifically here I check what kind that is and then do stuff with it. So I could do literally anything with my setup, which means that I can probably well, the thing is that yeah, where should I do it? Like, should this, for example, the damage dealt thing, should this be in the hit? Should be here? Should be processed by this? No, it cannot, because this might skip things because of interruption in animations, which is also why it's so weird that, you know, this is here and the freeing is here. So if we want to ignore that and maybe we just interpret it for now in a way that the behavior tree will only do visuals for us and like graphics effects maybe, but then this collision shape thing should also not be here and only the animation should be here. Well, that's kind of a graphic effect combined. This shouldn't be here. But this must be here because the death is dependent on the animation. So it's all just fully messed up. Okay. Instead of getting sad about this awful structure that has no easy way to reason about it. We'll just add everything here and see if it works. So, projectile. And I think this is instantly called because I have this as a callback on the hurt box. So if we go here, we will emit hit, and then was hit directly is called, and was hit is linked to our on was hit. So this is instant. It's the moment the hit occurs. So the velocity the speed, let's see, rigid body to the I just want to get the vector it's currently moving, right? So linear velocity. The body's linear velocity in pixels per second can be used sporadically, but don't set this every frame. Interesting. Don't we do that due to his tutorial? No, we set velocity. Wait, is it the same for velocity, that you should also not set it every frame? The velocity. Current velocity vector in pixels per second used. Okay. Okay, this is fine. The linear is not fine. Okay. I think what also could be possible is that the enemies could just be pushed by the gravity system, right? Rather than we calculating stuff, we could just have the enemies have a really high weight, and then when they collide with the standard collision system, they will get knocked back, but not much. And then we just would need to have the hitboxes do stuff additionally, something like that maybe. But that would kind of also be complicated. Let's see what we can do with the linear velocity or with the angular, we'll see. Because physics may run in another thread and runs at a different granularity, use integrate forces as you process, loop or precise control the body state. Well, that doesn't tell me if it can be used the way I want to. Angular velocity. The body's rotational velocity in radians per second. Okay, so we just take... Let's experiment a bit. Linear velocity, which is a vec2. And we'll take the move direction and add the velocity of this thing to it. And then on the next frame, Well, the problem is that this is now permanent and not once. So this might be more correct. So we add it to the velocity, and then, but then it would be reset here. But as soon as we go into the idle state thing, which weirdly enough is not in this file, but here, we would override. So we go into hit. As long as hit is playing, this applied force is true. And then when hit stops playing, this would take over and reset the move direction. This is all so awfully structured, and I don't think it should be like this. But we'll just try it out and then see what he comes up with. So we wanted to have the pushback, right? What else did he want to do?
So that'll
oh, he wanted to add more information here. For example, if it's a big projectile, how much it should push back or something like that. Which means we could do this and multiply it with like some variable, push back strength. And then I hate that this doesn't show me that the resource doesn't contain it, but well, we can't have everything. So we'll add that here. And we'll say it be 0.5 for now. And that should do it, right? Let's look at our projectile. We now have the pushback strength. Okay. Damn, that's some force applied, I guess. What if we... No, don't leave. I want to shoot from above, like this. Okay, I mean, at least it's working, that it's not bugging in the floor. That was what I feared. Can we stay like here maybe, and then... No, no, no. Okay, maybe I need to stay here. Can one of them fall down, please? Damn. Okay, so this is way too strong. So we will... How do I want to do it? Do I want to... Where is it? Here. Okay. I could, in general, divide it by, I don't know, 100 or 1000 and then multiply with the pushback strength. So I could just have a magical factor to put this down, or lower the velocity so it's not too strong. But I have no idea if that's good or not. Seems weird. Okay, so this is a bit too weak. So that means though that between 0 and 100 now is like a nice, probably a nice range. How is he not getting pushed? What? 25. Maybe division is not nice or something. Huh? Where's our pushback gone? What the fuck? Excuse me, can you stop the process? Thank you. Huh? What? Did I forget math or what? So if I just remove this, no, this in entirety, in its entirety, let's remove it like this. Okay, this will push them very far. And now dividing this by 100 will do what? Maybe the vector division is doing something else and not just dividing the average value. No, this seems to do something. So if I divide it only by 50, maybe that's a good value. Definitely too strong, but a value. Maybe someone I can push around a bit more. But then why does it not... If I divide this by 100, it's way too small, right? But kind of works. Divide by 100, multiplied by 2. So this should have the same effect. It does. Okay. So now we divide by 100 and multiply by 5. Damn it. And this works. And now if we multiply it by 5 and then divide by 100 and then apply that, integer division, decimal part will be discarded. I mean, sure, I don't care. It's just average value, or like a nearest value. Sometimes I don't get why it's not doing my shortcuts to stop the program. Okay, that's the problem, the integer calculation. Oh, because we get below 1. Ooh. So dot 0. Interesting. Dot 0. And I think what would be nice is if we not only do this, but a little push upwards. So like no matter from where we shoot, I think. Or we'll just make it stronger. Yeah, that would be funny because it looks kind of like a parachute, right? So knocking up a bit would also be cool. So maybe we do this. Var new move equals this. New move dot y equals, maybe we actually only do this for x, and then the strength in x direction will be this, but then we can directly, oh wait, we just never apply the y direction here, right? Yeah. So let's first see how this looks if we apply the y direction. Damn, he got shot away. How is he? Why did he fall in slow motion? Oh, because we overrode, overridden. We have overridden the y move direction. So now, as long as he's moving to the left, he is literally sliding and only frame by frame falling down. Okay, that's not what I want. So I want to stick with this probably, and then why I don't wanna overwrite, but I just wanna add to it per frame. Nah. Oh, definitely not want to multiply with the move speed also. Maybe we need a separate parameter that we add here, and then in the physics process we can apply it. Though this works, right? What is weird? What's weird about this is that if we have a higher movement speed, this is multiplied by the movement speed. I think that's why it's so quick. So what we would need to do to this being actually the impact it should be is this. But that's weird to divide it here just so that we can add it there again. I really like, I don't know, it's so weird and goofy how they fall through the ground. Yeah, I got it again. No, get on my head again. Come on. Okay. So move direction I now only interpret as the intention of move. So what I would need to do now is to add to the velocity in that moment. How would I do that? I'll reset. As soon as I go in here, I will reset the velocity to whatever this is. So if I want to apply a velocity here once, do we have, we probably do have something like force, right? Force. Because I just want to add a force that declines over time. Come on, there's the definition for velocity. You need to give it to me. Motion mode. Up direction. Yeah, we only have velocity. Motion mode sets the motion mode, which defines the behavior of move and slide. Oh, interesting. Move and slide. So I'll go P, and then we'll do something with this. Where is break screen? Here. Okay. How did I okay, fixed. The code though makes no sense at all. So I could apply for as long as we have y velocity, we just excuse me. Yeah. We just add the move direction y. But that's not really what this is, right? This is not a move direction thing. If I do it like this would be a force because it's always dragging up. So this would be a force rather than a direction. So I don't think move direction is what we should use here. And don't think we should inject it like that. But let's see if that works. Which also means I need to multiply this 2 so that it's the correct value because we divide here. Let's just see how it looks, but then I think we'll add a temporary force parameter or something like that and apply it with that. But I will need to shoot from below. Okay, so it does work. But okay, is it never coming back down or what? What? Where did it go? Okay, this has no damage yet, right? Okay, there it is. I love how it's parachuting down. Come on, get on me. Whee! Whee! Wait, do they... Shouldn't it, when it dies, also fall besides me? Now it dies somewhere up but doesn't come down in death state? Okay, and this is also so weird that you can just let it fall through if you do it like this somehow, and then it sticks in the ground. I don't know what's wrong with my setup there. Okay. I actually, for the projectile, want to have another property that is time. Destruction delay, a lifetime. I like that, and we'll do it typed like this, and then it's a funny joke even. We'll do this in milliseconds, so it will be in seconds. 5 seconds, and then it will die. So when we do this, we now steal... Oh, I think we didn't... No, we changed that back. So, but I think it was timer.create, timer.new, and then we'll do oh, we don't need this. Oh, we do really need that. Connect. So we're also gonna timer dot time left start time. Damn it. Where do we have it? In the walk? Start. I didn't copy it and I didn't keep it. Let's just go in the timer. Auto start, one shot. Wait, we can do it like we did with the death, right? We can do it like that. We just create a timer in that moment with whatever resource dot oh my god, what happened? A lifetime has to offer for us, and then we connect to that with oh, interesting. This should also be private. And then we had another one on a lifetime on damn, I want to make a pun, but I don't get one. A lifetime on life's end. I don't know. We do EU free. And now after 5 seconds it should die. And of course we do need to put this here, and just for general reasons to be explicit, we do that. Okay. So we don't even need this. And I think this will be destroyed when we are done. And then next we can check if this works. But yeah, for now, let's see if that worked. What? I mean, it works, but the ones above are not triggered to calculate their movement, because I think they are deactivated because they don't move. So it only works if some are still moving. If everything is still, oh my god. This just shows me that I really don't understand really don't understand the stuff here, and that just is a pain to me, kinda. Because I can only try to fix this now by doing some hacky stuff, but I didn't learn how the collision system actually works clearly, so I'll not be able to fix anything correctly with, I don't know, maybe have some what? How was I able to shoot in there? Yeah, it's not working. The idea was to push them, and then because everything is moving again, then we free it. So this would result in theory in movement that would trigger calculation, and therefore it would work. But I think we would need another timer. Would this work? Just experimenting, you know? Yeah, it would work, and it's kind of funny. Because they are kind of popping up when they get removed. But things like this, I don't know, I hate that. I hate that. I would just love to know how it's done correctly and just update the rest, but I didn't get taught how to do those things, and I feel like for the tutorial being this physics based with the projectiles and stuff like that, that's things I would want to know and go in detail with, because that just shows me that our setup is not correct, and so I now question if everything I learned so far is just not correct. Okay, let's get down with maybe just one and see how that looks. This will now look like there has been no pop-up damage at all, but we want a bit of spice there in how it looks. Just some magic numbers. How does it happen sometimes to get stuck in the wall? Oh, maybe the problem is actually not this, but the time we have to calculate that? Now I'm in a state where I can't undo the opening. I'm not sure if I accidentally tapped out of the program. Seems to be just one perfect angle that does it. I'm not sure if that was valid or if something was still moving. I think this might be the problem, that there's just not enough time to travel, no matter how fast it is. Wait, why do they no longer move up? Well, up also wouldn't mean up depending on how we rotate it, right? So that's also an interesting thing. Could just move to the side. Or it will not. Interesting. Maybe up isn't, no, up is always that. But maybe velocity is in global coordinates. So I guess 50 then should be the value that's fun to use. And also, you know what we also do? Okay, 75 will be the value, I'm telling you. We're also gonna add walking to our character. I hate that we don't. Or rather our player. So in the player, can't we do oh, on move direction, yeah, face handle facing, so we flip the sprite as well as doing if direction dot length is bigger 0, animation sprite 2d dot play resource dot animation run, else well, it kind of doesn't make sense to have it just here. It should just be reevaluated whenever this changes or the jump appears somehow. But the jump will change the move direction, right? I think it's implemented like that, that the jump, no, the jump will directly change velocity. So we could do velocity on connect on velocity changed. Was airborne. I could check if was not airborne, which would mean it currently is airborne. That's an awful elif way to write it. Then we do this, but we do jump. Else we do this, but idle. But I don't want to do it in handle facing. I either want to do it every process, or I would want to do it on handle face or jump. I don't think this is the correct place for this, but I think I would need a state machine or behavior tree to make it better. Better in the sense that it would actually, the difference would actually matter. I could improve, I think, but it would just be irrelevant improvement that oh my god, this is such an improvement. Why did we not add that before? It looked so ugly before. Okay, but I am wrong. If I was airborne... What? Why did I name that variable so weirdly? I mean, it was not intended for this, and I think in the other context it makes more sense. This is good though. Wow. Yeah, if we now had a state machine, that would be so cool. It could be the state machine where it would do I am jumping, right? I just launched, and then on launched we play the jump animation once, and then after that is done, we switch to the state floating, and that's a different thing, right? But that's not to be done here. It's getting so much worse. We just would need a proper state machine or a proper behavior tree to actually do things clean and know where to do what and where to edit properties, because now in the character, all the jump state stuff I have here, I kind of need that to influence a state here, and that's just all a bit messed up. I could also just check this, right? I could just say, if we have ground jumped, then I want to have the jump animation. That would at least be more understandable. Interesting. But now, because we can run off, we will just fall. Or if I run in the air, yeah, we'll just run rather than be in jump state. I think the actually correct thing, even though I don't want to do that every physics process, would just be is on floor. But airborne works, so we'll do that. This is so much cooler. Okay. We want to go quickly over here and see how this one falls. Let's actually bring it over there because we broke something earlier, right? So I want to see if it's fixed now. No, you should go to the left. Go to the left or I will shoot you. No, to the left. Come on. Left. Oh my god, more. Left. Okay, it falls properly. It would have stuck there if the bug would still be there. But now back to the knockback. Now, oh my god, it's so... Why didn't we do that in the beginning? Everything would have felt so much better if we could have just added the running animation, but we do everything else except that. I don't know. Choo. And that little effect also is so cute. Okay, so how do I want to do the knockback? I think I want to do it as a force that I need to reset. So we'll keep that like it is, but then we'll do velocity dot nothing equal plus equals move forces and that's correct for y if we're is processing hit. If we're in there, we want to do these, and now I think we want to do it with x. No, this will reset every time. So if we add that every time, it's fine because it will reset the x value, and only the y value will be applied every time and accumulates. So we'll have a push up. Okay, so we do this, and then the character can have variable move forces as a vector 2, and then we can set the move forces to our velocity with the pushback. But let's do it like this first. So now the impact will be on the target, right? And it's strong, and it's hopefully also still working to go up, right? Oh, because I hit it and it died upwards, gravity no longer applied. That's why it didn't fall down. That why it dies in the air. It just floats upwards forever now till it's dead. Which also means that in the death state, I would like to apply it differently. Because when you die, it should always go down and not up, the velocity. But it's no longer processed, I think. Anyway, we do that, but we Move forces. I think we should always only add, but if we do that, then we would need to reset it and like decrease by the value we have. So we will just use it like this for here for now, and I think that's fine. And then we do vector 2D, vector 2D dot up. Pushback is 5. So we'll have only 5% the force. Not sure if that's a good way to magic number the thing. But we'll see. So now it should always also jump up, right? It didn't. Maybe it's too weak. This is just a 1. Now it's just a 5, so that's maybe not strong enough. So what if we multiply this by 100? And then we change the projectile's default to strength of 25. Okay. Maybe not like that. Whee! Damn, it glitched through the air. Okay, I hate that it's so oh no, it glitched through the air because it died. Okay, that's fine. Whee! But I think the knockback was fine. We just shouldn't do the upwards movement that strongly. I mean, we could just see if this is good. But I think that will also be too strong. Wait, that has no effect? What? $20, $25. What about $50? Why is it not having an effect at all sometimes? I don't get how I sometimes break stuff. So this is now a problem? Ah? How was it working with 5 but is no longer working with 50? This works. And this does not? Okay, it does. Just the up movement doesn't do anything. What? Didn't that work a second ago? I mean, it must be stronger than the gravity to see any effect, right? So it could be kind of the velocity we have in that moment plus this times that by 100 percentage wise, and then we take maybe we actually do, we only apply the x value maybe upwards, and then it doesn't matter if you shoot from bottom up or wherever. Times 15 times 10, and then the percentage. I think this should work. No, it should be down. Right? This will remove the x part of this vector. So I think I would rather 2 dot, wait, can I do it like this? Yeah, let's rather do it like this. So this will only be the y component, but as a vector. And I could do multiple lines of it, but I don't want to. Why is it? Like that. So maybe it doesn't have a down velocity due to gravity, and I'm wrong about that. Oh. Yeah, F me. But it's still not working. How much up do I need? So half of that should be right. but it is not somehow. Half of that is just nothing. What? I mean, we're working against gravity, but we are applying it every time, so it should have an effect. Maybe, by the way, this is just the wrong base character to do this, because we can't apply the force the way we want to. How? We're now lower than we were before, no? Damn it, it looked better before. How is it? It definitely doesn't look like I want to. I want it to look like a force is applied. Okay, so 15 just does nothing. And then 25 already launches it super high up. Ah. Get why the pushback is so weak now. I mean, probably because of this just being added. And maybe for this to be predictable, we will actually do just X, Y. I'm really interested how he solves that, and then it probably looks better than this bullshit. Why is it no longer doing anything now? It's so confusing. So this has now no effect at all? Although it had before, when it was an up vector. Oh, which was negative. Yeah, that's too high now. 20. I mean, that looks funny. It's not how I imagined it to be. And I didn't imagine it to from the death stage fly upwards. Let's do if current health is bigger 0, velocity plus velocity y plus equals velocity y equals 0. No, we don't need to do anything, I think. We just only do it. Velocity is bigger and this. Yeah, okay. I think this is funny, but I don't like the wind up. Should be quicker in the beginning and then get slower. It doesn't feel like it's an actual impact, right? Because it also depends on the velocity I'm shooting with. So if it's just like this, it's still moving up way too much. So it should be dependent on the movement speed. Also the up direction should be dependent. So with 30 it should be kinda 0, no 1. So let's multiply this with that by 30 and see how that goes. Hi Actionat, nice to see you. How's it going? I'm still at the tutorial and I haven't done like more than 2 minutes today. It's awful. I'm not making progress at all. And I want to finish at least the tutorial till tomorrow. Damn it, I broke it again. How though? This is just 1. I just added multiplying by 1. Oh, maybe like this. And I'm definitely doing the stuff I'm doing here entirely wrong. But I just want to try out a bit before I see how they do it. Why is this though? If I remove that, it works. If I don't, how could this result in that not working at all? I mean, I could just do this. Maybe that fixes it. Maybe the primary part must be flowed to work like it should. Was checking on the washing machine in the basement. The hose rubber seal on the hot water side is worn out, but I can't replace the hose rubber because I can't get it off the valve. Oh no. Wait, so it's kind of molten to the tube or what? That doesn't sound good. Especially not if it's kind of... if you're like scared that it might break. To me, water is way more scary than electricity, to be honest. So, okay, this works now. So it's the float down there. So electricity stuff I have no problem to do myself, but with plumbing stuff I'm always like a bit scared, because worst case electricity is, in the most cases, that will just not go on, or the how's that thing called that secures your current and goes out and you need to activate it again, right? That could jump out and you just flip that switch again. So I don't fear that so much, but water is so scary. I think the people who built the house put sealant around the valve side. Oh, okay. They are both about the same with me. Okay. I went to the VogTech high school and I learned electrical and plumbing there. Oh, interesting. So you're a professional, I guess, right? So you know ways to fix it then, or you're not touching that? I don't know how that is with if something breaks. I mean, I got a certification right out for it. I see. Yeah, you do, but you need locking pillars. Gears. I have no idea what that is, but probably the locking part tells me that you need to have something so that you then can fix afterwards, so it won't run out, the water won't run out or something like that. But yeah, that's cool if you can fix those things yourself. I would love to know more about plumbing stuff, because there are some pipes here that are not really well, I think, in the angle they are placed and stuff, so they are not very efficient, and sometimes that's annoying. They are a repair of pliers with two handles. It's kind of a wrench, but with two handles. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I think for the stuff that I do with water, it's only like connecting washing machine, and like I only so far did to tighten them. I never, I think, removed them and added something new, or had it for a very long time and then reattached it. It was always just moving from the old to the new place. With electrical, you're probably familiar with needle nose pellets, as we call them. I mean, I probably am, with a German term. So let me check what that is in... Let me just look at a picture. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't expect you to know the German term, so that's fine. So then I can also look at the locking versions. Grippzange. That's an interesting name. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I wonder if that's the same, like in German, there's just a thing that's called Rohrzange. But I think that's just a manual thing. Yeah. Pliers is such a weird word to read in chat. I mean, let me see if I can have some website tell me how to say that word. Yeah, I agree.
Pliers.
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 Pliers. Okay. Pliers. I learned a new English word today. That's like, imagine not only learning Godot, but also English in an English stream. That's crazy. Pliers. I wonder if I'll directly forget it though, but we'll see. We'll see. Godot English learning session, exactly. So, why did this work now? Wait, it worked because I removed the stuff and not because it actually worked? Damn it. I'm also learning new English words every day. What's your native language? Do I know that already? Did I just forget? English. Wait, what? Okay. I mean, I do sometimes learn new German words too. But it's just for stuff no one ever uses, I think. Or some complex words specific. I don't know, maybe I'm just not encountering enough German speaking streams or something like that I would maybe learn more new words if I would consume more German content and not consume mostly English. Okay, so why can I not multiply this now with a value of 30 by 30? I'm just multiplying this by 1, so it should continue to work. Should just be the same line. But it's no longer working. I don't get that. We'll do a line by line thing here and see what the program calculates for me. Honestly, I don't see many German streams in general. Streamers in general. For me, there's a lot. I don't need to print that, I think. Like, but it's probably or as many rather. Oh yeah, that's probably true. But there are so many, honestly. It's really big platform in Germany, like Twitch in general, right? But I mean, definitely not as many as English streamers. And probably also not as Spanish streams. Or streamers. I mean, streams is... I think the thing is that most of the German streamers also stream in German. So if you're not speaking German, you'll not, like, find them. And not that many stream in English if they are German. How? What is happening here? Why is 30 by 30 0.166666? Is this rounding errors? Yeah, that too. I think we might be in the rounding computer precision error range or what? Why is it not 1? Print this. So we have 30 divided by 30 and then multiply it with minus 20. Shouldn't that be just that? Also, here's an English, an useless English word that I don't very many people know about. That sounds like these very long German words, which is like combined out of several other words. It's 5? Why is it 5? Okay, that's the problem, because I assumed it's 30. What the fuck? Let me see.
Floxynorsinihilipilification.
Floxynorphihefelification. What? Geringschätzung is the German word. But that must be some... It's a humorous word. Interesting. It literally means to consider someone worthless, useless, unimportant. Yeah, that's that's the same for the German translation. I think it's funny that the dictionary actually has the word in it. It sounds kind of like how these Eastland word sounds. Like there are these towns, right, with the super long names. It kind of has that feeling to me. What is Geringschätzung in English normally? Scorn. Contempt. Well, I now learned a second word. Contempt. Yeah, okay. But how would I use it? Would I say, I contempt you? I don't think it's a verb. Treat with contempt. Okay. I have a lot of contempt for this not working. So this is a 5. But in the resource, it's clearly a 30. So I must have in here, like, save this once or what? Why is it not a 30? Oh, come on, don't run from me. Now it is a 30. I just opened I just opened this and saved once. How? Oh my god. That was probably 20 minutes wasted just because I didn't know that I can't directly have the change default value. Oh my god. Sedge. Okay, so now that that is fixed... Now that that is fixed, this is way too strong again. Damn! He's flying now. Okay. So I guess the value of 30 is a bit strong, except if we maybe do this, and then remove that, and then we'll do... maybe also this, and then this. Because we're still at 30, and then we see how this goes, and then we'll continue the tutorial. That has no effect now. I think I did it in the wrong direction. Yeah, I did math wrong. Damn, what was it? It was 20 and 30. Which means that I would have 20 divided by 30 to be the value that I want to use here. So approximately I would just have a 1. And then maybe I get back my prints. Scorn or contempt, I think those aren't equal synonyms. Yeah, I agree. But with the translator, it just... Damn! It just gives all the it just gives all the possibilities, right? And then they all have nuances. I think a verb equivalent to flossinichunihipilafication would be a little undervalue, disparage. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, just giving all the options, right? Yeah. So I would like this to be stronger, so I will go up to 50. And this should be weaker. So I will do this divided by 10 maybe. Also, it's so stupid that I waste all my time on this, where I actually want to finish the tutorial, and this will have no benefit at all. And I broke it again somehow. No, because we're now smaller than 1. Yeah. Because this is just like, I won't use that in anything, right? It's not a game idea, it's just the tutorial thing, so I'm just wasting that on tweaking some magic numbers for no reason. 50 here. 5 here. 2.5 here. But apparently the long word for labeling something as useless in English is also useless itself in English. Yeah, true. Oh my god. How? Why are they flying like that? Shouldn't it be weaker, not stronger? So maybe only... What? Was 1 still too strong? Yes, oh my god, okay, 1 was still too strong. So I should divide by something. Let me ban magic numbers. Yeah, magic numbers. Be gone, bots. Yeah, it's also the same exact thing, and it's so broken. I don't get why, you know. Who's FDF7 something? He's not even, the bot is not even able to add me correctly. Huh? Why is it not working or something at all or Now it's working again. Okay, that's kind of the ratio that I want, I think. Because all I want to do with the magic numbers, I just want the ratio between up and back movement to be decent. And I think it could be still a bit weaker. So maybe for magic number tweaking, I'll always go into the actual editor and not start from here, because that's somehow broken. I don't know. So we'll go from here. Okay, that's too weak. Soon I will do the tutorial again. Soon. But it will actually be just watching him and see what he does with his tutorial, because I literally just implemented it the way I think it works, and then now we will watch him implement the same thing, and then we'll see what it will be. Soon TM exactly. Wait, let me see. Do I have a TM thing? Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't. Damn it. Wait. I do? Why does it not look correct for me, but... Weird. It does right on stream. It does not look right in my chat thing. This also looks right to me. But the one I sent myself doesn't. Whatever. Soon TM. Okay, so let's shoot a very, very low X velocity. Come on. Leave me. Oh my god. So one bullet there. I wanted to see if I have very low X value. Okay, it's still jumping up quite a bit. I'm fine enough with this. It looks funny. It's not how a knockback should look, but it looks funny. Yeah, the parachute wasn't even like, it wasn't even planned like that. I just had the I needed something as the hit animation for the enemy, and there's not that much in the graphics. So because the enemy doesn't have anything that indicates a hit, I just took this parachute looking thing. I have no idea what it's actually like down here, right? What it's actually supposed to do, and it looked kind of weird. But now that I added the knockback, it's just perfectly fitting with a parachute, and it looks like it was intended to be like that. Even though if the X velocity of the hit from like this, it shouldn't parachute, right? But I would need to do a lot of magic number tweaking, I think, to have that properly working. Properly working, so that I be more precise on what the X velocity. Oh, I could do that actually. I should take that value of what I want as the X force and just multiply that value by 2, by -2.0, and now it's dependent on the X force. Fixed. Honestly, it's a feature. Oh yeah, it is. I was really unhappy with how stuff didn't go the way I want. Then I saw the parachuting and realized it's parachuting, and then I was happy again because it kind of turned into a feature. Looks like it's doing that to stop the fall damage. Yeah. If it... That's way too strong. If... So maybe not multiply by that, but divide by that. Yeah, I forgot what I was about to say. Maybe not divide by that. Oh, wait. Wait, why are some... What? I should think and not tweak the numbers without any thought. What is happening? That's how a lot of ideas end up working. Yeah. So I now take the X force that will push it back, and I take half as much. Let me write it in a way that I understand. I take a vector in the up direction, and then I take half the force. So if I go a bit like that, I go double half like in that direction. And it seems that that is not a good ratio between the two. So I will divide this by 100 now, by 50. And now it should go a bit up, but further back, depending on how fast the projectile is. I guess 50 was too much. 25. Damn, this is already good enough. I should stop doing these tweaking stuff that has no benefit. But I can't. So by 10 then? Okay, give me 7 more minutes to find something I like. Else we go back to this, what was working before, and then we finally listen what the tutorial has to say about this. It's minus 14 now. Oh. Yeah, we definitely need to do the absolute value of this, because we don't know in which direction the X value goes. And now that is... Okay, now it has a value that's always positive, which is wrong. It should be negative. And that's right, because we multiply with -1. So now we have a negative value. The good thing about doing it that way is you can explore other options that may help you later on. Oh yeah. I think it's I think it's the right way to do it like that, but I do still want to not waste too much time, right? To reach the goal, because I tend to just spend all my time experimenting. Ooh, that looked good, and never getting anywhere. And for really slow, it kind of works. Yeah, if I just move them in, they don't move at all. I need to go further away. Come on. Oh my god, why are they dying now? I want to see the impact. The NPC is gonna need that parachute. Yeah. Unlucky for them, it's just parachuting for as long as the animation is running, so when the animation is run through, it will just fall to death. Okay, we'll just make it a bit weaker. So divided by 3. And now we're just getting closer to where the value will be nice. And then we stick with that. We have 4 more minutes, so we are just tweaking a bit now. And throw everything. But that's just, I would want them to parachute until they are down, but I would just need to change too much. I think this is close to where it should be. So magic number 4.3. Something configured down the line if you want to. Yeah. And there's just a bit too much I would need to change with how it's implemented currently to work properly. Because the entire behavior tree stuff and all of that, the way the tutorial implemented that, I really don't like it. So that's something that I need to fix at some point anyway, or see how I like maybe state machines more, or anything else. It's just not the way either I want it or that it should work. It's just yeah, I'm not sure if it's me that's the problem and not liking the behavior trees, or if behave is just not that good, or if he's not doing it properly. Like, I'm just not sure what's the problem exactly, but I really don't like how it plays out and how you use it the way he showed it in the tutorial. And that makes it just tougher to have the parachute the way it should. Why was the first so goddamn strong? Oh, because if I run to them and then shoot, it's stronger, right? Damn, they die too quick. Okay. Let's give them more life. Maybe 500. So I can shoot a bit more. Only 2 minutes left. Come down. Okay. Yeah, if I'm really close, then the force is really high, right? Because the velocity of the bullets is still very high. But I think I like that if it's close, it really gets shoot off, and if you shoot it from further away, it will not do much of a pushback. And I think it should kind of have a maximum, right? So if we add a maximum, I think this could be... Although this is funny. Okay. We're gonna get clothes out of the dryer. See you in a second. No, I think I leave it like that. It's fine. I like it. It's kind of goofy but funny. The tutorials, to be honest, tutorials are good reference, but implementation is ultimately person preference. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. think it's just hard to differentiate between, is it my personal preference why something is not the way I want it in the moment, or is it maybe not good in the tutorial, right? And if you're not experienced, it's just a bit tough to find out what actually the case, what's actually the case with that, and if it's your problem or if you are the problem or they, right? And if you're just having weird preferences or not. So yeah, okay, we're 1 minute over the set timer. I love the little popping. It's also nice, and that we have the running animation now. Okay, everything is nice. Everything is good. We are now motivated to continue with the tutorial. Okay, and we will take the character default health and put that to 250 and reset it in here. And I think that will be nice for trying stuff out and the enemies dying quick enough. And if I want some to die, I just take this one. Yeah, that's fine for killing them. It's funny though that it gets so hard to hit them once you hit them, because they fly upright, and then you're kinda if you're not panicking, you should rather shoot them from above to quicker kill them, or like shoot in an angle so that they will not fly away and stay in the position where they were before. So yeah, I like that. It's kind of funny. Maybe we'll also take the basic damage thing out now. That's the thing that will no longer benefit us a lot. Okay, so with that, we'll now watch the tutorial and see what they come up with, if they do it in a similar way like I do, with adding some force that is only applied when we're in the hit state. And I mean, this would also be nice with the state machine, and then switch between stuff and not have this check now in so many places. Wait. Oh, it's different. For the other places, it's... Yeah. I have it here now once, but in the other things, it's, I think, that one. Yeah. And I have that in every of the behavior tree nodes, because it's just weird how it's implemented, and he didn't teach us how we do interrupts, and so... Yeah, not the best, but we'll see. You came back in time for the tutorial. I mean, yeah, but is that a good thing though? He will just ruin the mood now with implementing it in ways that I don't like, right? So, disappointment time.
We'll change more to like a
we'll see.
Hit parameters as a object rather than passing a integer value. So we can basically
because we were just watching, I think I'll also go to this.
As much data to that
mood ruined. I mean, not yet. We give it a chance, right? We'll see.
Object as we want, and as a result, we can have a much more complicated hit setup without creating too many extra parameters. So in our project, it might make sense to put it in data, but also weapons kind of makes sense. And since we're talking about things that are hitting other things to deal damage, I think putting our object script in weapons actually makes a little bit more.
What he's currently doing, though, I think is not interesting for us at all, because I have the on-hit function. I get the hitbox there and I cast it to projectile. So I am in full control and power of every parameter and information of the projectile and how I want to apply it to my character. So the thing he's doing, I just have full power already with how I set it up. And I really like how it's set up. So it's really simple in the hurt box and just, transferring the information so that in the enemy I control everything. So we'll just listen to him because maybe he says something interesting in between, but it's not really, not even the thing that we want to do now. Not yet, at least.
And weapons, and I guess calling it something
So,
like hit data.
speed 2.
So this will be a object, not a node. So basically, we don't need to add it to our scene hierarchy. It's just a pure data object. So that's why using object makes more sense than a node. So there's no need to have process or physics process running. We just need to pass data from one other object or node to a different one, and we'll do that with our data object. So hit data, create, and inside of our hit data, we can give it a bunch of fields. We don't make them export values though, because
how you consume your 2x speed, yeah. Same for me. Sometimes you miss something then and are really confused, because for me it doesn't feel like I'm not hearing everything, right? But sometimes speed 2, your brain just skips things, at least for me. So then I'm like, wait, I watched that that video, like with any video, on 2x speed, and I thought I heard every piece of information, and then I just realized, wait, this is missing, and then I go back and see, well, I don't know, my brain didn't comprehend and skip that part, but for the most part, it just works.
So we could
better.
say the hitbox that attacked, that will be a hitbox 2D.
Just because so many people speak quite slow, I think. Sometimes there's a video where they speak really quick, and then I default to having speed x2, and it's so confusing that you understand nothing then, and I don't know, it just doesn't feel good. I see 15-minute video, I'm thinking, well, I can quickly watch that, no problem. I see 1 hour, well, it's just half an hour, let's watch it. But then you're already in that expectation of how much time you will spend with the video. The person speaks quicker than usual, and in that moment it's just like, well, doesn't feel nice that I will now have like double the time to watch this. And it could even be, it was 15-minute video, it's fine for me, then he speaks very quick, and I'm like, well, 15 minutes I didn't want to spend, you know? So I don't know if I want to watch this now or feel bad when watching it. Which makes no sense, because I will continue watching videos anyway. But yeah, somehow it's like that for me. I was in the military, and I'm pretty used to registering information quickly. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I got to do the 2x thing, but I think in general I'm also quite quick with just comprehending the information, the important stuff, but I don't really have a reason for that. Maybe it's just my impatience that forced me to do quicker and quicker, because it was possible. Ooh, I will not show because leaking my address, but it looks super nice outside right now. It's super foggy. Damn. Well, yeah, you can't see, so let me not talk about things you can't see. Some people have really good comparison at 2x speed, yeah. But then others not at all, right? It's really really interesting to, like, I think for others 4x speed is like 2x speed is for me, right? Or the other way around. So I get how it must feel if it's way too quick, but I think you're kind of getting used to 2x speed. That's kind of working. Too much information leaked, doxed. Yeah. There are like houses here that are quite unique looking, because they are less house but more roof, if that makes any sense. So I don't think I should show ever. Let's see what he did here. So he's not only giving hitbox, hurtbox, he's also adding damage dealt, damage expected, knockback force, knockback duration. Yeah, we have all that kind of combined in the projectile resources. And I just have pushback strength, and that's just a combination and dependent on the impact of the projectile, where I agree that I could have split this into different things and just have the impact on how fast it moves and then for how long and all of that, which I just combined. And it's literally the duration I kind of have, because my duration is for as long as the projectile, the is processing hit is true. So we literally are dependent on the length of the animation. And when the length of the animation stops, then we'll stop applying that force. Yeah, so we kind of have that duration also, just not as a separate value.
Create our hit data. There's a couple different ways we can do things. One would be that we don't create a custom init function, and then we'd have something like a create hit data function in another script, and we do something like var data equals hit data.new. That's not gonna work right now because we.
But I don't get why,
so
like.
Hit data. And then now with data,
Well, we see what he's doing.
Individual, which could be handy in a sense that you aren't forced to actually include any of these properties when you create the data, but it might also be kind of messy because, especially if you create new fields that are required, you may forget to set them in your script. So I think I would lean slightly towards doing function underscore init, and then when we have our init function, we pass in parameters, including the required ones and the optional ones. And then if we ever change it, we'll get errors in our code, so that we'll know to actually go back and update it. So I don't think we would update hit data too much with new properties, but when we do want to make sure we account for that. So let's start with the required ones.
I like that approach of him, that he's more about safe programming, that you can't use it wrong, because that's also in me. He does it a bit more and in a different style, which I don't like, but I think that's why I want to hear the entire tutorial.
There might actually be a situation like a healing projectile, for instance, down the road where,
because he will like hint to things on how you could do it that I would want to know for how I will do it. So I think that's why it's valuable for me to watch the entire tutorial, even though I disagree with some of the choices in design, or a lot of the choices in design.
The hurt box, which is hurt box 2D, and then we're going to have the expected damage, so damage expected, which is a int. But you know what, while we're ahead, there might actually be a situation, like a healing projectile, for instance, down the road, where we might change the health, but it's not necessarily damage. So let's account for that in advance. So we can call this like health expected, and then health change. Okay, and then this should be P health expected there. So we're not actually going to pass in health change as a parameter here, because when we create the hit, we haven't processed the health change yet. So we'll update the health change manually, probably on the hurt box or after that, to set back in the data what the health change value is for anything that needs to know. But we'll have the optional parameters, knockback force and duration. So P knockback force as a vector 2, and that's going to equal vector 2.0 by default. And then we're also going to have P knockback duration, which is a float, and then that'll just be equal to 0.25. Yeah, I guess so. And then I'll remove the default up here.
I wonder if I want what he does here later, maybe, which is fully decoupling the hitting and the hurt objects or entities. But so far, I rather have it coupled in a way that I, in one entity, decide specifically for what hit it or hurt it in those way, and not have it fully generic with such kind of object.
The hurt box is going to be equal to P hurt box, and so on and so forth. So health expected is going to be equal to P health expected. Knockback force is going to be equal to P knockback force. And duration is going to be equal to the knockback duration. So I don't super like the property name health expected. I'm going to try renaming that in all cases across our script. So
let's rename it a second time. Good that we didn't cut that out of the video.
Variables are prefixed by P underscore, and it's going to change those to whatever we want. So I'm going to say maybe amount. Because when you hit, there's an amount of change, and you would expect that. So I think that's still pretty clear, but easier to type. So I'll rename, and now you see it's not.
Well, if we have amount, then we would need a type, so that if we have hit data, we would need amount and what kind, else the amount is worth nothing. BRB again, see you in a second.
Just keeping like the shortest possible variable name that's still very clear about what it actually is. And if you need to specify more about what each is supposed to be, then you can go up here to the top and you can do hashtags, or really just one. If you do 2 hashtags, it adds it to the documentation. Which actually, no, that should be there. So let's add in a comment here. The hitbox, which hit the hurt box, I guess you could say with a move or attack. And then here, the receiving hurt box of the move. And then
I need more than 2 times speed right now, because he's just naming stuff.
I think actually the health change, because that's not part of the original data, I'm actually going to remove that from the hit data. We might not need it to be in the hit data, because this is more of the reaction result, which could be emitted in its own signal on, say, the hurt box, rather than the data of the hit being transmitted to the hurt box, so to speak. So I don't know. Maybe we'll add it back in later, but I'll have to see. Okay, and then the knockback force is the direction, and the force amount or the magnitude. I guess magnitude of the knockback would be more technically correct. And then the duration is the length of knockback, keeping the character in the hit. Well, not necessarily. We'll just say the length of the knockback duration, because not every character is actually going to play the hit action. Maybe some characters just completely ignore the knockback duration, and they continue moving as normal. So it's not necessarily a certain thing that the play hit action will be going on every character. That's just the expected default for right now. Okay, so that pretty much clarifies this class pretty well. So if we were to click search help and look up hit data, we should be able to see all of the information we just typed.
What actually would be interesting is in the enemy. maybe in the character even. Here we could have a var. How did I call that? Could I call that knockback? Pushback. So we could have something like wait, or we could name it more specifically and say like pushback, and then this would be resistance. And because we only implemented pushback in the enemy, we should probably not have it in the character. So in the enemy, we could have pushback resistance of 1. And then this would be a float. And then in the enemy, we could apply that here, right? So we have the pushback strength, which kind of would be in percentage from 0 to 100. So maybe we do it with 100. And I know that I could do it with the range, and then it would be 0 to 100 and all of that, but that's flavor. Don't need that right now. So we add that here as another factor from the enemy. So we do resource pushback resistance. And have that also be divided by 100. So this should now change nothing. Except crashing. Oh, of course. Because it's not in the resource, it's in the enemy resource. Enemy resource. Yeah, that's something that is not that nice yet. Because when I have inheritance, I can't just have resource, right? So I need to rename it somehow, or always have it called character resource, so I know from where I will get that. But that's a minor inconvenience. I'm fine with just weird naming. It's annoying though that it can't check what's in the resource. I think that's something that the language should be able to, that it just tells me, okay, this is not here at compile time and not when I'm executing what I'm doing. So pushback resistance. Here, invader, stop play. So that's quite weak. And if I now go with the pushback resistance to only 50 and play this again, it should have been way stronger. If I go to 150 and play it again, is it now way stronger? It's just not working at all again. But 200 resistance. Definitely should be the other way around. So that when I have 100, this is 1. And when I have 50 resistance, the value is 2 and therefore bigger. So now if I have only 50 resistance, it should have more impact. Yeah, it's way stronger now. And the relation of impact to flying upwards is also way too strong now. So maybe we'll add the resistance here as well. That did not really have an impact, did it? So this is getting weaker. So this value should be stronger, which is kind of weird because we're now making it dependent. Now we'll not tweak that again. We tweaked this enough. It will stay like this. And now we could go though and say, okay, we now have a resistance per enemy, so we could pump that up to 500. And although the projectile has the same ability to push back, okay, jump into death if you want to. Yeah, we'll have nearly no pushback. Okay, I like that. Okay, that's cool. So we can now have enemies to have different resistances against the pushback stuff. And what we're gonna do, we'll just move that into a separate method to have better overview. Maybe both of them actually. So we'll do apply damage, apply pushback, and then I think I just pass in the projectile. That's enough. And then we can duplicate them. And excuse me. Thank you. Have the damage and the pushback. And apply that, and it should all work, and it's a bit better structured. Not much, but a bit. I can't do this, right? Can I? Yeah, I would like to have this way of structuring stuff, but that's not possible because it's Python syntax. So I would need to make multiple lines out of it and add it up, which I don't want to do. Okay, so we have apply damage, apply push up. Let's check that it's still working. Yeah. Looks kind of right. Okay. What would be cool is if I would do this game and do more with it. I think it would be cool that the enemy kind of has a counterattack. So I put him in the pushback state, and when he starts falling, in exactly that moment, he will calculate a straight line to the player and try to hit you. So like, if you don't push him far enough, he can't reach you with that, right? Just a small force in your direction. So So if you like have too much force applied, it will attack from above and be really hard to evade. But if you kind of manage to shoot from above and have not that much vertical force, it will be fine and it will just dash towards you straight. I wonder if I want to implement that now. But I would need to implement a state machine for that. So we'll keep that idea maybe for later, so that the enemy will shoot down at you from the highest point as revenge. Okay, continue with the tutorial.
Documentation for this class. The class itself doesn't have a description yet. If you want to do that, up here at the top we could say data properties concerning when a hitbox is hit by a hitbox, move, attack, or action. Okay, so now if we look up hit data again, we'll see that just pops up there. So it's like instantly created documentation, which is a pretty cool part of Godot, and I think we can even click the properties and jump right to them. So now back in
Let me quickly turn on the lights. Okay. Better.
in Hurtbox for the hit function, instead of receiving the p damage int, we can actually just receive the hit data. So let's do hit data, and we can say p hit data underscore data. I'll also make that what gets emitted here. So hit data, when the Hurtbox is hit with the hurt data, we can emit that. And now from the hit data, we want to minus equals the p hit data dot amount instead of the p damage. So regarding the damage dealt, we can add that back into the p hit data. And I know I just removed that field, so we'll say p hit data dot actual or changed, actual change? Yeah, I guess actual change, sure. It's going to be equal to the damage dealt. So this is going to be a negative value. So since the change doesn't really specify if it's positive or negative, we should say negative 1 times damage dealt. Okay, now we need to add this hit data property back in. So under amount on hit data, the actual amount of health change that resulted on the target. For our actual change, it's going to be an int. Okay, so setting the data back on the hit data, and then when we emit the data into this hit data, it's going to have that property. So it's basically taking the data, updating it, and then re-emitting it from the Hurtbox for anything that needs to respond to this. So we're going to emit the p hit data down here after modifying it, and then we return the damage dealt, I guess. Let's see. Actual change. Let's rename the values here. So I'm going to rename damage dealt to actual change, and then we'll say negative 1 here.
Pushback resistance 100% does not make sense though. Do I have a better name for that? Pushback. Okay, we'll just keep it even though it's not fitting.
So if
we have no time.
It's going to be made negative here, and then we don't need to make that negative here.
We should at least get till here, right? That's okay. That's only 1 hour 45 minutes. That should be doable. Okay, okay. So we can take some more time if we want to at some point.
Actual health value to the p hit data, and it will return the actual amount changed. So if this is a negative value, we know it dealt damage, and if it's a positive value, then we know it actually healed the character. So basically, the hit function can be used for both heals or damage dealing effects. And that way we don't have to create separate functions for that. So that's going to do the hit. Was hit is going to trigger, we're going to get the hit data, which means if we go back over to the object Blackboard setter now, was hit is going to be expecting the p hit data. And if we hit play and try to run it, it would probably throw an error, and we just end up over here at an error point. But I'm just doing this preemptively. So the hits data.
1 second, I didn't pay attention.
Blackboard setter now, was hit is going to be expecting the
was hit for him is in the invader.
p hit data. And
okay.
If we hit play and try to run it, it would probably throw an error, and we just end up over here at an error point. But I'm just doing this preemptively. So the hits data is going to be that. So let's see, the global names keys is hit.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do. We just get the hitbox.
And that will mean that on our play hit action, we can just pull all of that information from the one data object rather than just the fact that it was hit. But now we have access to everything else inside of the play hit script, like the knockback factor. P hit data, hit data.
How did I do the... Oh, I just get the owner of the hitbox and then cast that. Yeah, and that will always be true for how I structure stuff. If you have a hitbox, you will know what the owner will be. And then if a thing has multiple hitboxes though, they would be named, right? Or have some property. That's where my way would fail. That is when this would not be a projectile, But the owner, because it's the character hitting with a sword, the owner would be the character. Which means I would then check, okay, it's the character, and if it's the character, I would check what kind of hitbox is this. Yeah, okay. That's where this might fail. But I would think about solutions in that case then and not now, I think. But probably it would not be about what hitbox, at least for games like usual where you hit, it would be the player would have the state it's in, right? So I could just get the character and check what state are you in, and then I'll just check for that. And if it's in an attacking state, I would check for which hitbox hit it. It would be different maybe if we have an enemy that has like spikes on it and is really tall, right? Then it has several hitboxes, which maybe do different things. Then this get the owner way wouldn't work. So probably something that would make sense at some point is that the hitbox has a property that would be source, and you could get the source, but this will not be something set from here. It can be like maybe defaulted to owner, but you could override it with anything else. Maybe that would be the way, so that you don't do hitbox.owner but hitbox.source. And then in the projectile, for example, wait, we can even do it maybe that we force to set the source actually. And this could be any node 2D, any node actually. And then we assert that source is not null. Unintended doesn't match the previous indentation level. What? Oh, there's a space. So if you run this now, it should crash because it's null. It doesn't. Great. Why is it not crashing? Oh, because there was no projectile yet. Okay, so it's broken now. And then this would mean that what we need to do is where we use this hitbox. Oh, but that's a bit late to check that, right? Hitbox 2D. In the hurt box, in the enemy, we get it. That's not what we want. In the projectile, yeah, we have it. We enforce it. And here we would also do hitbox 2D dot source equals self. And in other cases, I could have several hitboxes and then say, okay, the source of this hitbox is the arm, the leg, whatever. And I think that's a bit better and more powerful. So I just need to set it up like that always. So anywhere where I would have has hitbox set, I would also need to set the source now. And I ensure that that happens with the assertion. And now I would not do dot owner, but I would do source dot source. Maybe I call it node or parent. Owner is kind of fitting. Source dot. What's an alternative word for owner? Owner. Holder, keeper. Root would also be nice, something like that. But I don't know if root is already predefined on these things. Maybe I'm fine with source. Origin. No, hitbox. Does an area 2D have origin? What? I somehow closed the program. Hitbox. What? It's closing the program again. Are my shortcuts not working there or what? Okay. So how do I search here? Oh, okay, it's the special controls for this doc, I think. Origin. Root. So maybe we call this root if that's not set. Root. We could even call it like that, root node, origin node. I think I like origin node. And then here we take the origin node as projectile. And then we also need to go to the projectile and have the origin node set to self. And now let's see if this works. What? Assertion failed. Was that the moment again where code didn't change as it should? Origin node. But which assertion failed? And now in the enemy, origin node. Excuse me, I'm in projectile. Origin node is set to this. Oh. That's too late. Yeah, that's too late. So I can either move it here where it wastes. But I should check that. But not every time. I dislike that. I don't know how asserts work. If asserts will just not be compiled in when when the program is built for runtime, then I would be perfectly fine with this. I think that would be exactly what I want. If assert is called checked then also, like all the time, I would not like that. Okay, so it still works, but we now define the origin of the herd box, and we set that wherever we want. So we could not do a self, but we could set any other thing here. And so if we would have a melee character with a weapon and a shield or something, we could check if an enemy hit the shield hitbox or the weapon hitbox, apply the damage accordingly, and set that up by having two hitboxes, that one gets the shield as its property, as its origin node, and the other one gets the sword. Which also means that I could just only put in the resources now. But if I do that, I lose information, right? Because the way I do it now, I'm just most powerful. And I can, for the pushback, actually take the projectiles, velocity, and all of that information. So I want to keep it like that. And I just want to have the flexibility to decide what the node will be that I send over. And then the same way, I get the herd box, right? And for the target, it should be the same way, that the target should also be able, and the herd box should be able to define what the actual target was. So I will copy this and do the same thing over there. So I have an origin node for the herd box too, and I will do the same assert, and it will be, I mean, it must be here already, right? If I check is hittable, then that's the earliest we get. And so now if I would run it, as soon as the herd box get is entered, yeah, we'll crash there. Okay. And so now wherever I have the herd box, which is only in the enemy, I will not only need to do all this stuff, but define what the origin node would be, and it would also be self in this case. Okay, I think I like it that way. It's quite flexible. I don't love it. but like because of the way that I now because of the way the assert works, I would like this to be checked immediately, like at the by the program, right? This would be something that I would check as a tool ready thing. So when the script is not ready, now that wouldn't work. Yeah, I don't have a good place to make this check. This check should be after everything is ready, because in the ready I apply this. I would just want to have ready 1 function and ready 2 function, and in ready 2 I can do checks like these, which were assigned. I could also just not assert, the same way I don't handle if isHittable is not set, and just have a default node here. But I think that's a bigger source of error than this one, so I think this is fine. But yeah, I kind of have the same problem with isHittable implementation not being set up, as well as here with the connection to the nodes. But I'm fine with that. I'm fine with having this assert in a weird place. Yeah, okay. I convinced myself. So we can continue listening to the tutorial now. I knew there were some enemies left. Okay. Yeah, I want to do they launch down at us at some point. I think that would be really cool. From the highest point, and then they just directly fly towards the character. Wonder how that would work. I could just take the player's global position and go in that direction, right? Damn it. Okay, let me see. Let me cook a bit. If we are here on the pushback, I would need a next state that this is going to or changing to from the behavior tree. And then in that one, I could say, okay, now apply the velocity again for X amount of time. Which also means that I would need to store whatever hit me here, so I can act on that. But yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. That's stuff I can do if I have a proper state machine and then set up everything, not like this. Way too messy to add such advanced stuff. Okay, so we continue the video, but I think I'll do a short break before. Indeed, you have. But you have summoned me back. I got apple. How is that so loud? Okay, now it isn't. I just felt like it was more ASMR, but okay, normal chewing is not giving a peak in the audio, so that should be fine. I changed a bit around, more stuff around. But you didn't really miss much. I just have a new property in the hit and hurt box so that I can define what the damage source is and then can use that origin to do stuff rather than always taking the owner, which I had before done. And I think this is now a bit better. But other than that, yeah, you missed nothing.
We'll pass that in, key hit data, and instead of keys is hit, we'll do keys dot hit data. Okay, so that of course means we need to jump into keys, Blackboard keys, and I'm going to update this. So instead of checking if the Boolean is hit, we'll check if there's an active hit object assigned inside the Blackboard. So basically, if the character's hit, there'll be a valid object, and if it's not, then there won't be a hit object. So we'll have var hit data, and this is going to be a string name still. And I'm going to be looking for hit data. Okay, so we can get rid of the property is hit. Now let's jump over to the play hit action, or the play hit condition, really. So we're going to be checking for var hit data is equal to key blackboard.get value, global names, keys, hit data, and by default that's going to be null, which is the default value, so we don't need this anymore. So if the hit data is not null, which can just be this, if hit data, then we return success, else return failure. So basically if there's no hit data, then we're not doing the play hit action, which means that if we go up to play hit action now,
When to check on my left arm, I think a nerve is pinched or compressed. No, that's not allowed. You mean in the way that if you sometimes accidentally hit it and then it like hurts and sparkles in your arm in not a nice way? That would suck. Can you not just choose it to not be like that? I think that's the way you deal with such things, right? Just denial and then they fix themselves. More like if pushed down on a certain part of my arm, it hurts and it radiates up to my hands. Oh, ibuprofen time though. Okay, well that doesn't sound good at all. That sounds like if it's not better in a day, it's doctor time, to be honest. I only have that sometimes if I have tense muscles too strongly, because I'm quite tall and then my back is not in the US. Nah, ooh, damn. Yeah, I see the point. Well, that's yeah. There's nothing to add to that. Then, how's that? Compassion, I think, is the English word, right? We'll do the ignore it strat. Yeah. Great. I think English is cross fingers, right? That it will just go away. In Germany, you're pressing your thumb rather than crossing your fingers. So, yeah, that for you.
Once again, going to be getting that hit data, and we can do that up here, and we can do that on before run. So var hit data, and the before run. Let's see. We're going to be getting the hit data from the Blackboard. It's going to be equal to, and this should be p Blackboard. And I'm going to make this p Blackboard to make it consistent with this over here. So the parameter Blackboard is going to get the value. The key we're looking for is the global names dot keys dot hit data. So we do expect that this is going to be there. if it's not there, that's really a problem. So we're going to assert hit data does not equal null. Or we could say is instance valid hit data. So when you do an assert, it's only going to trigger these asserts during development mode. But it's a big problem if we try to run the hit action and we don't have hit data here. I mean, we're probably going to get an error anyway, so this isn't necessarily required, but we could have it there anyway. Hit data must be set for the play.
Oh, I can even give information in the asserts.
Just kind of like as an extra there. So we really want to emphasize we have to have hit data.
To be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if it was the Guitar Hero that I've been playing.
And this hit data is going to be consistent for our entire play hit action. We don't need to
did you hit something or just like
we just need to
pressing too much, overusing?
Would expect. So for our hit knockback, it's going to have a knockback stun, right? That's the knockback.
Is there like
duration.
newer Guitar Hero stuff, or did you have like an old thing hooked up?
So if the duration
I only played it like very few times because I never owned it myself.
Playing the animation actually.
And
so we can say if
I think the modern thing I see people do is they have a real guitar hooked up to some program that just checks if the notes were correct, and then they're just playing real guitar and checking stuff.
Set is playing to true. Otherwise, we want to enforce that is playing false.
Clone Heroes Guitar Hero sim that's still being maintained. The online leaderboard capabilities and stuff. Oh, that's cool. That's Rocksmith, the one I noted. I see. Yeah, I thought that looked really cool, but yeah, I don't know how accurate that is and how well it works. And it's also probably way harder to do than having like less buttons from Guitar Hero, but then also you're learning guitar if you play that, right? So I found that really cool thing. But with leaderboard and all that, it's Guitar Hero sounds really, really fun actually.
So for our hit knockback, it's going to have a knockback stun, right? That's the knockback duration. And we only want the hit animation to actually play if there is a knockback stun of sorts. So if the duration is set to 0 seconds, then we would just skip playing the animation actually. So we can say if hit data dot knockback duration is greater than 0.0 seconds, then we're going to play the animation. We're going to connect to animation finished, and we're going to set is playing to true. Otherwise, we want to enforce that is playing is false because there's no knockback, there's no stun. So basically, as soon as we finish up with this function running one time, we're already done with it. So we should just return success. So is playing is going to be false. It's going to come to the tick on the next update, and it's going to return success down here. And what we want to do is instead of setting the Boolean to false, we want to set the property of the hit data. We want to set the variable, the hit data, to null. So we're going to take global names.keys.hitData, and we're going to set that to null. And because that's null, the next time it tries to look at the is hit condition, it's going to be basically null, and it's going to return failure, which means it's just going to move on to the wander action.
I want more apples now.
Action. So just like with the wander delay timer, we're
I should have cooked before stream,
though
so I could eat something now.
Specifically set up for each of the hit data. So if one hit has a 0.5 second timer, we're going to do that. Otherwise, it might be a 0.25 second timer or a 0 second timer. It makes sense to have the
food would be nice.
Delay timer set up externally so that we can customize.
That's why Mew pairing is good. Yeah, true.
The wander actions for the character. But the hit timer is specific to the
I'm
hit.
usually only cooking when I'm hungry, so meal prepping would need too much planning ahead, so I never do. But
honestly, we could just do
honestly, just so smart if you have yourself in control enough to do it.
Timer. So honestly, we could just do a
just
@onReady var.
benefits only.
@onReady var hit timer is going to be equal to timer.new, and then instead of connecting to the animation finish.
Whoa, this time he is actually using the timer the way I used it before. Interesting. He's doing it on ready though, which would create that. I mean, for the enemy it's fine, but for other things I wouldn't want to have it on ready, right? I would just want to have it right away on initialization, and then the timer's there. Probably makes no difference if you create it in code. For meal and meal prepping, if I'm hungry, I just cook more and store some for later. Like yesterday I made smash burgers. Ooh, that sounds good. And I made a couple extra for if I'm hungry later. I mean, yeah. For me, it's I just cook huge portion and then maybe I eat the rest the next day. But it's more that I just skip breakfast to eat that then, rather than doing it smart and eat breakfast anyway and then have stuff for the day, right? So I am just what's the English term? 1 second. Foul. I'm just too lazy, way too lazy. But I can still improve that at some point in my life, probably, and just meal prep properly. Or plan ahead a bit more and then do it, I don't know. But yeah, actually maybe I just stop eating it then and just do breakfast. That sounds smart. That would save me a lot of time. Honestly, it can be hard. When I got to live on my own off base, I was horrible at prepping meals. Yeah. It's just if there's only self-motivation, then everything gets a bit harder. If you're really hungry, make something that can be made immediately for breakfast, like eggs. Yeah. I mean, as a German, I'm really loving bread, so I could just eat bread, which I usually do for breakfast, and that's it. That's just cutting it and eating it, right? So I'm just being a bit stupid and lazy there and just grab the food that's already prepped. Should be easy to fix.
So honestly, we could just do a @on ready var. So @on ready var
easy breakfast, yeah,
is going to be equal to timer.new. And then instead of connecting to the animation finished signal, we'll set up the timer, play it, and connect for the timer to timeout. So let's say timer or hit timer dot play,
timer,
and we're going to get the hit data dot knockback duration. We're gonna connect.
Oh yeah, because he having a separate hit timer where I don't have a separate hit timer, but I am using the animation time as the hit timer. Okay.
On loading, then
still nothing I want to implement so far.
And we want to do hit timer dot
But I'm making pizza from scratch, making the sauce, dough and all, and normally I will make a whole pizza for myself and make extra sauce to be used for something else.
Okay, so since the hit time is just going to be set up here on ready, we just connect once. We really don't need to connect to it every time the animation stops or finishes.
I think I'm in those cases, I'm just not having the perfect combination or ratio between stuff, and then I would just be like, well, I have too much sauce, whatever, and then I put just way too much sauce on the pizza dough, and then I just eat it like that. So I'm just a bit inefficient with that and keeping stuff for reusing it. But yeah, makes sense. Making it by hand is stress reliever for me. Yeah, I love it. I love to make it. I'm not very good at it, but it's just that the same problem, right? The problem for me is I'm hungry now, I'm making food now. I should make food before I'm hungry. So if I'm hungry now, there's no time to make pizza, right? And make the dough and then wait for it to be ready hours later the next day. So that's, I think, the main problem. I should start eating and prepping food before I'm hungry. But yeah, a bit too lazy for that, but it definitely is a smart way. You have your life under control, telling you, at least compared to me. Like prepping right after it. Oh yeah, that also kind of smart. Yeah.
Data dot knockback duration. We're gonna connect to the timeout, but you know what? Let's do that up here. rather than in the before run. So we have the hit timer. When this gets set to a value,
Oh, I like
loading,
that.
then,
Setting it on the
hit timer is
setting.
going to equal the value, and
Yeah.
we want to do hit timer dot timeout dot connect, and we'll say on timeout. Okay, and we'll create that function at the bottom, or really, let's just rename this to be on timeout. Okay, so create that function timeout dot connect, and we'll.
Yeah, I like that. I cannot split it, right? I put it in its own line, and then in the onReady function, I did the hit timer value, hit timer, timeout connect. I did that separate. I think it's nice to have that in one point, actually.
Timeout. Okay, and we'll create that function at the bottom, or really, let's just rename this to be on timeout. Okay, so since the hit time is just going to be set up here on ready, we just connect once. We really don't need to connect to it every time the animation stops or finishes. So we can get rid of this line.
I see. So he now is independent of the animation time, which means that if his animation would be too long or too small, too short, it would just be not fitting. Yeah, but I would agree that I would do it like he's doing it now. Just don't want to change it all now again, but yeah.
When the timeout occurs, is playing is going to be equal to false. And let's make sure that after the run that we stop playing the timer just in case it happens to be running. So function after run, p actor node, p
damn, I want pizza.
Blackboard,
maybe I order food. It's a new month, right?
Timer dot
aren't I rich of the new month?
Timer dot stop. Hit.
Usually it's like
timer
that.
Dot stop. Okay, and that'll make sure that it is completely stopped until the next time we come in here, so there's no funny things going on with the signal callback. Okay, let me just give this.
Okay, let's listen to the last part again.
It is completely stopped until the next time we come in here, so there's no funny things going on with the
I did that for the animation connection, so I fixed all of that in the same way. I just don't have a separate timer.
The hit data assigned on load. When we stop playing, then we should set the hit data to null. I guess we can take this line and port it up here so that, you know, no matter how we exit the after run, this will always set the hit to null after the hit action is done being played. Okay, so that should be p blackboard there. This can be underscore p actor because we're not using it, and underscore p underscore blackboard because we're not using it. You can see in the debugger that actually there's like a lot of unused variables. I can click on those and try to clean them up. So basically, whenever a value is used, you can just underscore.
That's definitely 2 times speed.
I got quite a few right now. So let's see, p actor, and
I don't need to see him cleaning up.
So when our hitbox
in slow-mo.
before we were passing in the weapon stats damage, so we can see that this now requires a hit data. So before we hit the hitbox, we need to create an actual hit data. So we'll say,
already in the next part.
To hit data.new. Then make sure it's spelled that way. It should highlight green. And then we need at least 3 parameters for the init function. So if we check the, so I'm going to close out all these scripts over here. And if we check the hit data init, and you can do that, I think, just by clicking on new, we come down here to init, and you can see that we need these 3 parameters. Looks like there's also a bit of an issue going on here. Can't parse hitbox 2D. So it might be hit and then capital box for the B. Let's take a look. So I got hitbox 2D. Oh no, the reason is because I just wrote a line of code which isn't valid. Okay, so we need these parameters. So hitbox, hurtbox, and amount. So the hitbox is self, of course. The hurtbox is the one we just found, the hurtbox. Okay, and when you hit comment, you can see the parameters popping up. So next is the amount, so the damage, which is
we go to 1 time speed, and I will
for right now
see if I want to order food.
Back to that. So just save that. And then when we are emitting the signal, rather than passing in the hurtbox and the delt, why don't we just do the hit data as 1 parameter? So hit data.
I would like pizza.
Now we can wait for the delt damage to come back, which is also going to update the hit data. So let's pass in the hit data here, which gets updated, and then we can emit the hit data. Up to us if we want that.
But he's not setting the knockback stuff now, right?
To emit before the hurtbox receives it or after it, and then the hurtbox processes it and everything else. I don't know, that just kind of depends on what you want. Like if when the hit is done, if you want to have that final damage delt data being emitted with the signal, or if you want it to just be before the hurtbox processes anything, then you can put the hit.emit before this hurtbox.hit function. That is entirely dependent on kind of what you're looking for, like timing wise. But either way should work for the most part. It's just one will have the actual health changed like this, and then if you put it before, then it won't have that data. So invalid argument for hit data, but is end. Yeah, that just means we need to rerun it. So if we hit play, yeah, we're probably going to run into a few other minor issues.
Okay, let me go
Just
back
have that
a
final
second. Why did he not add the...
box. The reason
Here it is. So in his init, he's getting hitbox, hurtbox, amount, knockback. Oh, because he has defaults for knockback. Okay. So we would still have no knockback at the moment.
that to emit is the hit dot emit. So instead of checking, yeah, we're probably going to run into a few other minor issues. So
Okay, I will pause to, because I'm clearly not able to listen and select food. And I'll see if I can get pizza. But I'm not living in the biggest town, which means that I have quite the high minimum order price. Pizza. I think I just ordered at the place where I usually order, even though there's no pizza for me there. I have also, it's like, I'm not really feeling the hunger until I realize, but then if I realize, I get super hungry out of nowhere. Now that I'm seeing the pictures of the food, damn, I'm so hungry now. So hungry. My brain just hit the hunger from me. Okay, so we will order that. Yeah, pizza time. What? That's a global emote? I mean, that there's a global pizza emote, that's fine. But why is there a whole... What's that? Pineapple, right? A whole pineapple on it. Damn. Okay. Pay. 25 to 35 minutes. Okay. Food is on the way. Italy would like to know your location. Yeah. Yeah. Also imagine you... Or maybe you can override it, right? But imagine you're an Italian streamer and someone spams that emote in your stream. You can still ban them, right? But kind of a statement that you are forced to have that emote.
So let's see, is hit no longer exists. So yeah, when we're doing the wander action, instead of checking his hit, what we should be checking for now is hit data. So keys.hit data. and then this will be of type hit data, of course. So if the hit
every
data
message
is
my phone
valid, so
gets
basically
will now trigger
this
me
instance
thinking my
valid
food is here,
hit data,
even though
then we
it's
wanna
still
make sure
so
and
far
failure,
away.
Because if there's a hit to process, we want to break out the wander action. So this is on the wander action that we're talking about right here, of course.
24
From the
minutes.
previous video. And yeah, these are just the kind of updates we need to make when we kind of change our data
I
structure.
should start a
So
timer
we
and
hit play.
put it somewhere
Yeah, I
on
guess
stream.
Right now, that's pretty much it. So let's shoot it. Interesting. It just passes right through them. Let's see what the debugger says. Error calling hit. Because we changed the parameters. So let's click that. And this is on the projectile.gd. On hit, expected 2 arguments. All right, so we need to go into projectile.gd, and we'll check this. So on hit is actually going to be receiving the hit data. Right. So the projectile hit the target, and now we need to free it. But in order for that to work, we have to have the right parameters. So key hits data, hits data. We're not going to be using it, so I'll underscore it in advance. Now this kind of also illustrates why having a object that
It's no update for my food, something else. Food delivery is so expensive for me. It's too for me, actually. Because I need to get at least, I think, 25 euros or something. So it's not that maybe I could get cheaper food, but it's just that it's the additional amount I need to buy, although I don't want that much. And then on top, there's a fee for delivering for the one place that I usually buy. But that's like the one that's nice to order from. The rest is just 50 plus euros, so they even deliver to you. And then sometimes it's like 15 or more euros delivery cost additionally. So I don't know, it's really, I feel like it's really expensive. But it's purely because this is just off and out of any big city. So I don't blame them. But still, I lived 6 months in Tokyo, right, where you get everything always. You don't even need to deliver, you just go to the restaurant. And so this is a step back with the delivery options and the ability to just get a really nice full meal in the middle of the night or whenever. In one of my game projects, I got rid of a scene, but left it in the game isolated for reference, and Godot screams at me when I open that project. Yeah, every single time probably, right? What was it what I had on stream on the game earlier? I hadn't disconnected something. I think I was trying to reconnect something, and Godot was not happy with that. It didn't crash or anything, everything worked perfect, but it was not happy that I tried to connect a second time in some place.
Your data structure for all the parameters that are going to go into a hit is helpful, because your signal is always going to emit as hit data.
But I have to say, I think the Godot warnings and errors are really good and precise. I have not so far, but I didn't do the craziest stuff, encountered something where I didn't immediately know what to do. And with C++ programming, that's sometimes a different story. So yeah, I'm fine with the way Godot screams at me. I'm fine with that, even though I would wish it would just fix the bugs for itself, but still fine with that.
As you update your project, but instead of having 2 parameters become 3 parameters, and then it breaks off your signal connects, you can just always have it be hit data, and then you customize hit data internally, and all your signals stay glued together. So one advantage of just having a single parameter for a signal like this, especially when the data structures are kind of complex. Let's close and play again. So if we hit play, and we hit these characters, then we can see basically for a fraction of a second, it's probably just a single frame, but they do kind of stop playing the wander action, because it's not about dealing damage, it's about whether the animation is going to play or not. It's on the is hit condition. We'll check if the hit data is there, and return success. And so before passing this on to do the play hit action in the hit sequence, let's also check if the hit data.knockback duration is greater than 0.0, and then we'll return success. Otherwise,
yeah, I hate those things. These kind of quick fixes he does, because the structure is not correct and not working. I hate those little things, and I needed to make a lot of these to make his setup work for what I want. And that's why I think that he and I are really using the behavior tree wrong. Because if you do the check here, and the is hit condition is actually the check for everything, here should be where the hit knockback thing would be, and not here, and in the hit action, and in the one direction, and. So
I want this to interrupt the wander action with the play hit action. So let's hit play and see if that works. So we shoot the characters, and okay, that kind of broke them. Let's check the debug right now and see what's going on here. So it's in the wander action. Yes. So we can see that it doesn't actually remove the hit immediately. Yeah. Okay. Maybe what we can do is we only actually set the hit on the blackboard if we need it to be processed. So rather than checking the hit duration right here, we'll start the play hit action, exit out of the hit basically immediately if the knockback duration is 0, but it's still going to run the tick one time, which means it's going to be not in the wander state. So in the object blackboard setter, we'll only set the blackboard value if the hit data duration is greater than 0. So if the hit data,
okay, I like that more, but still I don't love it.
Maybe this calls for a comment. So because the blackboard is going to be helping us control our logic here,
could also fire right now, but probably shouldn't. Yeah, but that's always the case with ordering food, right? One never should.
But I think that'll work for right now. So if I shoot a character, you can see now it doesn't interrupt the wander state at all because there's no knockback duration, so it stays in the wander state because the hit data was never set on the blackboard to interrupt it. His hit condition never returns true.
It's tasty.
So now we need to actually give our projectiles that knockback stun. So let's check out the.
For me, the first of the month is actually the best excuse to do it. There are little other excuses that are equally strong than fresh money for the month. So I could not resist. But you know, if you have no good reason against, I don't want to be the bad influence, but
yeah, so just bear with me here. Let's right click on create weapons and we'll do a new script. So this will be a resource to define a knockback, and this will be knockback.gd. We'll create that, and then let's just pull these into that. So class name, knockback, maybe we call it knockback stats actually. Okay, and we name the script. So
knockback stats we have now, okay.
The duration. So the duration can be.
So he's just grouping it.
So 1 second. I think that's probably plenty, honestly. And now we have weapon stats, so we can have export var knockback stats. Okay, and if we check the weapon stats basic, we can see knockback is empty. So if we don't want a weapon to have a knockback, we can just leave this blank, and then we don't need to check the duration. We can just see if there is a knockback or not. We do want the basic weapon to have knockback, so I'll create one, and we have the defaults of the force and the duration. This is also handy if we add more stuff to how this knockback should work. Okay, so
yeah, I mean I have all that, just not split up that much because I think that it's not complex enough to be split that much. So we just have this here now, right? And in Godot, we just have the stats here rather than there being like a subgroup in the projectile stats. So I'm fine with that. And I'm also fine with that being defined per projectile. And then the weapon just defines what projectile it uses, right? So I just define the projectile I want to use. And that's how I combine the projectiles and the weapons. And so the same weapons could also have different projectiles and switch between them and all of that. I like that way. But in general, I agree that if the weapon could only have one projectile ever, then I think I would probably just never have the projectile have stats at all. Then all the stats would just be in the weapon. And that would mean that this hitbox though, when I create the projectile, I would need to set up the hitbox correctly, right? Because I would need to pass the parameters. So that would mean, in that case, in the projectile launch, I would require that I get the owner node, and then I would set that for the hitbox, right? Hitbox 2D origin node it actually is. So I think that would be how I would resolve this. And now I can remove the projectile stats from here, have them entirely in the weapon, and then the weapon can set itself or set the resource that it wants to set for the projectile, and then everything will work perfectly. I think that's how I would structure his approach with having the resources only defined in the weapon. Okay, I think that actually checked that my hitboxes are quite in a good state now so that I can do whatever I want with them. Okay, yeah, I like that. I like that. Beer, gonna heat up some of those burgers that I made. I mean, that sounds really good too, and it will be quicker than ordering food. You know what? I'm gonna not order empty sandwich. Oh, on an empty stomach, yeah, true. You might order way more and way more unhealthy stuff. And toast some some bread in the pan. The association for bread must be strong in my German brain that I didn't manage to read bread but said Brot with an English accent.
Hit. So let's see, that would probably be in the hitbox 2D. We get the weapon stats damage. I'm going to use that to create the hit of the defaults of the force and the duration. This is also handy if we add more stuff to how this knockback should work. Okay, so now on our hit, so let's see, that would probably be in the hitbox 2D. We get the weapon stats damage. I'm going to use that to create the hit data. So let's see, the fourth parameter can be weapon stats.knockback. Okay, now that isn't a parameter inside of the hit data, so let's look up the hit data. And we'll have one variable here for the knockbacks, which is type knockback stats, and the force and duration of an expected knockback.
Yeah, I don't hate that he's having a transmission object.
So as our extra parameter, we're going to have p knockback of type knockback stats. This can default to null. We don't have to set it. And then we remove these extra parameters.
I just don't see
knockback equals p knockback, and we get rid of that. Okay, so basically we combine two properties
like a huge benefit at the moment. I might realize that when I do more complex stuff, and that I'm remembering that I could just do have an intermission transmission object and then use that. But so far, I think I'm better off directly checking the objects.
We do check if it's hit. We could also check here if the hit data has a knockback, but I think that might make sense to actually add an extra condition before we go to the play hit action. So let's create a new condition leaf here. Add a condition leaf. So I'll say hit has knockback condition, and then we'll create that as a script. So hit has knockback condition. I think we're putting everything in objects still, right? So we got our conditions here. I might actually group all these conditions into a folder soon, but for right now, I guess we'll do hit has knockback.
Wait, he has a new condition now.
Condition leaf, and then we'll create that, and we'll copy the stick function over like this. So we'll say if hit data dot knockback. I guess we can actually eliminate the is hit condition from the sequence, and we'll just do if hit data and hit data dot knockback. Now the is hit condition could still be useful for other things, but here we're checking that there's a hit and it has a knockback. So really, I guess naming wise, this makes more sense. So we can actually just remove the hit condition from the tree. I'll leave the script in the project because that might be there. Or
so he just renamed it. Great.
Success. So let's hit play and let's see if this works at all. So I hit this character and we get to the play hit action, which is good. But we have the hit data dot knockback duration is greater than 0. So we're going to do hit data dot knockback dot duration, and then this is knockback dot duration, and I think that's all we need to do to update that. So we have the knockback object on the hit data, and then we have the duration there. So let's shoot these characters again, and we have hit timer dot play, non-existent function play on a hit timer. That's interesting. So the hit timer is null supposedly. So the problem there is that it's called dot start for a timer, not dot play. So let's hit play one more time. We're going to shoot one of these characters. Okay, and he gets stunned.
Wait, what is he doing with start? Hit timer start, hit data dot. Oh, starting it for that duration. Interesting. So you can put it there directly, where I put the timer, this time in the timer, right? Timer. Oh yeah, here I put it as a parameter, but I think the timer also has the property that I could set, right? Time out, wait time. Required for the timer to end in second. This property can also be set every time start is called. Okay, so the wait time is exactly what he's setting there, just directly in the start. That's good to know.
Dot start for a timer, not dot play. So let's hit play one more time. We're going to shoot one of these characters. Okay, and he gets stunned. These characters get stunned. Okay, so let's see what the debugger says. Timer was not added to the scene tree. Either add it or set auto start to true. Okay, so I guess what we'll do on setting the timer is we'll add it as a child to our action leaf. Okay, let's shoot them again. Okay, and this time it seems to be playing. Timer was not.
Okay, so we need to add child. And what I have here is just the shortcut to add the timer, but it does actually the same thing.
Added to the scene tree before run. Okay, so let's hit play again and shoot a character and see that timer was not added to the scene tree. We can see it's not, so maybe we need the ready function here as well. Function underscore ready, and we'll do add child hit timer, set a breakpoint, hit play, and we'll make sure that works. Okay, so we have the hit timer, it's getting added now, and that would mean that when we hit a character, it should not throw a bug. But we can also see it never exits the state. So it's playing, getting set to false.
I just like doing it like that because it's like
and we'll do add child hit
on ready already, and then on setting, and then it's on ready again. So I would be confused which of them has priority to what.
Timer, set a breakpoint, hit play, and we'll make sure that works.
Or whatever.
So we have the hit timer, it's getting added now, and that would mean that when we hit a character, it should not throw a bug. But we can also see it never exits the state. So it's playing getting set to false. So what we need to exit the tick, but that's not really getting set there as well. I think maybe onReady doesn't work with set as I thought it did. So we can just bring this code down to here, and I believe onReady runs before the actual ready function. So we'll add the hit time connect down here.
Yeah, he's saying exactly what I said before. Additionally, I was so happy that I could have done it in the set with the hit timer before, which I didn't try. But now we know it probably won't work. He just also didn't know.
Then it gets set on load, but I guess maybe for onReady it's not as
But I mean, that's the drawback of a follow-along tutorial where he just tries.
So that's good, that's what we're looking for. So at this point we can see that our hit data is working, passing between
objects while he's doing it.
Stun on the character when they get hit. We haven't applied the knockback velocity yet, but since our hit data is set up for that, that should be pretty easy to set up in the next video. So next we will work on continuing with the hit state of our character. Now that the hit data is much more robust and set up, it should be easy to add in the knockback vector next. Okay, so even though we can hit our enemy and they do clearly go to the hit state where their movement stops, we do need to apply the actual knockback force vector for a period of time to our enemies so that they have a proper knockback. So the knockback direction should be in basically the direction that they got hit. So if the projectile comes from the right and it hits them on the left over here, then it should push them leftwards. Or at least that's how I want to try setting it up initially. So in our hurt box, we were already taking the hit data and passing that through the was hit signal, which the blackboard setter is using on was hit to accept the hit data into the blackboard as well. So once it's in the blackboard, we can just read it from play hit. And you can see on the for run, we're already getting the value of the hit data and storing that inside of our script. So our hit data, if we right click here and check lookup symbol, has already been
he will probably just store the
as we covered in the previous videos, has a force and duration, and we might add more stuff to that.
vector now? I'm not
For
sure.
instance, we would want a hit direction. For instance, we would want a hit direction, but that doesn't really
We
go
can't
with the
just
source
check
knockback
the
stats, that would be more of a
projectile
runtime property that will include the knockback
direction
stats
like I
knockback
did.
itself, but it will also be set up with the runtime property taking the direction between the hit box and the hurt box and setting that as the knockback direction. So we're going to need another class that will just include the knockback stats inside of it.
Oh,
so if I open up the
interesting.
weapons folder, we have knockback stats down here. Let's right click on weapons and do a new script. I'll call it knockback, and this will be of type object. So it'll basically be a runtime object that will have a reference to the knockback stats. So let's create that and open that up. I'll give it the class name.
But I'm not sure if that will work because the difference between the hitboxes and the hurt box might be 0 in the moment it actually hits something.
And then we'll have the P knockback stats, which is a type knockback
But I
stats.
might be
So
wrong
we
with
bring
that. Maybe
knockback
the
stats, we'll
origin
set
is still
so
with an
our
offset.
Knockback stats of type knockback stats, and we'll also save the direction. So var direction of type vector2, and you know, actually the stats here, I'm going to remove the knockback. That's kind of redundant, so it'll just be stats knockback stats. The class name's already knockback, so it's kind of implied knockback dot stats. So let's go down here to the init function, and we'll say direction equals p direction. So just taking the parameters and saving that inside the object properties, and then we'll have stats equals p knockback stats. I'm okay with leaving the name here p knockback stats here. Since this is only used in this function, we want to be very clear about what kind of class this is. I think that's okay, but you could also do p stats if you wanted to. Either works just fine. Okay, so we have our knockback instance, and we want to
It says that my food is nearly at my place.
Here to open it if it's not.
Well, the problem with the lights on is that I can't see outside anymore. But I probably would see the lights of a car arriving.
So in our hit.data.gd script, when we pass in the knockback stats, we want to calculate the direction between the hitbox and the hurtbox and use that for creating our knockback. So the knockback here is going to be type knockback. And then in order to create that, I'll say knockback equals knockback.new. And we need to give it the direction between the hitbox and the hurtbox. And
Wait, that's in the hit data
so
now.
I'll say hit direction and then p knockback stats. Or say p stats here. P stats. Then let's
Wait, where does the hit direction come from?
And then we don't need this line at the bottom. So to get the hit direction, we need to do
oh, it's not yet there.
Position or global position dot direction to.
Oh, okay. So he's calculating it in the moment. No, it's in the moment we hit, not where we shoot. Yeah, I'll be interested if that works.
So now init function, which we are requiring
Global position.
and it's an object, so it'll only ever be created.
Maybe it will because the origin of the hitboxes
So this means we need to update our other scripts.
will still be outside, right?
To the play hit action. Okay, so there's one more thing though. We only want there to really be a knockback if the knockback stats is valid for creating a knockback. So we'll say if p knockback stats, then we'll create the knockback. So basically, only if we pass in the knockback stats, we'll create a knockback from those stats. Otherwise, the knockback is still going to be null, which means that if we go into the hit has knockback condition, it's only going to succeed this if the knockback is created. So we go on from there to the play hit action, and we're going to have access to that knockback now. So rather than checking now hit data knockback duration, we'll just check if there is a knockback. Then we're going to play the animation and all of this. And what we'll do is we'll take the actor node and set its velocity to the knockback direction times the speed of the knockback, which will make a property up here for that. And then after run, we'll just set the movement to 0. And I think that should be good for now. Okay, so up here we want to say at export var knockback speed, and this can be a float. We'll set it to let's say 25.0 by default. So when we are running the play hit action, we do want to verify that the actor is a character body 2D. Movement would work pretty differently if we're using a rigid body 2D. So this action really only applies to characters. So let's get a reference.
I think it is a character for me.
Character body 2D, and we'll do that before run. So character equals p actor as character body 2D, and if character. Or let's
Wait,
say
why do we play hit action? Why do we add the character? What?
Which error? So we'll get the character reference from the actor. If that doesn't show up, then we know it's not a character body 2D, which is problematic because this knockback depends on it being.
Oh, because he does it only on. Yeah. He does the smarter thing and casts the actor once, where I cast the actor every tick, which is probably not the best to do.
So that would be an issue. And so basically after that, we assume that the character is a character body 2D, and that means that we can.
Let's actually fix that, I think. So all the is hit and stuff like that. We do variable enemy, because then we also need to only check this once. Enemy before run. How was the syntax? Was it just the inside here? What was the return value though? Let's check in is dead. Let's check in play walk. Okay. It's void. So we go void, we add the enemy just once, and then we only check. And only tick. So we can copy this to is dead and delete this. And then we can also in walk do the same. But we don't need this. Why is this not working? Oh, because it was, damn it, unused. Now it's used. And now we can remove that from the tick. We do the same with play hit. I should have tried it once. And because if it's not working now, I will have to enemy. I will have to undo it all. Oh, that's not possible because renaming or what? Oh, but I don't need to. Oh, I don't even need the binding now anymore. Because I said it once. That's nice. Bind. So let's check. Bind. What's missing? Play death, right? Play death. Yeah, and here we also don't need the binding anymore. Okay. Looks good. Let's see if we get warnings, but I think we don't. And it all still works. It's funny how different this kind of looks from what he has, right? It's kind of... It feels to me like something broke though. Why is it sometimes not having a knock up effect? But it's still close enough to working, so I'm fine with that, I think. Don't want to care about it too much now. Oh, probably because it was so... Yeah, it was so slow that it wasn't enough to get a knock up. I really like I had the plan to do a shoot 'em up kind of thing rather than my actual project first. But this is so interesting with the shooting up that I feel like I would want to do a little mini game, even if not long, with this and see where I could drive this and just make nice art for it too, with some weird enemy that drags out its parachute and stuff like that, and then other enemies that act on a similar in a similar way, right, and has similar interesting mechanics with shooting up. Or maybe your weapon has 4 different modes that you can choose from, and you can either shoot an enemy and would get knockback upwards, or it would get downwards movement, or left or right, and basically you kind of control where you shoot the enemies depending on which button you press. So maybe left click, right click, and then holding control or something like that to switch between and to get 4 states of attack. And then on the controller you would have 4 states of attacking anyway, with the 4 buttons on the back. And that would make it, I think, really interesting platformer behavior if the enemies would be kind of controlled by you, but are a bit wonky in how they react to it, right? And just get moved back so much. And then you control, and you could, you know, shoot like this, but it would get in your direction and not backwards. Or it would not get pushed up, but pulled down. So if you hit it, you can immediately like get it down to where you are instead of moving it away from you. But I don't know if it will be fun. I think it would just be an interesting thing to try out a bit more and see if it actually plays. It could just be too unpredictable and not fun at all, but maybe there will actually be a learning curve and it would be fun. But yeah, I don't know. I like the other idea with the shoot 'em up that I had, so I'm not sure what of those 2 things I will do. But for now, we changed that to be better than before, I think, with only setting this once. We got some other nice effects. With that, like removing the binding. So yeah, that was definitely a really nice little addition we only learned because we continue to follow the tutorial.
Character.velocity equals, okay, so now we need to get the hit data. So hit data.knockback.direction. And now that I think about it, in the knockback stats, there's a force which we can use here for the velocity. So instead of knockback speed up here, why don't we make it more like knockback multiplier? And this will be 1.0 by default. We can make it a export range, let's say 0, 1, 0.02, and that can be or greater, so we don't want it to be less than 0, or do we? I guess I could see a situation where you might actually make them knockback negative, so I'll remove the or greater there. we click on play hit action, and we can see our knockback multiplier kind of defaults to or greater. So we can't actually set negative value there unless we do this. Hide slider or less. Maybe we try hide slider? Okay, and we can't really control that. So I'll just do export var. Yeah, okay. That means that you can do like negative 0.2 in there if you want to reverse the direction of the knockback, which would be pretty weird, but it's an option. So for our character velocity, we get the knockback direction, and then we want to multiply that by the force. But that would apply to every instance of a knockback. So I think actually doing a little calculation like this.
Wait, okay, so he sets the force, but the force will be overridden the velocity on every walking frame. So he has the same problem than me now. So we'll see what if it works and what he does.
Get force vector, which is going to return a vector 2, and this will have our force vector, which is going to be equal to the direction times stats dot force, and then we're going to return that. Okay, so now we never need to manually make that calculation again. We can just take get force vector and the play hit action, and we can do like this: hit data dot knockback dot get force vector, and then we times that by our knockback multiplier. Okay, so basically in this component we get the direction times the force, but we might want to be able to control how fast the knockback is on a character by character basis. So we also add in the knockback multiplier. So if you want to say have like a really sturdy character that reduces knockback by 90%,
yeah, we have that with the knockback resistance.
you would just take the knockback multiplier and make it 0.1, and now the character is 90% resistant to knock. Yeah, entirely possible that you might move this out to like a character stats script. And maybe that does make some sense actually, because it is kind of a stat of the character, and there might be more than one action where you play the knockback. So let me think about that.
Yeah, we have that already moved there.
So let me think about that. I guess we can have a reference to the character stats. So character stats, or that can be in object stats.
All
so
these references.
Reference the resource from previous videos. I'll move into here, and let's call it knockback multiplier. Yep. Okay, so now in the play hit action, we'll do object stats dot knockback multiplier. Okay, so now we can just reuse the knockback multiplier just by referencing the object stats. If we go into the play hit action, we can quick load our invader stats, which is going to have the knockback multiplier inside of here. So we can customize how resistant the invader is to knockbacks just by setting this. And this property will exist on all object stats, which I would assume you would have one per interactable object in the game. Okay, so that's our initial velocity. We want to stop it after the run, so that will be just character.velocity equals vector2.0, and we just set that after run. So let's hit play and see.
The interesting thing is that he doesn't have the problem because he doesn't override the movement. No, I think it will not work because he still has the line that overrides the velocity every tick, every frame.
Start knockback duration. Okay, so it's now knockback.stats.duration. Okay, and let's rerun the scene. I'll hit a guy, and I'm not sure if that is actually going or not. So we could do prints character.velocity right here. I also set a breakpoint.
The velocity will work.
So we have the character, and then we have the velocity.
But it will directly be overridden as far as I understand.
So I will hit play, and we'll see what that was set to down here. We can see that there is a force, but it's not exactly moving it that fast. So we probably need to bump up the default force on the projectile. So if we go into the hitbox 2D, we have the weapon stats. So we want to go into that.
So I think what he's trying to find now is not the...
There is a knockback class, so we do have to be very specific there now. And then in knockback stats, we have the force. I'll just default that to 300. Now I know the reference to the knockback stats is going to break somewhere, so I'll hit play and let's see what
I think this will not fix it.
Weapon stats stat knockback, but what we actually want is knockback stats. So we hit play again. Let's shoot a guy. Okay, so what happened there? They never exit the state. Okay, we can also see that we're using a reference to the weapon damage and the knockback stats here, but it would probably be better if we just did weapon stats, save ourselves a parameter. Let's jump into hit data. Inside of hit data, I'm going to make it just weapon stats. Okay, so P weapon stats. So the amount will be equal to P weapon stats dot damage, and the knockback is going to be equal to P weapon stats dot knockback stats. And then for here, we're going to check P weapon stats dot knockback stats, and down here we'll do kind of the same thing, P weapon stats dot knockback stats for creating the knockback from the weapon. And yeah, all that reduces as a parameter because the weapon will already have the knockback and the damage inside of it. So any other parameters we need from the weapon stats, we can just pull them in here like that. Okay, so if I set a breakpoint here and I hit play, we'll see what the issue is. So we come down in here to the weapon stats of the projectile, and we can see there's no knockback stats here. So that means that the knockback's not going to be created. But we can see that it's also problematic because our character gets hit, but the hit data still persists on the character. So because of that, it never actually goes to the wander state again. So we do need to fix that. Okay, and I guess what we need to do for that is if there's no knockback, then we just need to remove the hit data immediately. So let's see if is playing is false. Let's see what's going on here. So I'm going to set one for here. If there's no knockback, it should do is playing is false, which should make after run go here, which removes the hit data. But let's see what's happening. So I'll shoot, and we never get there. That's probably because on the hit has knockback condition, we never that we only pass if the hit data has a knockback, but we never remove it otherwise. So I'm thinking it's probably better to just check the hit condition like we originally did and not have this hit has knockback condition unless we're going to also remove the hit. But if we're doing that, it doesn't make much sense as a condition. So let's find the hit condition, and I'll add that in.
You got food, nice.
That'll be the top, and then hit has knockback.
I'm still waiting.
And from here, because that no longer makes sense, I'll check the is hit condition. All we're doing is checking that it's hit.
If you had a bite already, is it good?
So
are you happy with the decision to make the sandwich burgers?
Okay, so yeah, bugs like that you gotta watch out for. Okay, now that that's working,
it's good, nice.
So stats basic, we wanted to recreate the knockback stats, so just new knockback stats.
Food ordering episode. Ooh, I see car.
Okay, so if we hit play and
I'll go a bit back. I'll go break, and I'll see if that's my food. Okay. I am back. I also got food now. I think I will eat the not pizza first, because that's easier to eat than the pizza, I think, on stream, because I can eat it with chopsticks. We'll see though. Maybe if I'm failing too much, I'll need to remove the camera for while I'm eating. Oh yeah, food. That's what I needed. I would show you food, but I think it would fall out of the box if I did. So I'm not gonna risk that. I would just need to tilt it too much for that. Okay, so let's hope he doesn't have to say anything important while I'm eating, so I can just listen and
in the play hit action,
eat.
we're still removing the hit data, regardless of whether there's a knockback or not. So let's hit play. We shoot. Okay, now we actually do get to the before von. We'll see that we have no knockback, so therefore we get to is playing as false, which means that the blackboard is going to remove the hit data from the character, and as a result, he should be able to move again. Okay, so yeah, bugs like that you've got to watch out for. Okay, now that that's working, we can set the weapon. All we're doing is checking that there's hit data, and then in the play hit action, we're still removing the hit data, regardless of whether there's a knockback or not. So let's hit play. We shoot. Okay, now we actually do get to the before von. We'll see that we have no knockback, so therefore we get to is playing as false, which means that the blackboard is going to remove the hit data from the character, and as a result, he should be able to move again. Okay, so yeah, bugs like that you've got to watch out for.
You were debating on making fries while you was in the kitchen, but you didn't feel like soaking the potatoes. So did you do something else with the fries or with the potatoes then? Or you just only had the burger now? Fries sound good too, I have to say. But anything potato sounds quite good, I think. Just the burger, I see. Grab some chips or something. Also potato, right? So literally the same thing. Equally healthy, equally tasty. All just potato.
Okay, now that that's working, we can set the weapon stats. So weapon stats basic.
Oh, Doritos.
The
True.
knockback stats. Just
That's not potato.
Stats, so the defaults, 1 duration,
Yeah.
200 force. Okay, so if we hit play and we shoot a few times, then we'll see there's a little bit of a knockback, but it kind of doesn't work as consistently as you might think. I believe that's due to the physics of the grounded motion mode character body 2D. So one thing we could do is uncheck block on wall, which would allow it to slide on walls like the floor. And if I shoot now, that looks a little bit more consistent. Another thing we can just do is check if when we hit the character and we're creating the knockback direction, if the character's on the ground, and maybe in grounded mode too. And then if that's the case, then we just ignore the Y component and just do a left-right knockback. So in our hit data, maybe we do need the reference to the physics.
I think what he's trying to do now is fix that he has this line. Because this line will override the X velocity on any physics tick. And I think he has that line too. So his problem is that he just resets the movement. So his pushback, anything he does now should not fix anything. It might just ease the symptoms, but I think this line and why I added all the code around that is what's holding him back for the solution. So we'll see if he comes to that conclusion too, or if I'm just wrong and it for some reason works for him. We'll see. You live next to a pizza place, yet you barely go there and get pizza unless you absolutely cannot be bothered. What? Why? Is it not good? I would go often if I had one directly next to me. It's good? Then why are you not going? I want to hear a good excuse. You need a good one. Oh, that's money you want to save. Yeah, I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. But I think I would then always go rather than ordering food, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, acceptable. You are excused. Let's say it like that. You can actually call there ahead of time and then go and grab it. Oh yeah, that's even better. Paper menu when you get food from there. Yeah, that sounds really nice. I should advertise for people to move to this town or village so that I have a pizza place next to me too. Subs, wings, and more. Oh, so you literally have a all-you-want restaurant next to you. Maybe except for some stuff, but that sounds so tempting. My lazy self would eat there way too often and then regret spending all the money. Indian food and butter chicken at the convenience store. Damn, you got it all. I mean, I had it like that, similar like that in living in Hamburg and Tokyo. Just here, there's nothing. But yeah, I love that convenience. Honestly, just go and get food. But there are other benefits here too. So, you know. I just need to open a store myself here or something so that I will always have all the stuff I want to have.
Physics object. So I will make that an extra parameter here. So p hit. So we could put up here maybe p game object, which is going to be a physics body 2D or game body, object body. Or we could just say physics body. Yep. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so the body is going to be equal to the p physics body. And we'll put that in here. So we need the main physics body of the object that was hit. We're passing that in there so that we can check if it's on the ground for creating the knockback. So I suppose we want to put that physics body into the knockback as well. That way we can have the knockback calculate whether it should be pushing left or right internally, and then we'll use that when we get the force vector back. So let's pass in the body, the hit direction, and the knockback stats. Yep, okay, and let's go into knockback.
I go to the convenience store way too much to grab like drinks. Ooh, plus I'm a candy addict. Yeah, I can see that getting out of hand quickly. But I might learn to make candy one day to cure that. What kind of candy you're talking about? Because there's so like some probably are quite easy and some are so tough. Chocolate bars or just chocolate or stuff like that, I think is quite valid. But if you want to do some squishy foam candy stuff, that's probably tough to do. Or just general like the candy ball things that you're not chewing. Those are a whole of a process to do, but probably fine. Push pops. Let me see what that is. I've never seen that before in my life. Is it ice? It looks like ice. Jolly Ranchers. Those I heard by name. But I never had those. Oh, interesting. That's kind of chewy, I guess. Gummy bears. Yeah, that we have. Hard candy. Oh, interesting. Do you then you do know Haribo probably, right? Yeah. I think that's German candy, right? Haribo origin. Yeah, German. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, for me they are too hard. I like stuff that is easier to chew. And the Haribo ones, Haribo gummy bears, I don't like that much because they are a bit too unchewy. I don't know how to say that. But I'm more on the chocolate and chip side actually. So anything that's not chocolate or chips, I sometimes like, but usually not. Except if it's licorice. That again I do like. On the hardest side, I think Haribo is like a 6 out of 10. I mean, there are some of the British that are also tough, like harder, but not harder to chew. For me, I think Haribo is the one that needs the most chewing because it's not hard, but you can like chew it and it doesn't rip apart. I don't know, it's hard to describe. But I don't think I know others that are that resistant to the chewing, even though that they are soft, right? But they are not dissolving by normal chewing compared to others. Haribo for me has a toned down flavor, but the flavor lasts for longer. Yeah. Yeah, for me, I think it's just like the gummy stuff is all not, or jummy, I don't know how to say it, is not really mine, I think. I think that's why having them a bit harder to chew is probably a good idea. Oh yeah, just for that purpose, definitely. But I would just still prefer something. I just eat more of something else then. So I have a longer taste than have to chew Haribos. But I think that's also only true for their like original line. They have various different kinds that have different consistencies. A lot of gummy bears in the US are kind of soft, and you typically end up eating over a whole bag before you're satisfied. But one bag of Haribo lasts you like 2 days. Yeah, I can see that. And that's like a valid point to, no matter if like you would like it to be a bit less chewy, it's definitely the better choice then to get those and not eat one bag a day. Especially if it's as easy as it is for you to get a new bag and just continue the cycle of eating more.
So I have the P physics body, which is a physics body 2D. We'll save a reference to the hit body. Okay, so just like before, we'll put the body in there. Body equals P physics body. That should really be first. And we should be having a force vector property, I think, too. So we'll say var force vector vector 2, and we'll calculate that. So let's rename this to be calculate force vector. We'll call that on init. So force vector equals calculate force vector. Okay, and then now, basically after having this stuff set up, we already have this. We don't need to calculate the force vector from outside of the knockback. We just need to read from it. And then down here, we can adjust for the fact that the physics body is on the ground. Okay, so if body dot is on ground, is that gonna work? Okay, we'll say if body is character body 2D and body is on ground. So if the body is a character body 2D,
I think what he's doing now will
body
fix
dot
nothing for
is
him.
on the floor, then we're going to adjust the force vector by removing
Because
the
he
light
still
component of it. So the force vector
We'll have this line
dot
breaking
y
it.
is going to be equal to 0.
think.
We'll try that for now. Another option would be to change the direction to only have left right, but we can see how that works. So let's hit play. Of course, we didn't add the physics body for the hit box. So the hurt box should have a reference to the hittable object. So let's look that up. Okay, in the hurt box, let's do export var body, character body 2D. And we should assign that in the invader. So if we go down to hurt box, we assign the reference to the invader character body 2D. So we can pass that into our knockback scripts. Okay, so the hitbox is going to get the hurtbox.body. It's going to get itself. It's going to get the hurtbox itself. Oh, well, you know what? The hurtbox has a reference to the body, so we actually don't need that parameter. Let's remove that. Let's jump into hit data. Right click, look up symbol. Since the hurtbox has a reference to the body, we can just remove this. And then we can just do p hurtbox.body down here. And we don't need to reference that. We don't need this as well. Okay, so we're just doing the hitbox and the hurtbox. The hurtbox already has the body and the weapon stats. Okay, so now we just need to make sure whenever you use a hurt box that you do reference the body, which in this case is the invader, the root node of our invader scene. Okay, we hit play. Let's see how it works now, if at all. Yeah, so there's no get force vector now. It's calculate force vector. So we want to just do knockback dot force vector because we calculate it on init, so there's no need. And then we can hit play. We shoot, and we should get a knockback on both. We can see that the Y component is set to 0. So very much the knockback depends on if we're hitting straight on or not. So I don't think that's quite what we want. This simple way in knockback would just be to make the direction left or right if they're on the ground. So we could say var adjusted direction equals direction. And then let's move this up here. So if the character is body 2D and on the floor, then we're going to make the adjusted direction just left or right. Then we're just going to make the adjusted direction left or right. So we'll get the sign.
I think this is still not fixed. And I think how we see that is that it's pushed because it's high enough really quickly to one point, and then moves there, and then immediately does the walking. Because it's not applied correctly, I think. And yeah, I'm so bad with breaking something and then okay, I fix this now, and then I see another place and I fix that place now, and in the end everything is broken and I slowly need to wind back and fix back everything until it's actually working again. It's just not the nicest programming way for me. No, it's not the nicest property I have, that I really just go down into all the options of fixing something, and then everything is broken and I am unhappy with the time I need to get back to a working state. We make a lot of things from scratch in-house, so I think I could probably do candy. Ooh, that would be cool actually. I think gummy bears at least are not that tough to make. If you find a nice recipe and then, you know, learn once what is important to consider, that's probably really doable. At some point we plan on spelunking and attempting to make beef Wellington. Ooh. I don't know if there's like specific to beef Wellington, but just beef in a bread coating I made now and then, and I think that's just really tasty. But maybe beef Wellington needs some special way of making beef in a breading. Or not breading, but bread coating, right? Breading would be more like schnitzel, but not Wellington. Oh my god, the body is on floor. Was such a pain when I was working on my first 3D game. I had my struggles with it too when I tried to do the jumping part in character, which I now have several checks, and I check if I was airborne or not, because the is on floor, I had it in the wrong moment, I think, and therefore it's like the enemy was leaving the floor already, or the character, but the frame still didn't update. So the is on floor was still saying that we are on the floor for several frames. So when I jumped fast enough, or like pressed quickly enough, and I didn't check that I already accepted that I'm leaving the floor, it was just triggering 10 times, and then I was jumping to infinity. Beef Wellington does. I know it uses like puffy pastry, mushrooms, and a few other things. Oh, yeah, interesting. Yeah, I think I only added like some sauces, the beef and the bread around, and then had like side dishes additionally to it, but not that much inside of the coating. A lot of it is down to really precise timing. Yeah, true. And you can't easily check if everything is in the right state, right? Because you don't see outside what color the meat took and how it's brown or not. It's just a lot of trial and error probably to get it perfect. But for me, I just didn't have that high expectations, so I wasn't unhappy that it wasn't like perfectly medium rare or something like that, which you would want from Wellington probably. When I was working with my first 3D game, I made a mesh for a winding rope, and for some reason when my character was on the road, winding road, for some reason that wasn't equal to being on the floor. Ooh, so my character would just get stuck. That sounds like a really annoying thing to handle and fix. I have no idea actually what counts as floor and how that is calculated. I'm just happy that it kind of works now for me, but I don't know why and how exactly the underlying calculations work. If it's just any physics body that is on the same layer maybe, or something like that. So as long as like collision mask is 1, if there's something static that you're on the floor or something like that, I don't know. You gotta make the sauce. Oh, true. You fixed it the worst way. What could be the worst way? I mean, you could try to push up the character always, checking that the downward velocity is 0. Okay. Nice. I mean, as long as it works, right? So, but yeah, it's the same way I think these checks are on the same level. Wait, where is it in? Not in hit, in death? No, in walk. In walk, currently, I'm checking if I'm dead or hit. Although I have the entire damn behavior tree. But it's just broken with how he set it up. So I have all this behavior tree stuff. But this play walk thing does this check and this check. It makes no sense. I could have like done it entirely different. But those two checks, I don't know how to bring them, actually separate them. He doesn't know. He doesn't tell me because he doesn't know. So walking actually does both of those checks to fail early because we don't have interrupt implemented, which is, I don't know. That feels to me similar to the velocity 0 thing.
Sign of the direction is direction.x.sign. So far, sign x is equal to the sign of the direction.x. If sign x is greater than 0, basically it's 1. Basically it's 1. And we could say equals 1. Then we're moving it to the right. So adjust it.
You are not allowed to look at my code if you're judging it. Just letting you know. My code likes to be unjudged for its flaws and ugliness. No! Oh, you're judging his code? Oh, that's fine. I can accept that. Your code, if it ever appears on GitHub, oh no. Oh no. I mean, it probably will if I do an actual project. But I'm not sure if I would do GitHub or GitLab, because just from work I'm more used to GitLab. So yeah, you can judge your recent code. It's pretty bad. Do I want to? Would you think that I would want to judge that code? I mean, you can send a link. I'll maybe check it out. But if you're saying it's not enjoyable, I'm not sure if I want to. Low-level applications. Okay, so I maybe wouldn't even understand because I would miss the context of it.
Direction equals vector2 dot right. Else if sign x equals -1, then the adjusted direction is going to be vector2 dot left. And then the third case is that the direction x is 0, so we will just keep it as 0, so we don't need to do anything there. So now we use the adjusted direction instead of the original direction. I know a lot of extra steps here. So one option you can go with is that you just have all your characters be rigid body 2Ds in your game. If you just want to just directly apply a force vector and you don't need to do any of these manual movement adjustments, then that is one advantage of doing rigid body 2Ds. Okay, so if we hit play now, we can see we hit the characters. They're going to get the full knockback, but the direction is still not quite right. And I think that could just be that at the moment of calculation, the hurtbox and hitbox positions are not quite what we would expect them to be. So what I might do is calculate the direction from the character body 2D, the one that we're hitting. Even though we hit the hurtbox, the direction would be based on where the physics body 2D is. So let's go to, where would it be? In hitbox, I think. Okay, and we create the hit data. So what we might want is getting the hurtbox.body.global position. It might make more sense. I mean, it is the physics body after all, so that's really...
The way he's trying to fix stuff is so wild. But I mean, he's doubling down. He's not rechecking anything. He's just going forward all the time. Because now it makes sense what he's doing now, that he's like what I said earlier with the two hitbox and hurtbox, and he literally tries to compare the origins, but they might already be inside each other because one might be hit and destroyed and whatever. So I think my approach is way simpler and just works. And he should reconsider the approach where I'm just taking the current move direction of the projectile hitting, right? So I don't need to calculate the distance or anything because the direction the projectile is flying is already correct, I think. So basically I'm working on a program that allows the user to edit the assembly of an application. This is part of that online restoration project of a game from 2006 to change where the connections are going. And in order to modify the exe file, you run it, it imports the file, finds the first memory address, adds the offset to go to the memory address where the instructions are stored, starting at offset, modifies the instructions, and then saves it back to the file. You made a demo application to explain low-level programming techniques such as editing an executable to some people. Ooh, okay. So it's kind of like, I mean, with different goals, but if you have like cheat engine for speedrunner stuff or all that, where you can inject values and stuff like that, it's similar, right? That you find the specific memory addresses and then change stuff on that level. You wrote it in C++. Ooh, nice. I wonder if is C++ a nice language for that? Kinda yes, because you have the low-level access stuff and the like movement options and changing of the variables on the bit level. But let me ask, why not C? But maybe it's just too complex. I would use C++ anyway because I'm most used to it, but yeah, I would use it just for that, probably, for that reason. And I don't really know if there are other languages that would be nice for that because of the vectors. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I'm currently thinking of to what level you even store the data you want, or I was thinking you're just directly manipulating the stuff, but you want to inject things too, right? So you need to store that somewhere and then edit somewhere and redirect to a different position and all that. Do you like manipulate the exe file once and then you can play it, like you patch it, or is it that it runs all the time in parallel and then it calls basically a subpart of your program that you defined? It's patching the file. Oh, I see. Okay. Originally, when you used C with buffers and swap to C++, but swap to C++ because vectors have some functions that make editing much easier. Oh, okay, I see. So you're actually editing the assembly of the entire Excel. That's so cool. Those are things where I'm like, yeah, I want to do that too. That sounds so interesting and complex, and I want to learn all that. And then I do it for a bit or read into it, and the threshold is too high for me to get successes quick enough so that I'll not just abort the projects. But yeah, I think those kind of things, really low level or just in any way specifically technical, could also be, I don't know, some shader stuff or some optimizations or whatever. I love those things, but I just wish they would be a bit easier. So but maybe if they were easier, they wouldn't be that tempting and interesting, right? So probably that just goes with it, that it's super tempting and interesting, but also tough because for that reason. Reverse engineering and doing low-level stuff like this can be painful at first. Yeah. And then especially if you're like, for me, I did those stuff in university, but since then, not at all. So like not those things specifically, but at least I learned about it, and in theory I know how to do it, but it's all forgotten, and I would just need to rework through everything. Also when reverse engineering, having to read up on the architecture that you're using. Oh yeah, so many documents and documentations and information, and you all need to bring it together to something useful. If you don't use it, it's pretty easy forgotten. Yeah, I agree.
Really the position that matters. So
let's get a bit more video and more food.
Box, I think. Okay, and we create the hit data. So what we might want is getting the hurtbox.body.global position. It might make more sense. I mean, it is the physics body after all, so that's really the position that matters. So let's give it a shot, and I'll fire a couple shots here. So far, so good. Yeah, all right. That might be more what we want. That's looking good. So given that we kind of fixed that body issue, maybe we don't need to recalculate this here. So maybe it was just because of the bad positioning on the calculations. I will comment this out for now because that could still be useful, but let's see how this goes. I'll fire, we shoot again down here. And yeah, the thing is that based on the direction, it might be mostly going towards the floor still. We can see in the output the direction of these vectors. So you can see that like when it hits from above, we get only 8 force magnitude to the left right, but 300 from up down. And because it's hitting the ground or colliding with the ground, it barely moves at all. That's why it's like that when it's on the ground. In that case, maybe it is best to have this here so that a knockback on the ground just slides against the ground every time and it's consistent. So now it's like this. The only thing we kind of got to change is that the knockback is too much, I would say. So if we go to weapon stats, knockback stats.
Let me hide the screen real quick to eat the rest out of the bowl. You don't need to see me scooping it in my open mouth. Just be like the depth of Roller Coaster Tycoon and write your whole game in assembly. Yeah, of course. Why not? If you don't like fun in your life, that's definitely good advice. We did need to make like a practical pre-university thing where you needed to like work in a company for a bit, and they had I don't know, cutting machines is not correct, CAD machines, CAD machines, which you would program in assembly. And I didn't know much about assembly at that point because it was pre-studying. And they were just like, well, you could do this, right? You wanted to be a programmer. And they were just some metal object producing company. And there was like a sub part of the entire pre-university work one needs to do. So that's like the thing where I think we're most intensely doing assembly. And it was not that much fun, I have to say. But it worked, and I did, like, they were surprised that I was able to use it, because they are no programming background, right? So for them, that's like a complex thing to even understand how to use that thing and program it. And I mean, on that level, at least, I understand it well enough to be able to use it, but not for complex stuff. That was just like move the position around, program where to drill and leave it out and switch the head of the drilling device and stuff like that. But based on that, I would never build a game in assembly, I think. Not even for the challenge of doing it. But yeah, I can see that, like, for it being so crazy, it makes sense to want to try it. So I get that part. But I imagine it to be so much pain, actually. I would rather use probably any other challenge to challenge myself, really, but not that one. But maybe that's also because I'm not that good at it, right? If you're used to dealing with that low-level stuff, you will probably don't have as tough of a time as I have. So maybe it's not that much of a challenge in that case. A good challenge is making a 2D game using C, C++ with STL. Yeah, I think... I don't know if it was STL, but we had a similar thing as a study project in university. But I don't think it was that. It was some really low level. Oh, it's so long ago. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. That was definitely tough, but I think a colleague did more of the work than I did for the programming, so I didn't look too deep into it. With SDL2, my first time using it, I was making an application and I didn't realize that each frame was only rendered with the things that you queue up into the renderer. Ooh. And I was so confused for a while until I realized that, oh, I need to queue the stuff up to the renderer. So I made a vector of common render items and made a method to render each item that was commonly rendered. Yeah, I know nothing of that project. But I do, like, in general, Godot is really nice. But it leans, for my taste, a bit too much on UI and like the not programmer way with how you add stuff and relate to stuff. So I'm definitely fighting a bit against me wanting to code it all and having a specific setup just for that. So having that much control, I kind of like that you set what will be rendered, what is queued and all of that. I don't need that directly, but I would like to have hooks for all of that in code easily so that I can do it when I want to, but I'm fine if there's a nice default, right? That's always good. You had to modify the Godot's UI and still don't use the in-editor scripting. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's why I'm also... I try to be in code as much as possible compared to this. Like Unreal Engine, interesting. I do like the scripting though. That's nice. So far there are a few things that I don't like. For example, I don't know why the resources don't check the names. Right, this isn't an error, only if I execute it I get the error. Where with other stuff it checks the types. That's like the things that I dislike the most, that it's not type checking as much as I would like it to be. Like type and variable existence checking, where I don't know why that's happening, but yeah. Want to see a screenshot? Sure, if you can like share over, I don't know, where can you send it, like Imigur or how that's called, or send it via direct message or something like that. Sure, drop it. Mm-hmm. Copy. Okay, so you have just the scenes over there and stuff like that. It's a Discord screenshot. Please ignore the errors in the console. I don't know if I will ignore them. That's the scene thing. Oh, that you're told about. Oh, okay. Spread not declared. Yeah, that's a whole lot of errors. Yeah, I've just accepted the UI as it is because I just use it for the main view, right? So for stream, I feel like it's kind of fine that there's stuff on the left, on the right that I'm just never using. And just in the middle, there's an interesting thing if I place stuff. And then everything else kind of, I'm just leaving the engine. But if I use it excessively, I probably would also change stuff around and define shortcuts and whatnot. Because usually, like with if I program, it looks like this normally, but I can't really have a nice offset here, so you couldn't see. But this is how I usually work, and then only if I need to, I with shortcuts extend the stuff I want to see. So I really like it minimalistic. I just, with the setting here, can't define an offset that will not make problems in a different position. So I kind of need to have it at least like this. But yeah, that's how it is, I guess, for streaming. But without stream, I don't want to see anything but the thing I'm currently working on. It opens to that scene and throws up 1000 errors. You use Vim for programming, so it's pretty oh yeah, that's definitely also minimalistic, yeah. Why do I have an arrow here? I might try to do Vim commands. How is it called? Vim move? No, Vim movement. Vim moves. Whatever it is. Motions, yeah, that's it. The motions, yeah. I want to try that at some point, but I optimized my Visual Studio Code before I was really like looking into the motion stuff too much. So I have a lot of navigation things that I'm just used to, how I navigate things. And I know that the motions might be another step up, but I just have so much that the motions would have already with my setup. And it's custom and I know exactly how it works and all of that. So I don't know. I really wished I would not have done my custom way of setting up everything, because I would have tried Vim motions in that case, and I really want to know if I like them. Another monster to learn, yeah, but a cool one. That I would rather do than program a game in assembly, I have to say. The good thing is that you can define motions in your Vim RC. Oh yeah. But I'll like the base stuff, right? that's where the switch would be hard, because I have my base stuff kind of. And I also, with motions, you switch between states. I kind of have a similar thing that when I press the Alt button, the alternative button, I have different options. So everything I'm doing, if I'm navigating to this, I'm pressing alternative V, and then I can do any shortcut that's in the visibility stuff. So if I press D, I open it like this, Shift D, I go there. So I kind of have an insert mode and an movement mode. For me, it's just that insert is the default and movement is when I hold Alt. So there's just so much that I added in commands and controls that it will be tough to switch from that. Even though I think rim motions are like nice to have standardized and really thought through way. And I could get used to switching between modes rather than holding a button to switch to a different mode. You have something defined where if you press G, then E in insert mode, whenever you're over a word, you can replace all instances of that word with a new word. Oh yeah, like those stuff is really nice. For me, it's always like if I have this, I could like I would need to grab the word, right? And if I have the word, then I would have shortcuts to find all the places, but I would need to spam that so I have all the places. But that's definitely stuff where I would like to just learn a nice default or have a standard way and then add upon that, rather than have my self-made stuff, which isn't perfect, right? For this, for example, I could also switch the finding mode to be capital case, then I can select the word, and then I can press that, and then I only have these, but that's just all custom stuff and probably not as good and thought through as the Vim motions motions. But yeah, let's see a bit more of the video. I think I'm on Linux and I was using NeoVim and Hyperion, so I'm used to making shortcuts that suit me. I mean, yeah, I like making shortcuts. I just don't know if my basis of the shortcuts is the best, or if I would base all my personal shortcuts on the motions, they would be way better than they are now, right? That's what I'm thinking. That maybe my basis is not that good compared to NeoVim's or the motions. The idea is to keep your hand on the keyboard as much as possible. I mean, I have the same. I don't ever need to get away from my keyboard for anything. And I have it in a way that I never need to move my hands, so they always lay in the same position, or at least my thumbs are in the same position and everything else is there, so I don't need to like move down to the mouth to the arrow keys. Wait, can I? So instead of the arrow keys, I have like these keys here are, if you hold Alt, they turn into arrow keys because the keyboard has that included. So I just hold the right FN button and then J, K, I, L are arrow keys. So I'm really close to NeoVim shortcuts, but then not fully. And yeah. So I never use the arrow keys anymore and just always stay with my hand in the same position. Good shortcut. Okay, let's see. The goal was to get till somewhere here, I think. So that for tomorrow we have what, 1.5 hours for tomorrow would be good. So 6, let's say 6:20, so 1 hour, 1 more hour. Okay, till here I want to get between these two. We'll see.
Let's change this default to 100. I'll hit play because that's going to update the basic projector. I guess it didn't actually. Let's open up weapon stats basic and, I should. I'll set that to 100. Let's read through the project. So I'll hit play again. Let's shoot here. Okay, is the knockback a little better? I would say it's like still too much. Oh, I see. For some reason that is defaulting to 300. Do I have 2 copies of weapon stat basic? No, I don't. Okay, it was just set to I value for some reason. Okay, so let's shoot. Yep, we get that short knockback. It's very little though, so I might actually increase the duration. I might want to increase the default duration as well too. So we make it 0.25. At 100,
I would really like to travel into the past and teleport to where he recorded that and ask him to look at the spot that I'm still thinking to be the problem.
When we hit them, it's like they are kind of wandering the other direction. So it's actually not that clear that the knockback is working. But if you look at the animation frames, it is playing the knockback for that 0.25 seconds. And it is going the right direction that we would expect now. So the knockback for the character body TVs is working. So I think what we need to do next is give more of a visual
I
effect
think
to
it's
when the
still
character's
not
knockback.
working, to be honest.
It's too consistent with the base movement speed. It's a little hard to tell. So for instance,
till
we just turn
later
the character
then.
red or flashing red with a shader when the character gets hit. So that's kind of what we'll work on in the next video, kind of getting the knockback hits to kind of wrap themselves up here. Okay, so in this part, we mostly need to take the invaders and make it so that when they get hit, it's not just a knockback, but also a visual indicator, probably making them flash red or something like that, to make the knockback more obvious. But
Okay.
there are a couple of minor flaws. So for instance, in weapon stats basic, if I was to take the knockback stats and make this none, then there would be no knockback like before, right? So I had the condition to check if the hit had a knockback, which was working before because that would mean that it would never do the play hit action tick if there was no knockback, which would mean that it wouldn't stop the character from moving without a knockback. But so they switch the condition back. If we hit, you'll see that just for a single frame, it does kind of stop the movement, which is an issue. So what I think I want to try doing is on play hit action, if there is no knockback, and I don't want to continue on to the tick, I actually want to interrupt with the actor and the blackboard. So let's do p actor and p blackboard. We'll create that function, and then we'll exit immediately. So function
I think I don't need that.
which is p actor.
Ooh. I do want to learn about the interrupt though. Oh, it's not an interrupt. It's his interrupt. What? What?
If we hit, you'll see that just for a single frame, it does kind of stop the movement, which is an issue. So what I think I want to try doing is on play hit action, if there is no knockback, then I don't want to continue on to the tick. I actually want to interrupt with the actor and the blackboard. So let's do p actor and p blackboard. We'll create that function, and then we'll exit immediately. So function interrupt, which is p actor, which is going to be a node, and then the p blackboard, which is a blackboard, of course. So what we can just do is return success. So if we do interrupt there, we return success and
Wait, then why does he give the what? Why does he give the properties in there if he don't use them?
Have like a little bit of a moment there where it's not actually continuing the movement. So if we check wander action, after wander, we set the character velocity to 0. We could remove that, and then now if we shoot, then okay, they're still going to have the same velocity until they're told otherwise. So maybe what we do is we check if the hit data has a knockback, and then we set it to 0 here. Yeah, I mean, that will work, I think. So if hit data dot knockback, then we'll set the character velocity to 0. Or if the character's not alive, I guess. So
this is so not okay. In the wandering, we now check the knockback. That's the opposite of what one, I think, would want from a behavior tree to separate concerns. And here everything is just mixed.
Or the character's not alive. Okay, I think that should work. Okay, so let's hit play. Okay, our hit data, well, of course the hit data also has to be valid. So I guess we can separate these into different conditions. So if the character's not alive, we're going to return false, of course. And then we can check the hit data. So if the hit is valid, and the hit data dot knockback exists, then we'll also set it to 0 and return failure. But we only need to check the hit data knockback if we're setting the velocity to 0. So if the hit is valid, we'll return failure. But if it also has a knockback, we'll set the character velocity to 0. So whenever we create a knockback, we could just set the
Yeah, he's just doing more checks now. The same that I kind of have. And I don't need to differentiate if we have knockback or not. I think it's fine how I have it now. But yeah, that's definitely the problem of having this not set up correctly. That he's now doing the same condition, the same is hit, the same is dead, in wondering that he also has in the hit action and everywhere else. So I definitely not copy that.
velocity to 0 inside of that script. But I wonder if that would be nested too much to make sense. So like in hit data dot knockback, if we check the knockback script, it could just be like on init, we take the body and we set its velocity to 0 if the knockback stats has a duration that's greater than 0. Yeah, maybe that would make sense. So our play dot action should already be setting the velocity to 0. So we should be saying like actor dot velocity equals vector 2 dot 0 here. So we don't need to do that on exiting the wander action. So we can kind of just return this to where it was velocity equals vector 2 dot.
Before the death? How would setting that on death does anything?
has a duration that's greater than 0. Yeah, maybe that would make sense. So our play dot action should already be setting the velocity to 0. So we should be saying like actor dot velocity equals vector2 dot 0 here. So we don't need to do that on exiting the wander action. So we can kind of just return this to where it was before. So is alive, or there is a valid hit data, and then we'll return failure. Okay, so just like that. And so for the knockback velocity,
Oh,
set
just for
character's
that.
movement to
Okay.
0. You know what? Maybe that makes more sense than doing on the play hit condition. So if there's a knockback, well, the character velocity is getting set to the knockback, and if not, then we don't actually want to change it. So actually, we don't need to do that at all. So let's hit play and shoot. Okay, so our shots don't have a knockback right now, so they're working as intended, right? So if we hit play, it looks like they're completely ignoring the shots, which is what we want because the weapon stat basic has no knockback. So if we add in knockback stats now, and we hit play, then they're going to set the velocity to the knockback speed. All right. Yeah, okay, that's looking more correct now. Okay, so regarding the hit shader, I kind of pre-wrote this for the video. We'll try to cover everything here as I put it back in. But first we have to create...
Okay, this is now interesting because I know very little about shaders and I want to learn that too. I'll do a quick break though and eat a bit of the second thing I ordered, and then we'll do shaders. Quick break time. You got water. Well, I'll get water now and eat a bit, and then we'll have shader time. Which, that's why I want to break before, because it will probably suck because I won't understand what is happening. Maybe, I don't know. So I better grab water before. So yeah, I'll be back in a second. I think we will first listen to what he has to say, and then I'll go back and try it. So 5:22:30.
Great way to actually set the shader onto these.
If he's even explaining, right? Could also be that he's just giving us the code and we just add it somewhere. But yeah, we'll see. I think I want to listen first and then see how to do the shader stuff. Also, I did not just get water, but other things to drink. So let's see.
When the character gets hit. So I put it back in. But first we have to create the hit shader. I kind of pre-wrote this for the video. We'll try to cover everything here as I put it back in. But first we have to create a way to actually set the shader onto the sprite when the character gets hit. So I think creating a new action in the hit sequence would make sense for that. We could create a set shader action, and we need to target the character sprite 2D. So where you set a shader is going to be on the material section in here. So we would have new shader material.
Okay, in that speed, I can do it on the fly, I think.
So the default material here is just going to be nothing.
Okay, on the invader. But is it the... It's the sprite.
So target the character sprite 2D. So where you set a shader is going to be on the material section in here. So we would have new shader material. So the default material here is just going to be nothing. So let's create a new action on the hit sequence. I'm gonna
wait, but you didn't set anything, right?
Action, and we need to target the character sprite 2D. So where you set a shader is going to be on the material section in here. So we would have new shader material. So the default material here is just going to be nothing. So let's create a new action on the hit sequence. I'm going to add a child node. We're going to look for a action leaf. I'm going to move this above play hit action because we want it to play before the play hit action. And I'm going to call this the
But why would we want that before the hit action? Shouldn't it blink in the moment and not like the entire time and not before? Action leaf. Shader link.
set shader action. Let's right click on it. Extend the script.
Shader blink. And it should be in behave.
And we will set this in objects. So objects slash set underscore shader underscore action. We'll create that action leaf script. So the class name set shader action does exactly what you would expect. So we need a reference to the sprite. I'll say at export var sprite, which is going to be a sprite 2D. Does that work with animated sprites? Hold on. Assign.
I'm so confused. So will this only set will this only set the shader and not be the shader?
Oh, it does not. Okay, interesting. So we can say animated sprite 2D. Then if we assign that to the character sprite, let's see, animated sprite. So actually, let me see. Is there a parent class for this? I think we could just use canvas item, which should have a material. Okay, okay. So let's do canvas item, and we'll just call it canvas item.
I think we'll blindly follow and then later fix stuff. Even if we have to at
The
first
character sprite 2D. So this should also work with
do
regular
the assigning
sprites now
stuff he
because it's
likes.
using the parent class. And what we want to do is we want to set a material on that. So we'll do export var. Let's see, what kind of class is this? Is it just material? It's going to be of type, I guess we will try material, and we will see if that is the same thing. Okay, if you click on set shader action, we can click here. That doesn't seem quite right. So there should only be a couple here. Let's see what the parent class of shader material is. Shader material is of type material. Okay, so I think we want specifically shader material then. So shader material. Now we can click over here. What do we want to set as the shader material? We want a new shader material. We open this up and we need to create a shader for it. So you do new shader on this menu. So let's...
Wait. So wait, the canvas item now would be my animated sprite, right? Which how I would usually do it inject differently. But if this is a run before thing again. Let's steal that. Then why would I need the actor canvas item? Isn't it the same like this again? Wouldn't that be nicer than exporting if we take that anyway? Oh, but then we would need to do... No, because this is not correct. This would be correct, and then we would need to do enemy.animated sprite as canvas item. And that would work, probably. But then we're way more bound to what we do rather than having this as an export that we can set. So let's note that. Do I like this? Okay. So I think I want to have the shaders in the enemies, I think here. So then we create it in here.
Hit shader. Well, I guess just hit.gd shader works. And we'll put that in objects. I'll create a...
Just hit. I would rather say blink.
shader folder. Actually, let's create it in the root of the project. I think this maybe deserves its own category. So I'll create a shaders folder, and we have the hit shader. So we're going to open and save that. All right. Now we can click here and we get the editor window for shader. Okay, so
click where?
now we can
But he's just clicking what? So the shaders are not shown in Visual Studio Code? Damn, I didn't want to pop it out of there. No, go back. Go back. Okay. Search, edit. Wait, is like, what? Editor. Okay, there is in editors. Here, I have this. But that's not working for shaders? Godot. Edit shaders in Visual Studio Code. I think that's just not possible. Because often it's not saved but just embedded, it seems like. Okay. So I think it's not really possible. I mean, what I can do is just open it here, right? That's possible. But I don't know if I do something here. Okay. And if I... How do I close this even? Just move somewhere else or what? Delete? No, 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 no. I'm so confused. Why is it not closable? So if I change more, okay, it will reload. So I could edit there. Okay. Which probably it will be nice to have the visual output here at the same time.
Click here and we get the editor window for shader. Okay, so I'm going to start by copy and pasting all of this in, then we'll kind of talk about it for a little
No.
bit. We can see the shader going.
Let me make it weirdly looking for you, I think. Yeah, it's a bit too long now. but so that I have it full screen and I can type it down. So shader type, canvas item. Oh, this has semicolons. Uniform float. Nothing. Fragment. At least I can go and do this and be in a new line the way I want it to be. I can't do that with a Python just intent syntax. Oh, I mistyped earlier. What? Okay. And then I think here I was wrong to add that. I think that's it. Blinking speed. Max color green and blue can reach. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Reload. So I think I have it now.
Over there on the right, so just flashing between the base code.
It's not working though. Damn it. I mean, I had a different... It was spatial before, whatever that means has a difference. Okay, so if it's canvas item... Okay. So I don't know why he has the additional preview that I don't. Hmm. Oh, I'm missing these. And now it's blinking. This is just doing nothing. Okay.
Color and the red color. Then we'll kind of talk about it for a little bit. We can see the shader going over there on the right.
Okay, let's hear the explanation.
Right, so just flashing between the base color and the red color. We can talk a bit about it. I'm going to hide that for right now. Shader. So we're going to open shader or shader. So just for a little bit, we can see the shader going over there on the right. So just flashing between the base color and the red color. We can talk a bit about it. I'm going to hide that for right now because that is a little annoying. So I do want to caveat this section by saying I'm really new to shaders as well. So I'm just kind of experimenting probably almost as much as you guys are.
Okay.
But let's try to go through what I have for the setups. If you want to create a variable that you can set in the inspector for a shader, then you call it a uniform and then the type. So here it's a float.
No. Okay. So I have these shader parameters here now, but I need to see the blinking. Okay, so I can adjust that there. Interesting.
Float. I have
So the uniform is just like export.
Time scale, so how fast to animate the blinking, defaulting this to 20. And then uniform float GB ceiling. So in terms of the green and blue color, how much do we want that to be able to reach? So when it's completely red, I believe, how much green and blue do we want inside of that from the base color when we're multiplying that for each individual pixel on the shader? Okay, so the void vertex, code for every vertex the material is on, not using that. Instead, we are calling the shader functions on fragment, which adjusts for every pixel on the 2D image, basically. So in order to basically loop through the animation, in a sense, I'm calling a sine wave function on the time times the time scale. So the more the time scale goes up, the faster this is going to animate, I believe. And then I get reference to
I mean, this is probably standard shader things, right? And not Godot specific, just GD shader. So I could just look that up somewhere else. I wonder why it's a cycle though. Oh, because of sine. Yeah. So this will go to infinity, this will then blink, different value between 0 and 1. We get the color in that pixel and we take it, I don't know, the first one. That's probably... Oh, that's red. We keep red full and then the rest can stay. Okay, so we kind of do red, but the rest is... going up and down. But shouldn't we have text color R then here? At least for me, because I have orange, right? Maybe it only works for him because he doesn't have orange. We'll see.
the current color of the pixel in question, and I'm changing the color of the pixel in question. So this takes a vector 4, which is RGB alpha, so red, green, blue, and alpha. So the red value is always being set to 1.0. And then the green and blue value is going to be based on the original green and blue value of the image. And then we're multiplying that by where it's at in the time cycle. So remember, this is a wave, so it's going to fluctuate like up and down, up and down, up and down, which means we're going to have the green and blue showing, and then it's not going to show. And when it's not showing, then we get all red. And this is being multiplied by the ceiling value to basically limit how high it can go. We keep the original alpha of each pixel. So that's basically it. And what we get as a result, if I open up the shader material, it looks kind of like this. I think though maybe rather than having a 100% red color, I might actually want it to be the original red color. So I could do text color.
Sometimes, you know, I just said that before. Because it now cycles and... But I'm not sure if I need this sealing. Just this cycling should be enough, right? Because now, if my cycle is at 1, positive 1, let's not see the blinking. Or you don't even see it. If I'm positive 1 with my sign, I would get the original value, but only 75%. So I think I don't even want to do that. Yeah, it still does the same thing. But now it's not changing my color, else the default color of my creatures would only ever reach 27% of it original. So it would be darker. Where it can just take the same color and just drain the time value. And then also the sign will probably be between -1 and 1, right? Which means that... Shouldn't that be... Shouldn't that also be considered? So we make it to be +1 by 2. Shouldn't be something like that.
.r, pull the original red value in, that'll always be there. So then it goes basically between red and kind of a pinkish red whenever it cycles. So basically what we're going to do for the set shader action is when the shader enters, we're going...
Okay, we'll try it like this and then see what the changes actually do. But I feel like it's sad that he does not know that much about shaders too. So it's not really a deep explanation he can give.
The shader on the canvas item. So if we do function before, what's it called? Let's look up action leaf and then leaf and behave node. It's before run. So we can copy this into the set shader action like that. And all we need to do is say canvas item dot material is equal to material. And when I
so we don't even need that, because we'll just drag it out of the actor that is used for the blinking. So this is actually a nice component because it could be used on anything, but we would need to stop the blinking, right? Which will be tough because we would only want to stop it after the hit play. So we would need a init blink shader and then a stop blink shader, set and unset. Let's see how this looks. Wait, they are not animated anymore. What? Why are they broken now? What if this would do nothing? No, something else broke? When? How? What? Oh, wait. Um... Return success. What? How did that break now? Come on, where's the one that killed me? That I want to watch, that I want to kill. Oh, they can't drop down anymore. Wait, how did I break that? Now I wish I would have Git set up. Now it has no material anymore. I'm gonna go wash this plate and get more water. Have fun with that. What? Okay, let's delete this. And see if it's fixed. Huh? Damn. I should have set up Git. Oh my god. What did I even change? That was all tested. What? So this is no longer part. The shader is not doing anything. There's no material here. Why is it not working? Wait, so we're always running into processing? So we're never running into this. Did I delete something by accident? When did I do that? Oh my god, that's a while ago. I deleted start. What's wrong with me? Oh my god, okay, it's working again. Woo. That was scary. So now... set blink shader, and we'll rename the behave action set blink shader. Oh my god, rename the thing down there, please. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Set blink shader. And then here we will set this to blink shader. And load as a material. The material, and then load the shader. And it's blinking. Nice. Welcome back. You missed me losing my mind for 50 seconds because I earlier deleted this line, it seems. So my timer was no longer starting. And everything was broken. But I'm happy I found that. Ooh. That would have easily could have driven me mad on where the problem lies. Okay, let's see if this has any effect now. It doesn't. Okay. But we do have the script now, right? Or did I, in fear of everything being broken, uncomment? Oh, I uncommented everything. There. So let's get this all back. Let's remove this, and I think I need to put success here, because before we had it like this, and that was also not working, I think. This is not working. Fine, fine. Of course not. I want to see though if, oh, can this not blink permanently? I think the second one is, damn it. Which one is this? The first? How is it? I mean, it should go in there. Or maybe if the thing does not have a tick function, it never accesses it. Let's check that. Let's see if this results in output. Okay, so no tick, no access before. Right, if I want the breakpoint, I need to start it from here. Still not executed. Don't run off. Executed. Did I mistype? Why is it not? Oh my god. I would love to just have an override keyword to make sure I can't miss that. That's so stupid. Okay, so if I now undo this and have a breakpoint here. Are we hitting that? We are. Okay. And now I want to see that in this. Why is it blinking white? I mean, it should stop blinking again, right? But I could just duplicate the set shader. I could even do I don't know if that's the right way to do it. I don't know if I like it. Oh no, I can, wait, I can do it like just like that. Copy paste, move here. And then set blink shader 2. Will have no material. I mean, interesting that he can't move as long as something's on him. I think that's fine. What is not fine is that he's blinking white. So I forgot where I did that stuff though. Here, I make visibility modulate canvas item, right? So I think I should modulate here and set the invader and not the animated sprites material. Because here is where I define the color. But I don't know how the modulate color will apply, or if the shader just ignores that. What I also don't get is why I don't need that, but maybe the default of tick is always success. It is. Okay, that's why I don't need it. And then I wanna set it on the enemy directly and see how that changes something, maybe. It just no longer works. Great. But can we see that it should be set here, right? Here, material empty of invader 1. Where is invader 1? Okay, yeah, it's setting the material. It's just getting ignored. So is the modulate maybe overriding it? Can I reset this? What is modulate on this, for example? Wait, where is it? In visibility. White. I mean, maybe for some reason that's just not working there. What if I do it here? Now it's also orange. And we will set it on the animated sprite directly now. What? So modulate probably is not possible for that. I think that requires a Google request. Shader ignoring modulate color Godot. So the internet has opinions. Wait, what? You want me to multiply with the texture instead of assigning? So probably I won't overwrite the value like this. But then I won't... Wait, let's see how that looks here. Still blinking red, okay. No way. It works. Nice. Now the thing is, red is not really the perfect color for this, right? For this style. So let me put the color into Google and then what would be a nice damage color? Maybe that. No. The texture is white anyway, I think, so that really doesn't matter because we are having the modulate thing. And the GB cell I also don't need, I think. So I think I would multiply that yeah, now it's getting black. Because the default color I think is black or white. So if I now multiply this with the values that we want, which would be 1, 0, color to percentage. What do we have? 6. 40%. I might as well I'm not sure if that has an effect. I wanted to just put the color in and always have it shaded like that. Why is it red black now? Anyway, let's undo. No, what is undone there now? I hate that it's sometimes undoing in the editor. Okay. You're orange again, hopefully in the right spot. So if we do this but multiply, and then we just take these values shouldn't it be the purple color we want? No. Okay. Okay, that works. So now why is this not doing anything? Now the value is between, oh, now it's between -1 and 1, right? Maybe that's the problem. Because the sine function isn't doing what it should. And the value is just inverse. No, something's in my eye. Okay. So let's see. GD shader sine between 0 and 1. How to use sine wave in shader? +1/2. Wait, that should be possible. They are doing what I wanted to do earlier, which is sine +0. Oh, okay, I can. Wait, why did it not allow me that earlier? Whatever. Okay. Doesn't change anything, but that's what I want. And now we undo this. And we take the texture I don't care for. This should all be correct. So shouldn't this work now? No. Why is it turning red again? Well, I'm taking the color there and it's orange. And I'm mixing the orange with my color values. So I would need to cap them. Yeah, what I would want to do would be to take the old color. But I don't have that. I would need that somehow, the modulate color. And then I could do with the inverse cycle, right? So I could do time cycle one divided by time cycle times that plus this, something like that. No, wait, 1 minus. I could do something like that. So now it's the it's this color value. It's switching between these color values now, I think. But I don't know if the multiplying will work. I mean, it does work, but it's red again, which I don't get why. But it could be that orange. No, but I'm switching between those values now. Hmm. Wait, this is just red now? Always? What am I doing? Why is it working? Okay, what is this color again? FF99. 99 is 60% in the second value. Just to check this. This and then 60% in the second value, 0 in the last value. This makes no sense to me. You're writing an application now to make the reverse engineering stuff easier. That sounds good. That sounds like the proper thing to ease those hard tasks. Like any helper method that is this that you can have probably is really nice. It's not blinking anymore. Mostly when I'm trying to copy and paste multiple hexadecimal values with GDRA, I can't do it and have to manually type long hex values. Yeah, that sounds like you should make that easier. So maybe I shouldn't have the value between 0 and 1? Now it's blinking black and that color. So if I would now have a second value in which between I want to go back and forth, I would have the lower value and the second value, average them. Or maybe that's the problem, that I didn't average them. So 1 minus this. Divided by 2. And then I add them together. And this will be my other value. Okay, now it works. So this is the pre-code. Make an application where I can copy and paste hex values in. Can't you, like, doesn't the Windows copy paste already do it for you somehow, that you can copy and paste multiples in there? Or is it just that you can't really access into the space where you would need to be? Oh yeah, you don't have Windows, I recall now. True. Excuse me, can you please uncomment this? Oh my god. Pasture doesn't allow in general, like it has an option to paste, but no matter how you manipulate the data, it says it's too much to paste. Oh, okay. Wait, so will you now inject code into Jitra so that you can replace the pasting code to be able to paste, or how will you get it in if it rejects it anyway? Why am I editing it here? I should just go into Visual Studio Code and then switch back and forth. Like seriously, this is not good. Okay, this 1, 6, that. Yeah, we're doing that. I'm done with that. Okay. Let's change something. Oh, I don't even get... Okay. Oh, and these values were also wrong. It doesn't format it for me. Damn it. Okay, so this should be correct now. It's not. It's really not. Why is it? But this is correct, right? 160. Yeah. Yeah, you're just doing it external for grabbing the memory address. Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is correct. The other one is correct. But if we have the values in between, because we have the wrong one here, I think now it is correct. But it's looking a bit weird. It's getting darker and then goes to that value. I'm not sure if I would want smooth animation between those two, though. If I would rather flip. And have just a step function switching between the colors. I think that would look better than animating between them. Okay. How do I want to do this? I think I would want to just flip and not animate going there, because I don't know why this is not correct anymore. I think also the transition phase is just too long and should stay on the edge values longer and clamp there. GD shader step step. Step. BI is smaller. No, 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 no. No, no, no. G shader step function. I mean, I can probably just do time modulo 2, and that will be 0 or 1, right? No. G shader modulus. Am I the problem or are you? What is this correct? It feels to me like it fades. Shouldn't it just flip? It is pulsating, right? Wait. Now if this is 1, we get that 1, and this is 0, we get 0, so we got to get the 1. Why am I dividing by 2? This is better. I don't know why it still has a fade though. Because this should now be just 0 or 1. Can I print time cycle? Godot shader print. Uniform float print equals 0. And then we will assign time to print. I can't assign to uniform. What? Words are one. Oh, I didn't read the second sentence. Okay. So what if we do just that and multiply that with time cycle? Huh? Wait, why do we still have that? Maybe time is float. Could that be? Yeah. Is there something like ceiling maybe? Floor? Now we have it. Okay, okay. So modulo, so we get a value between, but then I could also do this and just floor that. No? Oh, it will only be a very short moment where it will be 1. Yeah. This is the blinking I want. And now, if we want that to be quicker, faster, or slower, would I do this? Oh my god. Oh, you don't even see it. See this. It's going crazy. So now if we apply 1, what if we apply 0.5? Okay. So let's have a reasonable default of 5 maybe. So that works. That's time blinking here. This is out commented and this goes back in. And now we blink between these colors. Okay, perfect. And now it should work as I want it, even though I would prefer that it would. Yeah. I think that's nicer looking than the red. At least a bit. Not perfect, but a bit better. And we could now try any other color. I wonder though if somehow I can make it so that... No, because multiply will not work. Yeah, multiply will not work. So what I could do is make this variables that can be set. Uniform color. I want color. Godot shader uniform color picker. Yo, that works. Source color. Amazing. So base color. Blink color. So from the texture, for this it makes sense to only pick because the texture will be white. So the modulate color is kind of our base color here. Which is sad that we just can't just grab it. But also kind of fine. So this is the base color. And then this was the pink. That's too far gone now. That's so cool. And now we're blinking between those two. So I think if I would do the multiplication, this would just be really weird, right? Because now we get the same color twice. I know, this kind of looks good actually. Because it's more orange going to the pink. I would like to solve this though in a way that makes sense. So I wouldn't want to multiply if I'm considering the base color. Then I want to do it like this. But what one could do would not take the base color, but go with pure white. So then in the default case, this will be either white or that value. Oh, but that value cannot be multiplied. So I would need to take a value that if I multiply that inverts the color. So I would find out which values I need to multiply the orange with so that it remains to become the purple. So that's not feasible. Yeah. So I wonder if I can get the modulate color in here any different way. Maybe I can actually do modulate modu. I think we'll go with this. I'm fine with that, with setting the color in one more position. That's okay for me. But we might make it a bit more reddish. So that it looks more saturated. Wait, higher I think is the opposite, right? Yeah. We want lower. I think that's a decent color. Maybe even a bit, oh my god. No, undo. A bit lower even. I think I like that one. Do I? Do I? Damn it. It's this tweaking again of magic numbers with no actual benefit. We'll go with that, I think. Maybe it's a bit too pink, but... Oh my god, I need to change it again. How is it not changing sometimes? It stays at 55. Now it went to 50, okay. Yeah, I think that one I do like. No, no, it got me. Okay, that was a nice little a nice little excursus into shader. Okay, with that, let me close all these things, and this and that. And I totally forgot where we were. I think it's time to go full screen with this again. And see what we have.
Leaf and
Information,
behave,
what
behave
information
like
we
this.
get.
So, basically, color,
Okay,
I
the
might
blinking.
actually want it to be the original red color.
We have better
so
blinking
I
now,
do text
I
color
think.
dot R, pull the original red value in. That'll always be.
Wait. What we could also do now is go back from 0 to 1. Because the values are now correct. I had the divided by 2 earlier, that was a problem. So if I do this, it's not fast enough, but it would be a smooth change. So if that's the case, then the default must be, we'll just do it like this so that it's consistent. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the same speed. Okay, so the 4 is just our offset from that value. But now it's animated between these states. I think I like that even more. Okay. Maximum improvement. And you know what? We'll take the blinking shader, and on death, we also go to that. But we'll just go that color. Yeah. I like that. No, don't die. Not yet. This game still needs a sprint button so I can run faster. Okay. I like that. Let's watch and see where it goes for them.
There. So then it goes basically between red and kind of a pinkish red whenever it cycles. So basically what we're going to do for the set shader action is when the shader enters, we're going to set the shader on the canvas item. So if we do function before, what's it called? Let's look up action leaf and then leaf.
and behave node. It's before run, so we can copy this into the set shader action like that. And all we need to do is
I wanted to watch till here, right? Well, we'll see how that goes.
Equal to material. And when I exit the play hit action to finish the hit sequence, I actually want to also set the shader action. So I'm going to copy and paste that down below. I could say set shader action remove or remove set shader action. And now if we click on this remove, we can just remove the shader material here. So it's going to set the canvas item material to null, and that should just remove the shader. So if this is working correctly, then we should see the shader while the play hit action is going. And that is basically the gist there. So let's shoot. And as you can see, we get the hit shader to actually play on our enemies. And it's very obvious when they get hit now. I might want to control the knockback a little bit more. Maybe it needs to be kind of a progressive build up to the speed. So maybe it should be more like an acceleration. So if I hit play now and we shoot our enemies, we can see that they are going to flash that red when they get hit. So it's very obvious when they get hit now. So to test it a little bit easier, we can set the damage to 1, so all the characters will survive more than one hit. We hit play, and let's shoot our enemies a bit. Kind of bully them over towards the edge of the screen. As soon as we let off with the projectiles, they'll resume their wander state. That's kind of what we expect. And if we keep shooting, we can kind of bully them into a corner. So if we wanted to, we could hurt this guy over here. Yep, and mostly seems to be working. The knockback doesn't always actually go the right direction, so that's a bit of an issue. I wonder if that's just because of the position of the hurtbox and the physics body. So for the hurtbox shape, we can give it maybe another capsule shape, and I'll try making this just like a pixel bigger. So let's hit play, and maybe this will help with the hurtbox issues a little bit. So when the character knocks back to the opposite direction we would expect, I think the code is executing as written. But basically the spawn position of this projectile is going to determine the knockback direction. So if I go right on top of them, then that might mean like right here, that the projectile goes over here, but the character's over here, so it knocks it back to the left. That may or may not be intended behavior. So if that's something that bothers you can just change your knockback direction formula, and that should clear that up. Or if you like it this way, you can leave it alone. But it's not really problematic, it's just kind of how it's coded. So anyway, the hit shader seems to be working, and we can actually extend the knockback factor a little bit. So let's take the duration and make it 1 second, and hit play, and we'll see if this actually gives it time to loop through. Okay, yeah, we can see the flashing definitely is happening there. It might not be obvious enough, so you can change the parameters of the shader. So if we go to shader, shader material.
Can we see our flashing? We can, right? Is it long enough? It's kind of not flashing, it's kind of just one, which is fine. If we hit it there, it will just stay pink, I think. But I'm fine, I don't need to see the blinking. I could increase the speed. Wait, no! Oh my god, it tricked me. Because this is the same material. Because this is the same shader. Copy. Paste. Okay, now it's a new one. Oh yeah, you don't see that, right? Because it's behind. No, now you see it. Earlier you didn't see because it was behind the video. So we can set that now, and now it's static for that, but blinking for this. Yeah, it's blinking now, I think. Okay. Huh? Didn't see that the one was hidden there. I love these little parachute guys. Okay. Fix that. Let's continue this.
all shape parameters are down here. So maybe we make the GP ceiling like 0.25, or then depending on how that's set up, that's going to make it more or less obvious. Yeah, but anyway, the flashing is definitely there. So that's pretty much, in a nutshell, about all there is to do about doing basic knockback on a character body. So anyway, the main component of this video, getting the shader to do its flashing red hit indicator, definitely working there. Knockback could definitely use some tweaking a little bit, but I think that we are in a good state for the end of this video. So at this point, our enemies are basically working. They have their hit knockback, applying the shader, they have the death state, and they have their wonder whenever they aren't doing a hit or a death. But they have no ability to really interact with the player. And in a lot of platformers, when a character would run into a player, they would deal damage to them. So we'll try to implement that in this tutorial. Also, one thing that I do think we should make a change on, if we go into the debugger for the behave tree, is that you can see that whenever the wonder action is done, the selector composite restarts and it checks the death sequence and the hit sequence. But also in our code, we just check in here to see if we should interrupt the tick by returning failure so that these can go back. Basically, if the character's not alive or if there's an active hit on the character, then it would go here anyway. And so we don't really need to be returning success when the timer times out. So what we could actually do is remove the return success so that this will never actually finish. It'll only be interrupted with a failure, or it will return running. So if we just do that, return running, we get rid of the is wandering variable, kind of like this, because if the character's in the wander action, he's always wandering. Then on timer timeout, we can just randomize the wandering, and then we restart the timer. So timer.start, okay, and that's pretty much it. So if we hit play now.
I dislike that. That's just biting into the problematic behavior that shouldn't be there in the first place. It should just not be set up like that at all.
But we can, let's go to the debugger, we'll click on
And the
character,
interruption should be set properly, not like this.
And they leave their state. So
I think this made it worse.
A little bit less annoying, where every half second it tries to check that sequence and hit sequence again, but that's really not needed. We can just keep the character in the wander action until something else interrupts it. So that aside, back to the player, there are a couple minor issues I'd kind of like to resolve. So one being able to jump for the character, you need to go to the, let's see, the player scene, make sure that can ground jump is checked on player stats so that your character can jump. Again, for the last few tutorials, I had it off. It must have reset back to the default of off when I moved it to the character stats script, which this is a child of. So just checking that should allow jump to work again. And also on the projectile, I'm bumping up the gravity scale from 0.2 to 0.3. That'll just make it so that the projectiles fall to the ground a little bit faster. So if they're too floaty, I don't super like it. I do like them to be kind of floaty. It's up to you, basically, what you want the gravity scale to be. If you have it at 1.0, then they'll fall like the player does. So that's one of the handy things about a rigid body 2D in Godot. You can just tweak the settings here and completely change the physics on how an object moves, which is powerful, and but you can just move a few sliders and change how things work, but also kind of tricky to debug because it's a little bit harder to know precisely how it's going to work.
4 times speed right now.
For instance, well, let's be able to shoot up an edge. It shouldn't have been able to because the gravity scale is different now. For instance, okay, so we want the player to be able to be hit. There are a couple ways you can do that. One would be to use a finite state machine. If you go into the asset library and you search state machine, there's a bunch of examples here that you can use. And then when your character is basically able to move and jump on the ground, you can make a ground state. When you want them to take damage and remove the ability for them to be hit, you can put them in a hit state and all that. So we're going to do something similar, but because in our project we're already using behave tree as a behavior tree for controlling our characters, often this would be used more for AI, but I want to just take a crack at using it for our main character as well. So the idea will be that we do use a behave tree and we'll probably use
I think I'll do it in code and not in the behave tree. And I think what I'm gonna do is implement that real quick and then just watch this tutorial probably. So I would want the player to have a hurt box. And then that hurt box needs a collision shape. And that one will be a capsule. And it should be a bit bigger than the collision, right? So that we can actually run into the enemies. Can we have the animation sprite be idle so that I can see the ground floor? I hope that this way we can... No, I think it should even be bigger than the floor, right? Yeah, it should be bigger in each direction so that it can hit, it can target anything around it. So we now have the hurt box. To set up the hurt box in the player, I'm gonna just copy from the enemy the setup for the hurt box. And then we do this. So when we get hurt, we are the problem on was hit is hittable, and we don't override is hittable because we're always hittable. And we implement an on hit function, and I think we will give us some, I don't know if we get some knockback so that we don't stay in the enemy, or if we just need to run off. So let's do on hit. I think it's void. Let's check. On hit. What? Oh, I called it on was hit. And we get whatever hit us. And then we will cast this source into something, and something in this case will be enemy. Variable enemy is source dot origin node as enemy, and if enemy exists, we want to do stuff. Yeah, so if enemy exists, current health will be minus equal enemy dot resource dot, I hate that this, oh, this has autocomplete now. What? Nice. Enemy res dot. Okay, and then we go into the enemy and we'll add here damage amount of 50. And in the player we put that here. Enemy. Okay, so we damage our player in that case, and then we print current health. Let's see if that works already. Oh, it can't work because what we would need to do is also give the enemy a hitbox. So next to the hurt box, you will get a hitbox. And that can actually just be the shape of that thing. And now for setup, we go into projectile, grab the hitbox. And set that one up. On has hit. And I think this yeah, we will just not implement it because the default is fine. So we just want us to be set to whatever the hurt box is by assigning ourselves. And then in the player, we should get here, we should get the enemy, and we can drag out the damage value. And if we go into the invader and to the properties, we have 50 as damage amount, and our player has Where's the health? 250. So 5 hits and we're dead. We are dead. In the enemy 25. Hitbox not declared in current scope. Enemy 25. What? Let's start from code and see where it stops and why. Hitbox not declared in current scope. What? What? How is that different? Is it deeper down the hierarchy? No, it's on the highest level. Let's make sure by making this an export. Still, I see it now. I trusted my search, but my search is not case sensitive. That's the problem with it. Okay, fine. Wait, but these are not. Why is this? Okay, should be fixed now and everything is named the same way. Yeah, we're getting damage now. What happens if we jump on one? We get a bunch of damage. Interesting though that if they are on top of us, they no longer damage because it doesn't update. Oh, the problem is now though, if we want to have the blink effect, we would also need to have the behavior tree on us. Jump, run, idle. I I could just here also check for was hit and then after a certain time unset that, right? Run a timer here. Say, okay, hit timer start, and then on end, do something. Let's bring this back. So now if health changes and the health is too low, we just Q3. So now we can die. Dead. Okay, I like that. And then stuff like a health bar and stuff and such sort would be nice. But we don't need that here. I would like to get the same blinking. So we're gonna do an inline timer like we did with play hit, I think. No. With death? No. Get tree, I think, was the thing we need. Yeah, this. Oh, it wasn't projectile. So in the player, rather than having a state machine, we're just gonna go and say, okay, let's start a timer. The timer will be 0.5 seconds, and then we gonna set animated sprite dot material to shader hit shader, and what happened? No. Go full screen again, please. Okay. Hit shader will be a property of the player. I could now try to unify that and have the hit shader be set by the enemy in the general part. I mean, in the character resources in the general part. But then how do I transfer that into the behave thing? And that would be tough. So I don't want to bother. So we'll just make a character resource now. No, sorry, player resource, play res, and we'll do that where this is. Wait, I'm pressing wrong buttons, I think. View. Oh, okay. No. That was it. Okay, copy this. Go into the player and paste it there. Player. Player. Pushback resistance, we don't need that. Damage amount, we don't need that. We need export var hit shader of type shader material. And then that should be it. And now we can go where we've been before. And it would be in player resources, hit shader, right? Hit. It's not. Why not? Because it's different name. Oh, I called it play resource. Player. Hit shader. Okay, so that works now. Now we create a timer and we say on was hit complete. And in that one, we will just unset. And now in the player, we can create a resource and we can copy the invader, this shader, copy it here, paste. So it should be exactly the same. And if I change something here, it will change in the other one too. So now it's 10 here. It's still 5 there. Damn it. Didn't I copy it? Shader material. Maybe I should have copied this one. It sticks to be 10. Ooh, I like this though. Okay, fine. So they are not the same, that's fine. The enemies will blink a bit faster. And we blink double as fast. Even more than double. No, the enemies are too quick now. 7 maybe? Eight probably is perfect, right? 8, it must be 8. And then actually, as long as we blink, we will be invincible. Invisible. So, hurt box 2D. Is hittable implementation will be is hittable, and that we'll just cheese. I think it also takes this, right? Even though we don't need that, because we will just do, and yes, this is cheesy, cheesy. We turn this equal now. Okay, so now we should not be able to be hit. Enemy player. Enemy character. Is hittable implementation. Wait, but it is like that. Here we can actually just not have it. Because the enemy will not have a wind down thing. Oh! Got removed. That was the problem again, I think, with the program still running, and then it just overwrites my changes sometimes. Okay, so what I want to do is I get damage now, but I can't get damage again for as long as I'm blinking. Now we have 2 games. Wait, but the material is no longer null when we go in there. Let's check all these positions. Is hittable. Return true, which is correct. We go in here, material is now something and no longer nothing. Now material is null again. How do I check this? I think I just print these. Print that. Print here and there. Hittable. Was hit. Was hit Kumpel. Okay. So something there is not working as it should. I think that is hittable. Wait, if we do return false. That works. Maybe it's just never not null. No, it didn't. Oh, it didn't damage us. So I can do this 2 times. Now I'm dead. Damn it. I think I can do at least twice and I won't get damage. Yeah, because we were still hittable false. And this time I even managed to do it 3 times. Okay, so that works. And I think I'm gonna go with 0.75 actually. Okay. And we could also do, if we die, do the old way. And await that. And do animated sprite 2D, play res dot any animation death. Could it be that it either is not working or we don't have a death animation? Oh, it's called dead. But for the invader, it's called death, right? No, it's also called dead. Dead. So just to check that this is working. That is not working, what? Oh, I know why. Because this is overwriting it. Yeah, now I need to do duplicated code again, which I don't like. But if our health is lower, then we will play the death animation, because this is the state where it should be done. And then this is just additional timeout till we actually die. But we should rather just not be able to move anymore or something like that. A state machine would be nice though. That would help a lot. Interesting. Our wand is not blinking, right? Can I do not Q but disable? No. Can I do... What can I do? That's too much to check, right? Yeah. Q... I could just unset this. So we just remove the controls. Oh, it doesn't work because it's still set. Yeah. So I would need to set this to null. Set this to function void pass. Oh, but I'm enforcing that to do something. So this needs to be like that. I think that's funny that you'll just get stuck there, and even without a timeout. And you can still jump, but other than that, I just take the movement controls from you. Then you just can't move, but you can still stay there and shoot. No, I'm stuck. Okay. We now can die. The only thing that would be cool is to have the health be shown above the player or something, rather than have print rather than print it. So let's do show on screen rather than print. Okay, with that, we'll watch his video and see how far he goes.
Like play death action and play hit action, or these whole sequences really. But then rather than a wander AI, it'll be more like, okay, the character's in this ground state, and now we turn over control to the input devices like a keyboard or controller so that you move your player on the screen. So pretty similar to a finite state machine in some ways, and maybe a little bit overkill, but I want to have fun with it. So we will do a player behave tree. So in the player, let's go to the root and let's look for a behave tree. So the actor node path, I think this just defaults to the parent, so we probably don't need it, but let's make it like the invader. So we have a separate blackboard. So we'll do that too, in case we need it. So blackboard, let's assign that in the inspector of the behave tree, like that. The actor is the player, okay, so I guess no need to be assigned that there. Tick rate 1.0. So I guess the idea here is if you needed to speed up an AI or a character, you could increase this or decrease it. I assume that's what that does anyway. We're going to process on physics. That's good because we're mostly moving the player. And now we just need to set up a tree. So I'm actually going to take all of this down to that and just copy that and paste it into the player. And so the is dead condition, whether it's a enemy or a player, it's basically going to be the same. We just want to play the death animation when the character dies, and we just want the character to be hit, maybe apply the shader whenever the player gets hit as well. We could change the shader that we want to use here, so it doesn't have to be the same between enemies. But then the wander action, that's where things are going to differ. So basically, whether the character's in the ground or the air, we might change its controls a little bit. But then down here, basically, we are going to turn over control to the player or the player input. So we might even have like a ground player input action rather than the player input script that's always on over here. So let's actually create that ground player input. I'll right click on child node. Let's expand over here, leaf action leaves. We'll just have a standard action leaf here initially. I'm going to rename this to ground input action, and then let's extend the script. So it's going to be ground input action on player. Create. Okay, and if I take a look at behave node, it extends node, so it can have all the same input, so it can have all the same features as a regular Godot node. So if I want to, I can go into player input and I can take this unhandled input and we can put this into the ground input action. And then we just limit it so that the ground input action is only going to be activated while the ground input action state is active. Let's start by just copy and pasting this over. I'll give it the class name ground input action. Just going to give the player controls for the ground state input. So the character's on the ground, this is what it can do on the ground when everything else is freed up. Okay, we don't need the wander action from the behave tree, that's for enemies. So just to get the function names, I'm going to look at the play hit action for a second. So we're going to have before run or active run to enable the ground input, and then we're going to have tick to set the movement direction while we're on the ground. So let's get that over here. Basically, function process is going to be replaced by function tick. Yeah, so it needs to return true or false. So this is just going to return running. And then we need the before and after. So the before run is just going to return void. Pass that for now. Let's copy this. We'll have the after run. Okay, and on before run, we're going to activate. And then after run, we're going to disable. So var active equals false. Before run, active equals true. After run, active equals false. And then before we do any unhandled input, we're going to check if not active, return. Okay, so that basically means that jumping and doing try shoot is not going to work if the state is not active. So we'll try with that for right now. This is probably going to need a little bit of tweaking. But let's actually remove the original player input for now, and I'll try hitting play, and we'll see if this works at all. So player direction, that would need a reference to the actor. So this would be actually actor, the actor.direction. So we actually need the node now. I think on before run, we could just get reference to the character. So player, it's going to be a player, yep. And then we'll say before run, player equals the actor as player. So we'll give it that little underscore there because we're actually using it. And then we'll say player.direction down here equals this. Okay, and then we don't need to export for the player because we're already getting that from the actor. Okay, now let's click on the ground input action. We'll assign the shooter and the actions, player input actions from the project. Let's try and play, and let's see if this works. Okay, so the character is able to move, the character is able to shoot, and let's make sure that we're actually in that state. So if we look at the player's tree, you can see that ground input actions is running, and basically it works exactly like it was before. Okay, now for our player, to actually take damage, play a death sequence and play a hit sequence, we're going to need a setup similar to the invader, where we have a health component, and we also have a object blackboard setter. So I'm going to copy and paste those over to player, health component for the player, and object blackboard setter. I'm going to copy that over to the blackboard down here. And let's move the blackboard above the behave tree. Now we can click on object blackboard setter, assign the blackboard, assign the health component, and we need a hurt box. If we click on the health of the player, well, we'll see this is using invader stats. We want to change that to player stats. So you'll be able to customize how much health the player has here if you need to. And then we'll be using that instead. So we need a hurt box for the player. So let's right click on the player. I'll add a hurt box. And then let's right click on hurt box and add a collision shape 2D. Let's make it something like a small sphere, maybe a circle shape or a capsule shape. Let's make sure that the player is in the run state so we can see where we're putting the collision shape. And I'll hit W to move it. Let's put it up there. I'll hit Q to grab these handles at the edge and shrink it down. So we're gonna make it a little smaller than the collision shape for right now, I guess. And I'll rename this to be hurt shape 2D. If we click on the hurt.
Wait, he does it smaller than the collision? But then I wouldn't hit it. No? Because then the collision would prevent me from getting the hurt trigger in, except if the hitbox of the enemies would be bigger.
Box, let's assign the health and the body, which is the player, and now in the object blackboard setter we want to assign the hurt box. Okay, now for the player to get hit by the enemy walking into the player, we would need the invader to have a hitbox that is always on. So let's right click on invader and I'll add a hitbox 2D. Let's move that under facing, I suppose, just in case, so that it's always facing the right direction. And let's see, weapon stats, we do need to set like how much damage it should do with that, so I can do new weapon stats, and let's save that as objects, characters, and we'll say invader collision underscore stats.trs. Inside of that, 10 damage, and maybe we do want to knockback, so I'll say new knockback stats. I'll say 50 force. Why not? And then we can close that. So our hitbox needs a collision shape, so add in a collision shape 2D for the collision shape.
Interesting. So he wants to have the knockback from the enemy touching, right?
Let's move it to the right side, and I'll shrink it down, hit Q to go to basically handle selection mode, and let's make it kind of favoring the player somewhat. So right around there, we can even make it like a capsule shape. So I'll change that to a capsule shape, and shrink it down like this. Q to go there.
Wait,
okay,
why is the hitbox...
Like a little bit better, and move it over just a tad. Then I think that's pretty good now. I could shrink it a little bit. Maybe I put it there and shrink it. Okay, sure. We'll go with that. Let's rename this to be collision hitbox shape 2D. Okay, now if you hover over it, it's gotta be like obvious name. Okay, and we have the hitbox. So this is gonna deal 10 damage with a 50 knockback.
Why only from the right?
So we want to expand collision and make sure that this is gonna mask out for the player only. So this will only hit the player, and it doesn't really need to have a ground. It doesn't really need to have its own layer because this is more of a look only box. In fact, you could even turn monitor.
I think I don't need to change the layers because I'm checking the type of the thing, right? I could though. No, we have the separate hurt box and the separate hitbox layer, so it makes no sense to change anything there. I think 1 1 5 6. Yeah, in theory it should be set up the same way. So this hurt box is, damn it, this hurt box is 5 6. So we can't collide with it, and then this hitbox is 5 6. Let's see if everything still works. Oh my god, please just die. Okay. Yeah, everything works still. I could do it on a separate layer, of course, but I think I rather want to check that in code than have a separate layer for any combination that would be possible.
Turbo off if you want, because with the hitbox, nothing's looking for the hitbox. The hitbox is looking for hurt boxes, but it's not really necessary to toggle it off like that. Though you could, it should be fine.
Wait, what?
It doesn't really need to have a ground. It doesn't really need to have its own layer because this is more of a look-only box. In fact, you could even turn monitorable off if you want, because with the hitbox, nothing's looking for the hitbox. The hitbox is looking for hurt boxes, but it's not really necessary to toggle it off like that. Though you could, it should be fine.
So that would be a speed improvement or something. So monitorable on all hitboxes and the layers also on all hitboxes. So hitbox in area 2D. If true, other monitoring areas can detect this area. Okay, no longer detectable, has no layer. Projectile hitbox, no longer detectable, has no layer. And then the hurt box doesn't need to detect anything and has no mask. Yeah, so now the hit hurt box layer is just layer 6. So layer 5 is unused, and this is hit hurt box. Hit hurt box. Okay, let's see if this still works. Okay, everything still works, and in theory it's more efficient now. No, I can't kill that one. I think. Maybe like this. Okay.
So let's hit play, and let's see if the player can get hit. I'll walk into an enemy. Okay, nothing happens. Alright, so let's find out why. First, I'm going to check the player, and we'll check the hurt box. Let's make sure.
Oh, for him it can be smaller than the collision because he doesn't collide with the enemies. I do collide with the enemies, that's why my hitbox or hurt box must be bigger.
The collision here is on player layer. It's not, so we need to make sure the hurt box is on the player layer. Doesn't need a mask, so it should just be player 2. So let's try that again.
It seems he forgot what layer structure he had with the hit and hurt boxes, but that's fine.
I'll run into an enemy. Okay, we don't get hit. So I'll try setting a couple breakpoints. In hurt box, let's set one here for when we get hit, and then in invader hit box, let's go in here, and let's see, hurt box hittable. Let's set one here. So basically, if it passes being able to get hit, it should create a hit. We'll see if it gets there at all. Okay, and we did hit breakpoint, so let's see what happened. The hurt box, if we open this up, should be the player hurt box 2D. Okay, that's good. That's what we expect. Then we go down to the next.
Wait, why does he have that now? Oh yeah.
Hit. So hit actually does happen, which is going to emit was hit. Okay, and we have the old health. The actual change was 10, so if we look at the health component, we should see 90 health. So the player's taking damage. It's still alive, so that's good. It's just that the behave tree is not actually triggering properly. Okay, so if we close and get rid of all the breakpoints, I think I know what's up. If we check the player, we have the ground input action. As we just set it up, it always runs, and there's no interrupt for this. In the invader, what we did is our wonder action, we just check for a is alive or is instance valid hit data, and then we return failure. But there might be other conditions we add into our code where we would want to interrupt, and that would mean that we have to keep editing these scripts every single time, and that might not be optimal. So if we go to player and ground input action, I'm thinking that maybe what we need to do is add in the interrupt function. So if we do interrupt on a p actor, or really I'm going to underscore that because we're not going to use it for anything. So underscore p underscore actor, and then underscore p blackboard. Type blackboard, this returns void. So the only thing we're going to do is set active to false. And if the tick occurs, but if not active, then we're going to return failure, let's say. It could also be success, but I think failure makes more sense since we're trying to break out of it and stop using it. So that means we need something else that's going to set the interrupt to occur. And as you can see, the interrupt is going to require us to do a actor and a blackboard. So we could just call this from any script and then set these to false, but maybe we do want to pass those in. So to actually trigger the interrupt on our ground import action, we may want a secondary script that can target a action and call the interrupt on it. So this probably
okay, so he's custom implementing interrupt, but that cannot be the, like there must be a proper way how it's meant to be done with the interrupt.
So I'll right click on the select composite add child node, and let's do a simple parallel composite. I'll put the ground import action there, and then let's right click add another action leaf. So basically with a parallel, these two will run at the same time. And I want to say interrupt on hit action. Let's extend that script. I'll put it into, let's just say objects, open, create, give it the class name interrupt on hit action. I could put the interrupt code on the tick function of an action leaf so that every time it ticks, we just check if that hit data exists. But that's quite a lot of checks to do that on every single physics frame. So what I might do is just say before, or let's see, function, before whatever it's called, hold on, play hit had after run, so it's before run, okay. So before run, we're gonna get the actor, which is a node, and the blackboard, which is a blackboard. This is gonna return void. And we wanna get a reference to
I think I'm just taking it as that and not trying to understand that and find my way how to do it. I think I would be better off learning it with a separate tutorial. Okay, this has interrupt. Called when this node needs to be interrupted before it can return something. But who is calling it and how and why and... Yeah, I think I just ignore that. Let him code that if he wants to. And I think I'm just gonna do a separate learning of the behave thing and see how it works, or just do state machines. But I'm not trying to do the interrupt he does now, I think.
Let's say a hitbox. For our game, at least at the moment, there's only going to be one hitbox. So, but you know what? Maybe it makes sense to actually add an array of hitboxes. Maybe you have an enemy that is going to have 6 hitboxes and you want any of them to interrupt an action. So we could say at export var hitboxes, which is going to be an array of hurtboxes.
But I get what he does now. He now, on any before check, he checks. But okay, no, I don't get it.
So hurtboxes, and before the run, we want to connect to all of their signals. So for hurtbox and hurtboxes, we're going to take hurtbox.wasHit. We're going to connect to it with its onWasHit. And then function after run, is that what it was? Hold on, play hit action before run, after run. Yeah, okay. Then we're basically going to copy this up there. We're going to disconnect from the signals. So we can actually just copy this over here, make that a disconnect. Okay, now we need to create the function onWasHit, which is going to have hit data, if I remember right. And what we want to do is we want to interrupt the target node. So at export var target action, we're going to get an action leaf.
That's awful.
We're going to pass in the actor and blackboard. So target action.interrupt.
I'm not going to do that. No,
okay,
no, no. I'm not manually linking them all.
And blackboard equals key blackboard.
That cannot be the expected way.
We pass in the actor and the blackboard just in case we need it on the interrupt. So the advantage here is that this code is never going to run until one of our hurtboxes actually triggers its wasHit, and then it's going to interrupt the target action. So we assign the target action, which is ground input action, and we add in a hurtbox, which is our hurtbox 2D for the player. And hopefully that's enough for that. We should implement the tick function still, I guess. So function tick, which is going to be p actor node p blackboard, it's going to return that int. And this will just always return running, I think. So if I understand simple parallel composite, if the main action, the ground input, returns false over here, returns failure, then this is going to stop too. So basically it's only going to be doing the interrupt checks while this is going. We can test by setting a couple breakpoints. So let's see if this ever gets to there. I'll hit play. Let's run into an enemy. Okay, we got the interrupt action to actually trigger. Let's hit play. And as you can see, it's going to the set shader action, which is under the hit sequence. So we just need to make sure in set shader action, we assign the canvas material, which...
Okay, so because they are running in parallel, one of them can do the check and stop if it's no longer valid. What was our problem with the play walking? It's that we never never release it, right? Can't we just fail here instead of succeeding? Oh wait, no, we don't need the interrupts. The only reason our code needs the interrupts is for it to be instant. So if it's walking, walk towards me, please. Why do we not need that? I don't get it. shouldn't we have the same problem he has? Why do we not? Behave, second one. Oh, well, no, it is what I think it is, right? So if it starts walking, it will not switch to the parachute until it will not switch to the parachute until we have until we were done with the walking state, where now it should immediately switch. I think. But okay. And that would not change, right? So damage would just need to interrupt always. And I think the interrupt should somehow be something that you call on the entire tree, maybe? And not like he does, but I don't know.
Sorry, animated sprite. Let's go to the remove shader, set the animated sprite, and does the player hit action need something? Yeah, it needs the animated sprite. Let's hit play and let's see if we can get that knockback. Okay, yeah, as you can see, we lose control over the player while the hit knockback is occurring. The player can also die if he took too much damage. I think what happened there was that there was like no invincibility frames either, so we probably want to set something like that up, but we need to go to the death sequence of the player and assign the sprite, animated sprite. We can kind of see that on all of these play death actions and set shader actions that we need a reference to the animated sprite. That's going to be quite common. So what we could even do is on our player platformer character body 2D, maybe just on the platformer character 2D, we have a reference to the sprite. So at export var sprite, which is going to be a canvas item. So we'll call it a sprite, but it's really a canvas item in case we need to use something that's not an animated sprite, and let's assign the animated sprite here. So what we'll be able to do in all these actions is remove the export, so we don't need to manually do that, and then we just do actor.sprite.play.
Oh, really?
Play or animation finished. Yeah.
Now it looks a bit like what I did.
Actor, but if that's consistent across all of our characters, that should work fine. Now we can go to the other actions like set shader action, and we can just do actor.sprite.material, and get rid of the canvas item reference here, and on play hit action, we can also get rid of the sprite reference here, and just do pactor.sprite.play animations. And yeah, that just reduces the amount of assigning in the inspector we have to do. So if I have that set up right, it should work the same way now. Yep, you see we just get reference to that sprite, whatever it is, whether it's a regular sprite or canvas animation or whatever. If we check in the debugger now, there's no animation named hit. Yeah, that's probably one of our issues. So let's go to animated sprite 2D. I'll create a new animation. Let's call this hit. I'll get the frame from here, copy, and just paste that into hit. So it'll be the character facing forward as our hit frame. Let's hit play. We do want to make sure run is the default. I'll hit play again. On the ground input action, we do want on before run to tell the sprite to play the run animation. So pactor.sprite.play. We'll say global names.animations.run, let's say. Okay, we can make sure that's a real name by going lookup symbols, lookup symbol, and then do export var run, string name equals run. You can also set a default for idle. We probably need that later. So string name equals idle. Okay, now let's play. Let's see, we got the run animation going there. If we hit guy, okay, it plays the hit frame. Yep, it goes back to running, but when our character's not moving at all, we should actually change it to idle. So on ground input action, I think we should default this to idle. And then on tick, we can check if the character's moving. If so, we're going to play run. Otherwise, we're going to play idle. We could say something like if player.velocity.x equals 0, then we're going to play idle. Otherwise, we're going to play run. Now, having this run on every tick might not be the most efficient player.sprite.play since we already have that reference, but we can give it a shot. It should work for now. So as you can see, if a character stops running, then we just play that one frame. But you know what? I don't like that as the idle frame. That doesn't actually make a lot of sense. So let's actually just stop the animation if he stops playing. I think that makes sense. Okay, so up here, we'll play run. And then if the velocity x is 0, we're just going to tell it to stop. So that's something an animated sprite can do. Let's see, it does have a stop animation. It does have a stop method, so we can use that. So just tell it to stop if it stops moving, otherwise it's going to play the run animation. So now our run looks more like that. And if we get hit, we play that kind of sliding knockback, or we lose control. Obviously it's kind of like too strong, and now we completely lost control of the character. Let me see where we get that.
I don't even see the knockback.
We lose control. Obviously it's kind of like too strong.
Oh, it's really glitchy. Okay.
Let me see where we get that. There's no animation with the name death. Okay. So we can go to our animated sprite. Click in there. There should be a death animation. So death. And if we look at interrupt on hit, it was already connected. So let's jump into that. We might not even need to make it a before run, after run sort of thing. We could actually make this maybe function underscore ready, and that's where we're going to do this. On before run, we get a reference to that. No need to disconnect on after run. And I think this is only going to actually interrupt the action if it's currently going. So we'll try this, and then that should clear up all those errors. So let's get hit. Okay, we got hit a few times, and we're not reconnecting the signals, so it's all good. We still got a sliding knockback, and well, our character just slides. And we do need to make sure that death does not loop so that he gets removed from the scene. If we want to make the death a little bit longer, though, we could duplicate the frames a bit. So maybe 3 frames of death, so it's like 0.3 seconds. And let's make all the FPS 10. 10 FPS, 10 FPS, 10 FPS. Okay, we'll hit play one more time. Let's get hit a bunch of times, we'll take damage, and our guy dies and fades from the scene, and that would probably be where we play a game over. So our behave tree is working as intended. There are some things that need to be cleared up, like first off, game over screen, second off, probably invulnerability frames, and reducing the force knockback. So we'll work on that kind of stuff in the next video. So now what we need to do is find a way to connect the combat text system to each of the health components as they spawn in. So group
What? Did he miss something?
and that kind of stuff in the next video. So now what we need to do is find a way to connect the combat text system to each of the health components as they spawn in.
Why do we now have a combat something system? What? Tutorial. Let's see, videos. Damn, where's our video? There it is, okay. So part 17. Behavior tree. Combat text system and health. Combat text system and health. Player behavior tree and damage. Floating combat text system and health.
So now what we need to do is find a way to connect the combat text system to each of the health components.
Well, that's exactly what...
So at this point, our enemies are basically working. They have their hit knockback, applying the shade time. Let's get hit a bunch of times. We'll take damage, and our guy dies and fades from the scene, and that would probably be where we play a game over. So our behave tree is working as intended. There are some things that need to be cleared up, like first off, game over screen, second off, probably invulnerability.
Okay, so this is actually where we should be.
So groups don't exactly make sense because groups don't notify you. Second off, probably, and that would probably be where we play a game over. So our behave tree is working as intended. There are some things that need to be cleared up, like first off, game over screen, second off, probably invulnerability frames, and reducing the force knockback. So we'll work on that kind of stuff in the next video. So now what we need to do is find a way to connect the combat text system.
Gameplay system, combat text system, world. Did he add that at some point and I didn't? Or did he just skip it and...
System to each of the health components as they spawn in. So groups don't exactly make sense because...
Can I search somehow for... No. No, but that makes no sense. Our world is the main scene, right? We set that as the starting scene, so he must have added that.
groups don't notify you when a new object is added or removed from
What we could do,
the list. So at this point, our enemies are basically working. They have
we go into the other tutorial and look in the comments.
the health.
No comments. Damn it! Hmm. Okay, no, it's not there. So I'll just hope that
But we need to connect to a
he will get to
signal
that.
will occur on each of these health components when their health has changed. Now, grabbing each health component when they enter the scene is also probably a little bit tricky. So I think another solution would be to have an intermediary resource object. We could call it a signal bus.
So the events are called signals in GD script, so event bus pattern becomes signal bus.
Or maybe something like a combat state that has a signal, and then whenever we emit the health changed signal on the individual health components, we can also emit, say, combat state.health_change.emit, and then we can just connect to it inside of the gameplay combat text systems. So let's go up to the root of our project. We could put this under data, because it's kind of like going in the transmission of data, but I might prefer something like a new folder, and we'll call it state. So if I right click on state and create a new script, we'll call this combat state, and this will inherit from
I think we will for
resource.
today just listen to this part till here, and then tomorrow I will try to implement it somehow. And so we finish here in a bit. And then I have about 1.5 hours to go for tomorrow.
Okay, we'll create that in there. So the combat state.
So just
we'll make
a
that
bit
the
more
class of
listening now.
Combat state, and this will have a export var health changed, which is going to take a health component, a new value, a new health value, and the amount changed. Okay, and this should actually be a signal, not an export var. So signal health changed. Of course, we'll probably add extra stuff to this later on, but for now, that might be all we need. So if I right click on state and create a new resource, and we look for combat state, let's save that under state, combat underscore state. Okay, so we have the one combat state there now. So we can go over to our health script and get a reference to it. So at export var combat state of type combat state.
I'm also quite tired,
Do combat state.
so I
health
really
changed
need to
dot
stop.
emit, self, current health, and amount.
No more thinking
changed.
possible.
All right. Now when we're setting up the health,
I think it's also been
we wanna go
quite,
to the
yeah,
inspector and make sure we quick load
about
that
7
combat
to
state.
8
Quick load
hours
the combat
of
state. Yep. Now, there's
coding
also the
and
option of perhaps
watching.
making it a global object, so that you don't have to assign it in the inspector. I think that's mostly a matter of preference. Here, if you do leave it as an export, you do have the option of separating the resource into multiple resources of the same type that may exist in your project. But I think either will work okay for our situation. So now in the combat text system.
Yeah, I would
just
make
say
that
at
global,
export
definitely.
var,
Okay, what
combat
is this?
state.
This is just a node under systems. So he just added a gameplay node and put the world node in there, and then probably made the gameplay node the main scene. So let's at least do that, I think. Okay, so we create a new scene. New node, no, a new scene. It is white, so it is other node. Node, it's just a node. And we save it as game. But why would we do that and then... Wait, the world is the level and the projectiles. I mean, yeah, kind of fine. Yeah. World is like gameplay world. Let's make that capital case. Let's go here and add the world. 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 And then another just node, which is called systems. And then he has the combat text system, which is just a node. Oh wait, it's just a node. Combat text system. And now we need to set the, yeah, this now is gameplay. Why is this erroring sometimes? Cannot get behave, play, walk. Entities, character, enemies, behave, play, walk. We can name this, if that helps. Okay, all works the same. We just have intermediate nodes now. No. Okay. Great. So now we can attach a script and call it combat and put it in systems, combat text system. Systems. Damn it. Combat text system. I didn't want to continue actually. Okay, systems. Combat text system. Combat text system.
Type combat state. Okay, and when that's assigned, we want to connect to the health changed signal. So
okay, but we'll not continue coding now. We can continue here next time, which is tomorrow. Continue here. And we only watch now.
Is instance valid combat state? Well, at this point we'd be disconnecting from it, so combat state dot health changed dot disconnect underscore on health changed, and then we set the combat state to the value that we pass in during the setter function, of course, and then just take this down here and do connect instead of disconnect. So basically, if there's an old combat state, when we set the value here, we disconnect from the signal, we set the combat state, and we connect to the new combat state signal. So now we need the signal callback, so function underscore on health changed, which takes a health component, so p health, the new amount, so p.
Working on an annoying issue of getting sin to work with input that has spaces. Oh, cin with input that has spaces. If I wouldn't be quite tired and nearly done already, I would now want you to describe it for me in detail. That sounds like something that I might know about, but I'm not sure I can switch my brain now to C++. I dealt with this before. Can't remember how I did it. Damn, that's the worst. If that happens, that's just the worst. You know, oh damn, I did that before. I don't know where, I don't know how and why and when, but you at least know it's possible. So you're just going to brute force some things until they work. Yeah. You just need to brute force as long until you recall what the thing was that that worked, right? Sometimes that's just the way. Just do it, and hopefully it won't be the last moment when you recall the last time you fixed something like that. But usually you just do it again and then find it weeks later, and then you're frustrated that you just forgot how it was done. But I wish you luck that it would just work easily and be nice to brute force, and the first attempt will work.
New int, and the amount changed. P amount of type int. Okay, now from our combat text system, we can basically do whatever we want with it. The health component is a node 2D. If you haven't already set it to a node 2D, you can do that so that this has a location in the game world. That makes it helpful when we want to set text on it. So we need to basically have an instance of the text that we're going to instantiate, and then we put it right on top of the health area, perhaps by the health component is a node 2D. If you haven't already set it to a node 2D, you can do that so that this has a location in the game world. That makes it helpful when we want to set text on it. So
wait, what does have a node 2D?
Node 2D. If you
the health.
already set it to a node 2D, you can do that so that this has a location in the game world. That makes it helpful when we want to set text on it. So we need to basically have an instance of the text that we're going to instantiate, and then we put it right on top of the health area, perhaps by some offset, and show the amount changed, and perhaps red or green.
Wait, why do we set the text?
So let's put a reference to a packed scene that we can instantiate. Export var text template, we can call it, which will be a packed scene. And on health change for right now, we'll pass. So
why is the text element not a fixed thing?
And we want it to be, I guess, just a label. So let's right-click change.
Wait, so damn, I didn't want to try to do more stuff, but fine. If I take an enemy now and I add a label, I want to have a label, and I want to move that label. Oh, that's the label, or what? It's huge. Wait, why is it not getting... What's going on? And what is this? Why is it so big? And why can't I make it smaller? If I run this now, won't the label... Yeah, the labels will just be above. Why should I not add the health bar as an element of the enemies? If I would want health bar of the enemies. And then my health bar should be on top of the screen in a fixed position, so I wouldn't need the the position at all of where my character health element is located. Yeah, but I don't know how You could make this smaller. Pixel, line spacing. Font, size, 5. This is amazing. I can do a health bar just with hashtags. Now it can be smaller, great. So we can do size 1, size 3. And that could be the health bar, right? Okay, enough playing around. We'll delete the label for now. And continue watching.
Change type to label, and we'll call this health changed label. Sure. Let's put in some default text like 100. Okay, so we can see that's like really tiny up there in the top left. So we might want to change the font size. You do that on label settings. So new label settings, font. Let's say 36. Okay. If you want, you can change the font to something else as well in your project. You can also use themes for that. Won't really get into that in this tutorial, but there's template. Let's quick load that from the project. We want our health change.
I mean, in theory, you would need a special pixel font size. Pixel font. Because if we are that small, it will look blurry where everything is crisp and pixely, right?
Label.tscn. Our combat state, we quick load that to be our combat state.trs. Okay, so we have the reference there, we connect to the signal, and now we need to spawn the text template. So let's get the spawn position, which is going to be the phealth.global position, and we also need to instantiate the text instance. So text instance equals text template.
Oh, now I understand what he's doing, though.
Child to, let's say, the UI. So we need to reference the UI parent. So let's say export var UI parent.
He want to spawn.
So inside of our gameplay scene, we can create the UI. I'll add a child node.
Damage numbers, I think.
UI, and then I'll assign the UI parent as something we can put the text under as a child. Okay, so whenever we instantiate, we do UI parent dot add child, and that's going to be the text instance. Then we set the position. To be
that's
the
cool.
the health values position. So text instance dot global position equals p health dot global position. We can also mention that this is supposed to be a label as the root, so that'll make it easy to do stuff like text instance dot global position, because now the code understands that it's a label, so it has all of its properties. Then we want to move the text up. We also want to set its color depending on the value. So we'll set the text instance dot text to be equal to a string of the p amount. Okay. Now for our label, we might want to do stuff like read the text and then see if it's positive or negative. If it's negative, then we make the text red. Otherwise, we make the text green. So let's add a script here. We can put it in UI health changed label. That seems good. I'll create the class name health changed label, and we'll have some settings over here. So export var. So let's say that we have a class for determining the colors we set inside of the game. So we could say export var, maybe game colors or something like that, and this will be a game colors resource. So for that and data, we'll create that. I'll right click, create new script, game colors.gd extends resource. So in here we'll have export var positive, positive health, which is a color. We'll default this to color.green, long green, why not? Because we have this bit setting it to a default value. This is actually unnecessary. And we can do export var negative health, which will be.
It's not unnecessary as long as you don't lose the columns.
And let's give it a class name of game colors. Okay, now we need to create an instance of the resource. Right click on data, create new, and then we'll do game colors.gd, save it as game colors, save it in there. Now we need to reference these values in our health change label. So over here, we just save that again, and we get the game colors resource, and we assign it in the inspector. It should pop up here. If it doesn't, we have to reload. So project reload. Okay, and then we have the reference to the game colors. So we need to quick load this from gamecolors.trs, and now we have access to these colors. So the reason I did all that is just to make it consistent. So if we have anything else in the game that needs to reference colors, like maybe you have a text tooltip for an item and it shows how much healing it does or how much damage it does, then you can use these same colors there, as well as in the health
I would do that with a global thing too, I think.
So we have the game colors when we set the health changed label text. Let's see if this is
not assign
control,
it.
Not seeing it to be an integer. So text is going to equal the string of the p health change. And then basically if this is positive, we'll show the positive health. If this is negative, we'll show the negative health. If it's 0, that's a good question. Maybe we just show negative, or maybe positive. Okay, so if p health change is less than 0, then let's say the color. Let's see, how do we set the text? Text
health change
so we set the
label
property on it, which changes the color of just this label component, but not children components. So let's say self-modulate equals game colors dot negative health. Otherwise, self-modulate equals game colors dot positive health. And then now in the system, we're going to look for a health changed label. So in gameplay, combat text system, we expect it to be a health changed label. So if not, or let's say if not is instance valid text instance, then we're going to push an error instance async that is not a health changed label, and then we'll return here because we can't do anything with that. But we should also remove it from the scene though. So text instance not free. Okay, just make sure we clean that up from the scene. Okay. So assuming it is a health change label, then we are going to, instead of just setting the text directly, we'll do text instance dot set health text, and we pass in the amount changed. Okay, and that's what we need to do there. So let's see if we hit play, if we can actually get them to instance at all. Let's see, node 2D, so it can't be assigned to node, right? So for the health component, we do need to make sure that we change them into a 2D node. So in player, I'm gonna right click, change type node 2D, and in invader, I'm gonna right click, change type to node 2D. So let's hit play, and I'll try shooting a enemy, and let's see, invalid access to get current health on type null instance. I guess because these changed their base type, I need to reassign them now, so that's a little annoying. But let's go into invader.
That is annoying.
And then object blackboard setter will assign the health, and then in player, object blackboard setter assign the health.
Damn,
One
in
more time,
all
click shooting,
places.
and it's still having an issue. So the hurt box needs that reference to the health. So the hurt box in player is down here at the bottom, assign the health, and then invader, gonna get the hurt box, assign the health component, hit play, and let's shoot. Okay, so the set shader action is not finding the sprite.material. So if we do actor.sprite, we can see that's not there. And that's for the invader. I must have just forgot to assign it. So in invader, we assign the sprite, which is the sprite 2D, the character sprite 2D, hit play. Okay, let's try shooting again. And our text is not at the moment. Okay, if we check world, oh, that's why, because we're still loading the game world, we're not loading the gameplay scene. So we need to change our project settings to run, not the world scene, but the gameplay scene, so that all of our systems, like the combat text system, load, as well as the UI. So if we hit play, we can see that the text is way bigger than we would have thought. So we need to shrink the font size at the very least. Also, when the characters load, the health changed signal triggers, so we need to be careful about that and make sure that doesn't actually occur on the first load. Let's go into the health signal. We can see that the signals don't emit until on ready has actually occurred. So if we create a var ready, and then we say after ready.
Yeah, I want to build that too, but I just want to
if the script is already ready. On the first load, where we're just setting the health initially, the health hasn't exactly changed. We're just setting the health, so we want to make sure about that. Now, I was going to set up the ready boolean.
Point out the damage numbers, I think.
With the ready function there, or I don't know, there might actually be a ready.
But we do that tomorrow.
I'm going to have a variable that will just say var ready done, which is false by default, and then when ready is done here, I'll say ready done equals true. If we wanted to be absolutely sure that all versions of ready were done calling, we could use the on ready signal. And I don't know, maybe, yeah, sure. I could just show how that would be done. So we could say ready.connect, and then underscore on ready, and we move this to function on ready, and just put ready done equals true. And what this would mean is that if we have a child class that's also calling ready, and then it does super ready to get this code to run, that I think this would make sure that all versions of the ready function are done being run before it actually does this. So technically speaking, I think this would be a little bit more correct, although either would work in probably 99% of cases. So we have ready done, so we're just going to have to check here if ready done, then we're going to emit the signals. Otherwise, we're not going to emit the signals because this is like the first set. Another alternative would be, so I think that should work good. If we hit play now, we shouldn't see the 100s pop up. So as you can see, the numbers only appear after they start taking damage, not on the first load set of that value. So that works. Now going back over to the health change label, the label settings, the font is way too big. So in our game, the camera, I think, scales it up 2 or 3 times. So if we hit play, it should still be pretty large on the screen. So we got that -1 there. And we probably would change it to something else, like a pixel art font. Actually, it does really bother me. I do want a font that works for this. Let's grab something. So a pretty good font we can get off itch.io is M5X7. So I'm going to download that to the project.
Dude, and
I'm going to create a folder in the project.
That was so bright.
Fonts, and maybe actually move the fonts folder into art. Fonts is probably only going to contain 1 or 2 files for like the whole project, and to have it in the root directory is like a little bit too much space, I would think, for giving it, if that makes any sense. So if you just pop it in there, go back to the project, it should show up as a .ttf file here, and you can use that in Godot. So regarding using the font settings, I think what I want to do is create a theme, and I'll do that on gameplay. I'll click on UI. This theme will apply to every control that you add to the UI. So if we expand theme here in the inspector, new theme, we'll expand that. I'm going to use the default fonts, just drag and drop. Default font size, let's say 12 or 16 maybe. You can see a preview down here at the bottom. I'm going to save this to the project, right click save as, where do I want to put this? Probably in UI. So let's save this as UI theme dot, whatever the default is, I think it might be TRES resource. And now if we hit play, when we shoot guy, it should be using the new font, but I'm not sure if it is. So let's expand gameplay, UI, click on these. Maybe the label settings is just kind of overriding that. So if we go to the health change label, we can undo the label settings because I think that's overriding the theme. Hit play, and let's shoot a guys. Yeah, I think the font changed here. And you can see that,
that's nice.
More like pixel perfect, there's no anti-aliasing, so those kind of pixel fonts work a lot better for these type of games. Let's say right click on health change label, give it a add child node, a timer. Okay.
Yeah, I will think how I want to do it.
One shot auto start. So it's gonna play once, and then we're gonna connect to the signal. When this timer is up, we remove it from the scene. Inside of the health change label,
Implement that for myself. We'll see.
Or maybe move speed, and this will be a vector 2. We could say equals vector 2, and I want it to go up by default, so that's gonna be 0 and then -100 or so. I'm thinking.
So you can even animate the UI stuff. That's cool.
Underscore process to move it. So let's say global position is plus equals move speed times delta. Now remember this is a vector 2, so if we add a x value here, it can move to the right or diagonally as well. And then on ready, okay, let's move this below. Above process, I'll put function underscore ready, and then we'll connect to timer dot let's say timeout dot connect, and we'll do on timeout as the callback.
Wait, we are already in the next thing.
On timeout. And timeout is 1 word, so I should get rid of that.
I'm watching too much.
So
Damn it.
To remove this from the scene, so I'll just say queue free. Queue free just
we continue though till it's switching to something new.
We'll have time to finish up with scripts before everything.
To the warnings.
Okay, I think that's probably pretty much it. So let's hit play. Let's shoot, and I did not set a timer. So in the inspector, we have to go to health change label and assign the timer. Hit play, and let's shoot.
Oh, this is signing. Okay, that's cool.
It's too fast and it lasts for too long, I would say. So let's go into the script. I'm going to change this to -75. Hit save just for the
default. Yeah, we'll try to implement that ourselves.
Let's hit play again and see if that's a little better.
with a
Second works.
global
Oh,
system,
okay,
I
it's a little fast.
think.
It's a little fast. So I'll make it -50 for the move speed vector. So let's hit play again.
No,
choose enemies, and
why
get
do I
our
not
combat
do
effects. It also works
that?
when they hit us. So you can see we're taking 10 damage a hit. Pretty unfair considering the projectile only does 1, but hey. And you can also see that we easily get hit 2 or 3 times. So let me hit play and kind of redemonstrate that. Watch as the play will be in the hit state and get hit multiple times during the hit state, which is not good. Yeah, okay, there we go. -10, but 2 times during a hit state. So being hit while the character's in a hit state and can't move is pretty unfair. So that's why I wanted to point out what's happening behind the scenes, but now we can see it visually. So we want to take our player. I'll go into the player scene and make sure that the default animation is actually run. Let's play that, and now in the world, what's going on. So I'm going to jump into
Okay, we stop here. I jump back where we
something like a new folder. And
should
call it
continue.
State.
I think I would. I'm not sure if I would even put the numbers the numbers in there if I wouldn't just have that as an effect on the enemy. And then it just gets deleted again, and I just spawn it on the enemy on the tree because it's just temporary. I think it wouldn't matter where it actually is. It's not really a UI element. And then for the player health, I would add that somewhere. But yeah, I think about that tomorrow. So let me make this small.
So if I right click on state and
Move this over here. Turn up the music. And then thanks everyone for watching. And I will be back tomorrow. Yeah. Let's go to the end screen. Damn, I'm so done. How long was it now? Okay, it was 9 hours. No, 8:50, something like that. Damn. But with talking in between, so there was like relaxing, a bit of relaxing, and my brain could like focus after a bit better, I think, but now I'm just done. Talking is hard, everything is hard now. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know how I will continue stream then from next week onward. I would like to do it under the week every evening if I can, but I'm not sure if I'll manage to keep the motivation up to actually do it. We'll see. After work's not that easy to do it, I think. But that's 2 days away, so yeah, doesn't matter for now. Okay. Yeah, with that, thanks everyone for watching again. And bye.